So, it's been a few days. I was going to stream on the weekend, and then I fucking tried to fix my sleep schedule again, and everything fell apart, and I ended up not streaming. So here we are like a week later, and this event is still ongoing. It'll probably be going for a while, and I want to figure out how to automate this entire farming process. I mean, Kai, we knew that already. I didn't really need to like make a quote of that. Like, you've seen how much Spelunky I've played. Like, this is just kind of a given at this point. Gonna lurk? Alright, all good. Thank you for the raid, and then enjoy your lurk. This thing's almost filled. It's like everybody knows that already. If they've watched me play Spelunky and seen how badly it goes, and I keep coming back for more, this is not new information. I'll grab a couple of these. Alright, so I think I remember what we were doing here. Pretty much I set up half of the process. We've got these gross, like, pumpkin goo things. I forget, somebody called these goo sacks, I think, because they look like the ones from Deep Rock Galactic. Why would that game, why in the universe would I want that on my backpack and not in here? I fucking hate this video game, chat. Anyways, I need to start farming the second plant that'll let me make the better fuel so I can put it on this funny rocket. If anyone who hasn't played this video game has no idea what I'm talking about and you just came from Spelunky, don't worry about it. If you don't want to watch this, that's all good, but if you do want to watch this, feel free to ask questions and I'll explain it to you, because this is not Spelunky, in case anybody couldn't figure this out. This is a completely different video game, and the only thing this game has in common with Spelunky is that fall damage fucking sucks. So, if you don't know what's going on, feel free to ask questions. What is this game? This is Minecraft. It's a little indie game that you've probably never heard of. Like, it's not very popular, but I still like it for what it is. I'm getting distracted here. Okay, so what I wanted to do was increase the throughput. So I need 2 auto arms on these to just be able to grab twice as much crap out of this pit. I do need to get a 3rd auto arm to grab the Astronium out, which is this weird looking bubble wrap stuff. So I think I just need to make the pit a little bit wider to do all that, which is kind of the conclusion I was coming to towards the end of the last stream. Why do I have so much crap on my terrain tool? Why is that getting prioritized into that storage? So let me just slowly like get my bearings here and try to remember what I was doing. Where's my... There it is. Plant No plays Scream Fortress. And did I see the new Mario movie teaser? Alright, for the Mario movie thing, I just haven't seen it yet. I'm going to assume that it's weird, and I don't know why they picked Chris Pratt to do Mario's voice, but I know nothing else about it. As for not playing Scream Fortress, because I don't want to play Team Fortress 2, just in general. But Scream Fortress isn't going to make me want to come back to that game if I don't want to play it to begin with. Scream Fortress is always just a couple of half-assed community maps, and then Erasmus and the eyeball and whatever the other weird, imbalanced, chaotic nonsense is that they usually put in the game. No, I'm good. I had my fill of Team Fortress 2. I got my like 2,400 hours in that game and then decided I was good years ago. Alright, anyways, we're gonna widen this a little bit. So I want room for 2 more arms and a bunch more of this crap. Link to the teaser. I mean, I don't know if that's a link to the teaser, chat. Click on that at your own risk. It's not the usual Rickroll link. I mean, it might just be a link to the teaser, but at this point, I don't know if I trust anybody. It's dangerous out there. You click on a link, you never know if you're gonna just see Rick Astley, or actually the thing that you wanted. And it's really a chance you take, just on your own. So click at your own risk. Okay, yep, I did not want to uproot all those, but sure, game, do you. So let's see here. How wide do I want to make this? 4 more, 2 more. I could do just this. You know, let's go a little bit on the high end. It's not the end of the world if we make it a little too big. I don't want to have to do this again. I promised I wasn't going to spend an entire Astroneer stream just smoothing things, because nobody wants to watch that. Hey Beck, and Bagrond. The 2 people I constantly mix up for no reason other than both of your names start with the letter B, but my brain doesn't work correctly. That also starts with the letter B, so maybe there's a reason for all of this, and I just haven't pieced together what it is. I'm just rambling at this point. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm gonna need to actually stack auto arms, or come up with a different way to get the Astronium out of this pit. Maybe we'll have 4 arms. I don't know. I'll figure that out in a moment. For now, let's just throw these in. And we need another one of those things. so that we can plant more seeds on the other side. I would like actually watch that teaser during my stream, but I wouldn't even be surprised if I could just get my, like, if that could get claimed somehow by Nintendo. Like, to be completely honest, that seems like something Nintendo would claim. Like, if I dared to show that on my own live stream. And Nintendo is just out for blood with these kinds of things. Just mute it? Well, what's the point in watching it? Maybe it's got some, like, cute Mario music in it or something. I'm just gonna mute it. I'll just watch it off stream. Honestly, I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot to say. I'm guessing that the Bowser is... Let me guess, they start with like Mushroom Kingdom or something. There's like some celebration going on. And then the Bowser shows up and fucks everything up and kidnaps Princess Peach. And then Mario, in Chris Pratt's voice, is like, "It's a me." And then, I don't know, they show like a bunch of like cuts of various like fire, forest, water, desert themed areas, and then the trailer ends. That's my prediction for what that is. I wonder how much of that was right when I actually go look at it. Or did they actually come up with something interesting like the Sonic movie somehow managed to do? I don't know. Maybe I'll be surprised. I have no idea how that didn't fall out of bounds. Yeah, good one though. Okay, well, I tried. And this is why I don't make like film theory videos. I just go for the low-hanging fruit, and if I'm wrong, then, well, shucks. I don't lose anything out of it, at least. Alright, so anyways... I'm gonna do a little more of this, and then I'll have to figure out how to cram the auto arms. I might try to stack auto arms, just kind of fun to do. I haven't actually shown that yet, but you can totally just put a bunch of these things in the exact same spot, and this game will just let you do it if you fight with it for a second. Just make this nice and pretty first. Pay no attention to the jittering terrain up there. It'll settle down in a moment once I paint it. Alright, that's looking good. I did not want to fall in here, but it actually made it easier to see what I'm doing, so never mind. Okay, this is fine. Alright, then I just gotta fill the corners in. I think I can just punch a hole in the wall like this, and that should do it. That's almost that one. What the hell happened here? Game, what are you doing? Alright, good enough. And this one. Alright, that one actually did what it was supposed to on the first try. Alright, and we have made the pit bigger now. Very exciting, riveting content. Alright, now I need to throw in more arms, so let me see if I can get the stacking thing to work. All according to plan. What's according to plan? What happened? Did you set me up for something? Oh hey, we could finally launch this thing. What do I even get for filling this? Okay, the Biofuel Throwback Bundle, which is stuff I have already, and then Leaf Leap, an emote. Okay, well we'll get to see what that is in a few seconds. And I'm aware that that thing put more crap in my backpack. You just get used to it after a while. Alright, there we go. We got Leaf Leap. What is this? I don't actually know what these cosmetics are. I basically haven't looked at any of them. What? Ew, what is that? What am I sitting in this? Is that supposed to be like a pile of leaves? But they're just like all... It's just like I jumped in a pile of slime. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. No, we're sticking with what I have. Okay, yeah, it's a pile of leaves, but it looks like slime. Like it's blue and transparent. It doesn't look like leaves at all. Like I saw a few leaf particles coming off of it, but that's about it. Right. Yeah, you can still do this. This is what I was talking about. You can just place a couple of these arms like on top of each other like that, and it'll just let you do it because this video game is silly. So what we're going to do then is make a second pair of arms. Right over here, and then we'll have one with Astroneer and one with the regular stuff. Or I could put the arms on the other side like a normal person. I don't have room for that, but I can always just carve a hole in the wall if I need to. For now, let's not worry about the Astroneer. We'll pick all that out later. So I just need to smooth out another one of these little pits. It's easier to go a little too big with these and then work your way back than to make it too small. Right, so go down there, grab our funny leveling block, do that, perfect. Slowly getting better at doing this quickly. Actually, you know, this will be easier to do this one by just dropping a leveling cube right there. There we go, and the last one. Beautiful. Alright, so we have basically double the size of this pit now. So I can center these things a little bit. Let me actually paint it first. Where's the... Why does the stupid game keep putting crap on my tool that I do not want? Oh, hey, care package. Care package being all this random crap that came back on the trade platform. Alright, anyways, this is what I was looking for. This thing will allow me to just paint the terrain for a second here. A holographic pile of leaves. It's weird, but alright. You do you, devs. I don't want that falling in the pit. Stop. Did anything else useful show up here? No, basically everything here is useless, but I guess I got a couple proximity repeaters. Better than nothing. And for some reason, these auto arms just really like putting crap in my backpack instead of the storage silos, so I'm just going to have to avoid those this whole time. I don't know why they're just so aggressively doing that right now. They usually only do that if the silo is full, but oh well. Thanks, Astroneer. Hey devs, how much do I gotta pay you to like get targeting pins on these auto arms so they only put things in the stuff that I target with the pins? I'm trying to carefully center this in the pit right now. It's not easy when there's a bunch of random ass seeds falling on it. Yeah, whatever, good enough. I can move it later. What was the old one? It was that horrible Blailes avatar from a YouTube video that like maybe 2 people in chat have ever seen. And now I have an actual one that Jess drew that isn't just stolen off of the internet. I'm still quite happy with how it turned out. Thank you, Jess. Oh, my snails are about to get hungry. I feel like I'm inadequately explaining what I'm doing right now. I don't know if anyone... Which I think some of you were here when I ended the last stream, but it was at a slightly different time of day, so I might have a new batch here. But again, there's basically an event going on right now where you need to farm a bunch of these crops. I'm trying to auto-harvest these things. I need to auto-harvest a second crop in another pit, put them in these disgusting-looking pumpkin cauldron things, and then send them into space, because somebody wants them, I guess, and couldn't do this themselves. That's the lore that we're working with right now. Where's the narrow mod? There it is. So I'm just trying to, of course, do this cosine style, where I meticulously align everything to the grid, because, I mean, you should see me play Minecraft. Everything has to be perfect. There we go. Beautiful. Within pixels of perfection. I mean, there's only so much I can do in this game. It doesn't actually snap to the grid. Well, sometimes it tries. You want to see me play Minecraft? The problem with streaming Minecraft would really be the fact that Minecraft is such a damn slow game. I would really have to figure out how to draw the line between what I stream for Minecraft and what I actually like do off stream, and how to make it interesting and not just be another let's play of Minecraft pretty much. Because I mean, everything has been done, like all the farms and stuff, like other people have designed. I'm not sure what I would do in Minecraft that would be interesting to watch. Like, I feel like I play Astroneer in a way that basically nobody else does, but I don't know what to do with Minecraft. So what, do you go build an iron farm or something? Or just, I don't know what people really want to see in that game. I can't build anything that looks good, so it's not going to be that. You're not going to see me make like a cool looking house. My house is going to be a square deep slate, if you get lucky. Otherwise it'll be cobblestone. It really depends like how I'm feeling at the time when I build it. Anything I do would be entertaining. It's got to be entertaining for me to stream it as well, though. If I feel like I'm just running in circles, just talking about nothing because all I'm doing is mining redstone, I don't know how entertaining that would be as a streamer to play the game like that and feel like I'm just letting people down because I don't have anything interesting to say. Unlike, say, this game where I can more or less consistently explain what I'm doing or answer questions. In Minecraft, it would just be this, except it would take like 4 times longer to get anything done because it's such a slog, especially at the start of the game. I would probably want to rush like end game content just so I have shulker boxes so I don't have to run back to the base every 2 minutes. So maybe. I'm most likely going to stream like Terraria or something else before I get to Minecraft. I'm not going to say never to Minecraft, but right now it's not looking terribly likely. Alright, anyways, what were we doing here? I should be able to get this with both of these arms. If not, I can kind of rotate them ever so slightly to point towards this. And I think this is good enough. I should have enough throughput now to keep these running all the time. But let me see if these can both access it. Yeah, they can. I'm looking to see if there's any other bottlenecks here. It looks like this arm is constantly able to grab materials off. Is it able to fill these, or do I need 2 more arms? I think I'm going to need 2, or 1 more arm. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. Where are my platforms? They're on the... there we go. This is why I print a ton of this stuff off stream at a time, so you don't have to watch me go back to the printing hub to make more auto arms every time I need them, which is always. I try to make this a little bit more watchable than it might be otherwise. Alright, so this part is not aligned to any sort of grid because it's a gigantic mess, and we're going to fix it in a bit. I just want to get like a proof of concept working. Minecraft science. I mean, I don't know, maybe a lot of people haven't seen the Minecraft science. Like, I don't know, like, I guess I have a question to pose to chat. What do you usually see when you watch Minecraft? Does anyone even watch, like, Minecraft streams? Like, what do people do in Minecraft streams? Because, like, what my stream would probably entail is just, like, building automatic farms of stuff, but it wouldn't really be me discovering how to make these farms, because somebody else has, like, done that already. It would just be me, like, looking up how to make them on the internet and then building them myself. Like, that's the thing that isn't terribly interesting about it. Like, I'm not sure what I could really bring to the table here, because there's people that I can't hold a candle to that create content for Minecraft. It's not like Astroneer, where almost nobody does this, and I'm probably inventing things here that nobody has built before. Like, it's been done. Minecraft has been out for so long, there's so many dedicated technical players to it, I just don't know what I could add to that experience. I'm gonna need to get more seeds, I think, but we can worry about that a little bit later. Watch like Skyblock and stuff like that. Skyblock is, I think, very slow paced. I don't think that would be good stream material. That's definitely like a better YouTube video format kind of thing. The Skyblock, you're just sitting there waiting for your cauldron to fill with water for like 4 hours. Like I'm not going to stream Skyblock unless it was like heavily modded, and even then, I don't know, that's just, it's all been done already. It just doesn't feel special. Like, Minecraft's a game I'd rather just kind of chill with and spend a lot of time off stream playing it. And I'm reading your other terrible or not terrible suggestions. The edge of your second armpit. I know what you're talking about, Kai. That's just a texture issue that I can't fix. I assume it got filled in when I added that little gray turf there. That's just, there's some jank that causes that to happen. I actually have another one of those over here that I can't get rid of. It's just the game engine being bad. This is probably what you're talking about. There's another one of those weird triangles right here for some reason. As I'm scrolling back down, make a huge house full of chickens. I mean, I can do that. I want to just destroy my frame rate. Like, auto chicken farms are very easy to make. Probably not good material for a stream though, and I need my PC to actually be able to stream the game, so I don't think I can just lag it with chickens. Definitely not ideal. enjoy the Astroneer content. I'm always happy to hear that. But yeah, I don't know, basically, about Minecraft. We may or may not ever see a co-signed Minecraft stream. You'll occasionally watch me play it on like Cue Ball's stream or something, but I don't know if I'll do that myself. Now, most likely the next games we're going to stream are Oxygen Not Included in Terraria, and I'm not sure what order it's going to be in anymore. It depends when I finish Astroneer. I'll start one or maybe both of those games at the same time and just kind of alternate between them. If I do Terraria, it's definitely going to be the new update. It won't be like modded content. I'm still watching this to see if it's keeping up, and it looks like it is. I think actually the bottleneck here is the fact that these aren't growing while I'm not near them. Oxygen released new content. Oh, did they? Is it still in beta? Did they actually release like a content pack? Oh, so many choices. And I assume this is for the spaced out DLC, which I do have. That's what I would be playing, not the base game. And I assume Merc's talking about Terraria. Yeah, I know I did read the patch notes. I didn't like spoil myself on like the semi-secret content. Like I keep seeing fucking YouTube thumbnails about the shimmer, and I don't know what that is, and I don't want anyone to tell me what that is because I'd like to discover what that does for myself. But apparently it's important because every single YouTube video for Terraria that it gets suggested to me has something about it in the thumbnail. So I mean, I'm looking forward to figuring out what stuff like that does and discovering any of the other wacky new content that they added to Terraria. You thought they were done releasing content? They don't stop releasing content. I don't know why they keep pretending that they're finished updating that game, and then they proceed to just add more content anyways. I'm getting distracted, chat. I need to make a second pit, and we are going to grow these spew flowers in it instead. So I don't know if the growth rate of these plants is identical, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to plant a pumpkin next to one of these, and I'm just going to see if they grow at the same pace to get an idea of whether I need more of them. So I'm just going to stand here, and we're going to watch grass grow for a minute here, so I can actually read chat and not miss messages like I always do. Yeah, they can't step away. I mean, I don't blame them. I just don't know why they keep pretending. This is not a complaint. It's just, it's strange to me that they keep saying, oh, we're done updating Terraria, and then they proceed to add more content. Like, just keep adding more content then. Why do you keep pretending this is the final update? Is it just to, like, not, like, set expectations for people? So when they do actually have the final update, they just don't do anything? I don't mind it. Like, all the updates add like new and interesting content. I mean, sometimes it's terrible, like Queen Slime, but other times you get actual good features added to the game. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they did in the latest one. Like Isaac, yeah, I guess Isaac has been doing that as well. Oh, this is already, I can already harvest this. Okay, we're definitely going to need a double pit then for the spew flowers. I don't think it'll keep up. Though the spew flowers actually do grow exponentially. I think they double every time. That was Isaac. I mean, all I know is Isaac keeps releasing updates, even though somebody said that they were done updating. And I have not played Isaac in ages, so I have no idea, like, what they're actually doing with that game. I don't particularly care. I may come back to it at some point. This thing has taken forever to grow. But it's going to double, so I think the pit is pretty much going to get maxed out. What I'm deciding here is whether or not I want to do 1 or 2 pits. We'll still need 2 auto arms, but I could just put them next to each other and have them face into 1 pit. So I think I'll just do that. Probably be easier. Because I think these will get really compact. Well, hopefully they will. Alright, let's see. Boost mod, turn that bad boy off. Start digging. I'd like to get the depth to be the same, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and this should be 5. Up to 4 again. Alright, so it's the same depth as the other pit right now. Gotta have symmetry, gotta make it look pretty. Isaac is evil. I mean, that's true. In the game, I don't think Isaac, the character, is supposed to be evil. That's not the vibe I got from the lore. Isaac is like... I don't think it's as evil as Spelunky, but it definitely has its moments. I certainly remembered getting killed in slightly unfair ways by stepping into a room that just has like 4 of the cage in it, and I just instantly die. And I'm like, oh, cool. Glad that's a thing that can happen. This usually happens towards the end of the game, not like the very beginning. It's not like the dwelling where you just die instantly to everything. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. I'm sorry, Chad. I promise we're gonna stop digging holes after this. We'll do other fun, wacky content that isn't digging holes in the ground. There's more to this game than digging holes and smoothing things. I promise. You can go to other planets and dig holes and smooth things. There's a whole world out there. There's a whole 7 of them. Fly into the sun. Yeah, you can do that. It doesn't do anything, but I mean, we can definitely go take a joyride to the sun that doesn't have any collision. Just fly into it just for shits and giggles. We'll remember to do that. If I do a joyride during this stream, you can ask me to go to the sun, and I'll try to do it. It'll be a fun time. And so I'm going to have 2 auto arms over here, so I'll smooth that out later. I need to get another leveling block. This thing is never set to the correct mode. Get that wall. I could probably copy over some of the dimensions from this one over here, but it's a little bit hard to like carry a smooth surface across a gap without just screwing up all the terrain in between, so I tend not to do that very often. Why does my AC sound louder than usual? I hope my mic, like the noise canceling, is preventing you from hearing my air conditioner right now, because it is going hard. You don't hear it? Okay, that's good. Things are working as intended. I always worry that like something is going to change that I don't notice, and that there's going to be fan noises in the background of my stream, which I really don't like when other people have that kind of thing, so I make the best effort to prevent it from happening on my own stream, because I ain't no hypocrite. So call me out if you hear like obnoxious like fan noises or some shit in the background. I can like check to see if there's actually something wrong that I can fix real quick, because I don't want that happening. It's very irritating to some people, including myself. So you only get to hear my lovely voice, and maybe some of the AC or like a controller clack like while I'm, well, not controller, keyboard clack like while I'm talking, but it should be fairly silent otherwise if I'm not saying anything. So you can enjoy the soothing sounds of pumpkin goo and squelching noises, which is basically all we're hearing right now. Thank you, Astroneer, for your squelching noises. I guess there's music playing too. Alright, so that one's done. We got that wall figured out. Alright, so let me get these 2 corners. Yeah, I definitely need to get this Astronium out of the pit here automatically, so I don't have to pick it out every now and then. I think it might start blocking seeds eventually, and then the seeds won't get planted, and they will despawn forever, and I'll be sad. You don't want me to be sad. I don't want to be sad. Well, maybe somebody wants me to be sad, but I don't. We're here for good times. No tears, only smiles. Probably Captain. I was going to say, I wasn't going to say anything, but like, yeah, that's basically who I was thinking of, who was going to pipe in wanting me to be sad. Or just post like a hickory emote or something. So Captain must be AFK is the only explanation for why that didn't happen. I don't think Captain has like found Jesus or anything and had like a turn of heart. I feel like that's very unlikely to happen. Missed opportunity to troll me, honestly. What is this? It's Tommy face. I mean, doesn't it speak for itself? I don't know. Captain plays a lot of weird indie games, and I don't know if they're bad or not. They might be perfectly fine, but he drew that apparently. I mean, it's not a bad drawing. Or maybe no, that's like Tommy Monaghan or something. It's some Marvel or DC character that I don't know about at all. Who again might be a cool character. I just have no idea. And he drew that and submitted it for the redeem and emote thing. I don't think anyone's done it. It should be turned on if somebody wants to snipe the emote redeem. It's not really a snipe at this point anymore. It's been sitting there for ages and no one has done it. Yeah, go for it if you want. Just have something ready before you take it, please, so I don't have to, like, wait for you to send me something. There we go. I don't know why the smoothing here is all super scuffed. I can fix that in a moment. I can fix it now, actually. What would be replaced? I can check real quick. Hold on. I'm tabbed out. You can't tell, but I'm tabbed out. This would replace Quad, the one that Axo submitted. The one that we don't speak of is the next one that gets replaced. It's the cursed, like, Amogus emote. So you decide if you want to see that one go or not. I personally haven't decided whether or not I hate it or not. Yeah, that one. And then Tommy is the next one that gets replaced after that. Oh, this is a mess. What is going on with the smoothing back here? What do you mean, boop? Why can't I place this? Thank you. Why are you booping at me, game? The nerve of this video game. The audacity. That's true, we technically do have 2 Among Us emotes on this stream. Which I happen to have also have said that I'm never going to stream Among Us. So I don't know why I have so many Among Us emotes. This is what you've done to me, chat. One of them's permanent too. You convinced me that it was worth adding that emote because everybody liked it so much. It started to grow on me. Like the Mogus emote, not the other one with the dog. That one I think I'm not going to like. I don't think I'm allowed to like that emote. It's weird. It makes me uncomfortable. But I liked the other one a lot. Just the scuffed Power Wash Simulator screenshot. That one definitely grew on me like immediately. I think we're almost done. We're almost done smoothing. It's almost complete. Alright, we got the spot for our arms. Everything is nice and pretty. Let me paint it. Gotta make it pretty, it'll work better. And by pretty, I mean make everything the same shade of, like, slightly dark, like, white. It's not even dark gray, it's just like a pale white gray color. It's bland. It's as bland as it gets, but I don't know how to decorate it. This is what my base would look like in Minecraft. Anybody who wanted me to stream Minecraft, this is what the base would look like. I don't know how to make things look pretty. Like, it's too difficult to get the colorful stuff, and I just, like, lose interest, and I'll just make it out of Deep Slate. Because I'm going to have an infinite supply of Deep Slate if I do anything. That's always what happens when I play Minecraft. It's the new cobblestone. Since all the good stuff is down there, you just get Deep Slate instead, and that's what you build everything out of. Minecraft, please. Make me a more creative person. I don't know how to do it myself. Alright, where are the auto arms? I think I need a couple more. I'm trying to use the ones that are sitting over here first, because I just made a bunch of extras at some point. Gotta keep Soap King. I don't know what I would replace. I mean, I've only got so many emote slots. I don't want to ditch the number 4 or the plus either. Even though barely anyone uses those except me. I don't know, we'll see. When the time comes to replace Soap King, I can evaluate which emotes are getting the least usage. Maybe we'll swap one out. We shall see. It's not like I can't juggle them, bring them back later, but I am at my max emote slots. Like, I can't get more without becoming a partner, apparently, which is not likely to ever happen. Becoming a partner is hard. You have to actually be consistent. I am not capable of doing that. Why does this UI look different now? Oh, it swapped me over to a different one. Okay, we're doing the one that's worth 15 points, and I'm trying to set up a farm for the 50-point one. So we got Leaf Leap. We're going to get the Pollen Count Visor. It's going to be our next reward in 2 shipments. I'm about to finish this whole event before I even finish it. Why is this event so easy to finish? Whatever, we'll still make the good version of the farm and not just use the shitty one the whole time. But we'll get to see what that is. With slightly higher efficiency maybe for the last cycle, depending on how this goes. Which actually means I should probably turn these off so that it stops crafting this version of the fuel that I don't want to send anymore. But yeah, if chat really likes Soap King, we can keep it. I'll find something else to swap out. Maybe I'll get rid of the 4 and the plus emotes, or I'll keep one of them maybe. But they're math themed. I like them though. I'm so torn. 4, my beloved. Why are these rotated weirdly? Game, what are you doing? Okay, they're at 90-degree angles. You can tell because they jittered. And then for some reason they're tilting, but only sometimes. Oh my god, I hate how this game does this. I hate it. Chad, they're not even. I'm upset. They're not gonna do it. They really want to settle at a weird angle. Okay, game, whatever. We'll come back to that in a second here. This is roughly where we're going to have them in the final product. We will come back to that. For now, let me move on with the project, and then I can fight with those while the thing is actually running. So let me grab a few of these to sort of seed the system. And I could probably just use the same auto mining thing that I have set up over here with another proximity repeater. So I'll just drop this bad boy in the middle of the pit. I hear a noise. I'll look in a moment.
I heard Cosine was here.
Oh my goodness, is Cosine here? I didn't even notice. Thank you. Thank you for the resub. Really gotta pay more attention. I love that Cosine guy. Alright, there we go. We got that turned on. These are not powered, I'm aware of that. I'm just going to half-ass all of this until I can get a better version of this. Hey devs, can you just make these default to networked power? Nobody is ever going to use directional power again after the changes that you made. You might as well just leave it as the only one that works correctly. Don't pick those up. Oh my god. Auto arms, please. Stop. Put it down. Plant it. Then turn the arms back on. There we go. Okay, that should work. Alright, so I'm going to leave them off for a second so that more of these can accumulate. Alright, so what we need to do here is get probably just like a medium storage silo or something. Just to sort of serve as an intermediate stage to hold all these. So let me see if I have an extra one sitting around. That one has something on it. I don't know if I have any that aren't being used right now, so let's go ahead and make one. We're out of titanium. I keep forgetting I'm running out of titanium. I might have to trade for more until I go to Glacio to actually get a bunch. Because I've somehow put off making a proper farm for the stuff for way too long. Also, it would help if I printed the storage silo and didn't just run off without it. Alright, so we got that. I could have used one of these, I guess, but having more of these is a little bit better. Train shipments throughout planets. Yeah, I need to do that to a couple planets still. There's some that I haven't finished. We're gonna go ahead and move all this nonsense now. I suppose I could have laid this out a little bit more efficiently to not need as many of these arms, but I just kind of like how this layout looks better. I think it's a little bit easier to do it. So, again, this is, we're going back to crusty, not aligned to the grid territory here for a little while. Alright, so these are going to store a bunch of these spew flowers, and these, unlike the pumpkins, these actually produce an additional seed every time you harvest them, so this pit should fill up over time if I just let it do its thing and let the physics engine jostle the seeds around. The pumpkins, on the other hand, are finite for some reason, so I have to actually go out into the field and get more if I'm starting to have trouble with these. Oh, throughout all the planets? No, thank you. No, we're not making 5 more space elevators. I'll give that one that one gets a pass for sure. I built the one space elevator. It took 6 hours. I could probably build the new ones in about 4 hours, but I don't want to do that anymore. It was horrendously difficult to do. As much fun as it was, I don't want to ever do that again. Unless I could find a better way to travel through, like, the interplanetary space. Because the way I had to do it, where I had to save and load, like, 60 times to place the rail post, that was very tedious, if you can believe it. That was not an enjoyable experience. It's just the payoff was really good, which is why it was ultimately worth doing it to me. Alright, so, let's see here. I don't know how much... I guess, yeah, these are pretty quick. Yeah, I think we need 2 more auto arms. Just 2 for everything, so let's grab a couple more of these. I'm going to do it with this platform here. I suppose I could have been doing this with all of them, but you can just place 2 of these arms like right next to each other on a platform like this, and it's more or less the same as 2 of the little ones side by side. This will be a little more efficient. I might swap the other ones out to that later. Actually, let me make a couple medium A platforms now. I think I want to do that with the rest of them. Yeah, so much for having everything printed in advance. Bad streamer. So this won't take too long to print, so I'll just wait for it here, and then I'll start another one while I run off the original. I really wish that these plants didn't, like, pause when I move away from them. That's my biggest issue, I think, with this feature, is I have to actually stand here for the plants to do anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pretty much set up the farm here, but you're not going to actually see it doing a whole lot because I'm just going to leave to do other stuff afterward. And unfortunately, it's not going to be running in the background because I don't think we actually want to see me just watch grass grow. Mr. Brand, thank you for the follow. I hope you did not follow for watching grass grow because that's not what we're going to be doing. So if you wanted to see the plants grow, like, this is the time. Like, just watch it on the corner of the screen or something while I'm doing something over here. As you can see, these, like, twitch awkwardly and not really grow properly. I don't know why they jitter like that. This game is weird. Right, so anyways, let's get another large platform, organize this garbage a little bit. I could have probably used a large platform down here as well, so I'll jostle these around a little bit at some point and see if I can make something that looks a little bit better. Right, so throw this over here. Alright, so what we're trying to do is make it so the auto arms can reach both of these hydrangeas. And we need to have the spew flower seeds, so let's get those ones set up. The number is slowly growing. I think we're up to like 6 of them now. So eventually they'll fill in the whole thing here, maze at the base. I can show you the rest of the base at some point here if you want. Let me finish off what I'm doing here, and we can look around the base real quick if you haven't seen the rest of it yet. But I'm quite happy with how the base turned out. I just wish it looked a little bit more colorful. I like the shape of the base. It's got a really sick ramp, but goddamn, it's just gray and then dark gray. I just don't know what to do. I have other colors available. Do I paint it pink? Is that bad? Are the colors gonna clash? Like, what kind of motif do I go for? Do I try to, like, draw like amoguses on the walls or something? I just don't know how to make it look good, so I've just settled for what I do best, which is just make everything flat and smooth. 69 shades of gray. It's basically 2 shades of gray. I don't I guess there's white in this game, which is technically a shade of gray, so we might be able to get like 3 tops. Alright, so I'm setting it to the thing we want, which is Noxethane, I believe is the best one. I hope it is, because I've been going all in on Noxethane here. Okay, so can all the auto arms reach all of these things? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, okay, they can. And then we have the output arm, which is going to be grabbing a different fuel type. We are not making squasholine anymore. Squasholine is out. Let me just take all the crap off the care package here. Oh my god, they sent me leveling blocks. That would have been useful like half an hour ago. What am I supposed to do with a narrow mod? Why are they sending me a narrow mod? I have these already. I guess I'm going to shred them. Alright, so let's see here. How many of these do we have? I think I got rid of the one that was on my terrain tool a second ago. We have exactly 8, so I can just drop them on the sides like this, and then fill up the canister with the new type of fuel. So let me actually turn this system on. So these get turned on. Activate these, and then these ones. Which are not picking anything up. Are these... Wait, did these plant? Why are you not picking anything up? I know you can reach these. They're not powered. I'm a dumbass. That's why they're not doing anything. That's... One of these things is going to eventually have power if I randomly connect them all together. Give it a second, chat. Is this your card? I need to get this arm to be able to reach all of this. I don't know why I'm using these horrible, like, platforms for the called ranges. You don't have to use the event platforms. You can just use regular ones, which have power sockets on them. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. We got everything all linked together. I drew my name somewhere. I did overwrite that. Like, I painted over that. It used to be over there, but I got rid of it. Sorry, anybody who liked how I drew my name on that one stream. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? A random Amogus would bring the aesthetic together. Okay, hello, Nebgul. How you doing? How's my? Let's see. How do I deliver this to make Nebgul immediately leave? How's my favorite streamer, content creator, and influencer, Nebgul? Everybody should totally check that guy out. He generates some great content. Really wholesome streamer. Just shout outs to Nebgul. There we go. Alright, he's leaving now. Yep, there we go. Good, we got rid of him. We did it. We defeated him. I think I missed one. I think there was something else you told us not to call you, but I'm pretty sure I got all the big ones. Oh, hello, Neb. I hope the rest of your games and/or solo runs went reasonably well. Alright, so why is this not doing anything?
I heard Nebgul, my favorite streamer, content creator, and influencer, was here.
Why are these arms not doing anything? Chat, help. What did I do wrong? Okay, I didn't do anything wrong. This game is just bugged and doesn't work correctly. Okay, let's see if I missed any chat messages while I wait to see if this is running properly. Put this here. Oh god, stop. Stop. Stop! Oh no, what have I done? Hold on, I can't read chat yet. These are supposed to go in here. Okay, there we go. Alright, how are things going? Let's see, I drew my name, something about the Amoguses. Maybe we'll draw an Amogus on the wall. I don't know how hard it is to do that. Maybe we'll give that a try. I think I probably have the colors on the color palette to do that. So we can have an art stream in Astroneer. You watched all of the last Astroneer VOD. Okay. I'm glad you're enjoying this. I guess the last one was fairly good because it got derailed. Like, the whole stream, I just ended up getting distracted by other content and didn't, like, even do what I was intending to do the whole time. And maybe not every Astroneer VOD is a banger, but I definitely liked how the last one turned out. This one, we're actually doing the farming content that I was supposed to do the first time around.
Okay, I am very confused as to what this game is. What the heck?
Okay, so this game it's like a cross between like Satisfactory, Minecraft, and like That's it, actually. It's a cross between those two games. I guess you're supposed to, like, explore the planets and stuff. Or to be clear, that's how I'm playing it. It's not actually a cross between those two games. This is a baby game for, like, 8-year-olds. That's really easy, but it also has, like, automation stuff in it. So if you actually want to play this game in a way that's interesting, it has, like rails and auto arms and a bunch of, like, automation circuitry-related stuff in it. And that's basically what I've been doing for the last like 7 or 8 streams, is just like pushing the limits of what the like science part of this game can do, rather than the baby game aspect of it, which I've already finished pretty much. But like, I mean, it's a fun game. The game has its problems. It's buggy. It has a really terrible camera, but it is quite a fun game. Speaking of the game being buggy, why is nothing happening right now? Because all of the seeds are gone. I'm going to, I think, need to turn off one of these arms and increase the number of these. Okay, this is not the game being buggy, this is just me being bad. I'm going to have to look into that. So we'll come back to that in a moment. Let me grab a few more to start off the farm again. I think I'm consuming the seeds faster than I'm producing them, which I was hoping wouldn't happen, but what are you gonna do? Let's slap down a few more of those. And I'll turn this back on once I have like maybe 9 or 10 of them in here. This is not the Cosmic Ocean, believe it or not. It's definitely not as imbalanced. Though it still can kill you randomly if you don't know what you're doing. Generally speaking, you spend your time on the planets in this game and not out in space taking infinite fall damage and getting hit by UFOs. It's a better experience for everyone. Why is there a... did I put that there? Why is there a random ass storage sensor on top of this silo? I don't even know when that got there. Or when I did that. Alright, well anyways, while we wait for a second for stuff to happen, I'm gonna run away so that nothing happens because they go outside of the draw distance, or not the draw distance, but the simulation distance. So whoever it was that was curious about my base, or I don't even know if you were curious about my base, you just said you liked it. Here's more or less what the rest of the base looks like. We're eventually going to finish this storage system. I don't know if that'll be this stream or if I do it in the future, but we will finish this storage system at some point. It's going to have every resource that isn't like an intermediate product, and it's going to look really sick. And we'll actually have titanium in this slot, and it won't just be empty because I refuse to go to Glacio and set up an auto extractor. Here's the crafting section and or the storage for random garbage. Here's the marbles. Don't look at them for too long. They are evil apparently. I don't know. The lore says that they're dangerous. I'm not convinced. Here's where all the vehicles are, including the parking garage and the big shredder rover. Here's the batteries. Here's the Apollo 11 Eagle lander. No base is complete without one. This is where I feed my snails. Here's the ramp. Because, I mean, why would you not have a ramp and a giant basement with nothing in it? This is where eventually the factory is going to be. So, like, this whole area that I carved out, like, 4 streams ago. I did it off stream, but, like, between a couple streams a while ago, I carved this out. This is where the factory is going to go. For, like, all the chemistry lab and furnace-related stuff. Just have not gotten around to it because they dropped this farming update. And then there's just a big smoothed out area where I was digging up soil because I needed it for something. I don't remember what. I'm sure it was important at the time. And that's most of the base. And there's a ramp going up to the gateway here. Oh, and the gateway has 2 large solar arrays on top of it, which are producing like 300 units of power. So this base pretty much never runs out of power. Making all that flash sounds painful. It was extremely painful. This is why I didn't stream it. Because it was just me fighting with the camera for like 4 hours trying to create that room underground. It's much better on the surface where the camera isn't constantly fighting you. When you're on the surface, the camera is only fighting you like 40% of the time. But underground, it's fighting you like 90% of the time. So I've decided that stuff like that is just not something I want to stream. Because when you're trying to do anything on the ceiling in this game, this is what you look at. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, did you want to smooth the ceiling? Here, have your Astroneer occupying literally half of your screen. Dead center, blocking your view. So you gotta like zoom it out like this, and then you move up a little bit, and the camera pans back up again. It's absolutely terrible. The camera is literally the final boss of this video game, and nobody can convince me otherwise. How's this going? Oh god. Alright, these are... I'm gonna let these grow for a little bit longer. First person update. I feel like there's one person on the dev team for this game that stubbornly refuses to add a first person camera because they have this like terrible design philosophy that like this is the only way that it can be done and they can make this work, and that the camera like makes this game special or something, and it's like, no, it fucking doesn't. Add a first person camera, for the love of God. Like, this is terrible. Nobody enjoys this. I want to have both cameras. Third person camera is great for what I'm doing right now, but the second I go into these caves, I want to switch to first person, so my camera just doesn't get stuck on random garbage when I'm moving around the level. It's absolutely ridiculous. Why is this just sitting here? Who did that? Who put that there? Cat, who did that? Why is there a random seed there? Alright, anyways, I just did the brief base tour, so again, hopefully whoever wanted to see that was here. Let's see, so what do we need to do next? I need to get the Astronium out of the pit. This side specifically produces it at random, and we do want to collect it, because it's shiny and I can actually do things with it. Speaking of Astronium, actually, there is something I wanted to do with this. I want to check out the mini smelter that they added. And I don't have an Astronium farm, so I pretty much have none of the stuff available to me. So let me fill up a storage and bring it all over. And we should be able to do some trading with this and see what the new portable smelter is like. This stuff isn't terribly difficult to get from the core, but I just haven't bothered to do it. I'm lazy. Right, we got a couple more over here. I'm just trying to finagle it out of this pit without grabbing the wrong items. There we go. Pick up the storage. Doesn't even have a thick bod. One of the skins has some pretty thick ass hips. Like one of the models I used to use before I switched to the lab coat one definitely had some like childbearing thighs. So I mean, you could look at that booty. There's definitely a booty. So we can go look at that one again real quick. And let's see, which one was it? It's the... Which one is it? Am I stupid? It's the arid suit. Here we are. Here's the thick ass thighs. Like this one's got some thighs right here. You know, we can run this one for a little bit, just for the fans, for the only fans. You see the thick ass booty. But for whatever reason, this one just looks like this, and this is the one I happen to be using for a while. Oh, hey, Jess. I do have a new chair. I mean, here's the thing about the new chair. It's not a gaming chair, so I can't, like, pretend that I'm going to actually be any better at playing video games, because you specifically have to get a gaming chair to be better at video games. So, unfortunately, the one I got here is just a quality of life improvement, but I'm still going to be dog shit at Spelunky, so there's not much else to be said for it. I'm happy with it right now, though. It's way better than the piece of plywood with a towel that I was basically sitting on. Like, I wasn't actually sitting on a piece of plywood with a towel, but it more or less felt like that with the old chair. Like, the foam was just absolutely destroyed. Portable smelting furnace. Here we are. Alright, I want to check this item out to see what this is like, because I couldn't find one for some reason. So next time I go out, we're going to probably find like 7 of these, now that I've spent all my precious Astronium on it. Let me store the rest of them just on this storage rack, I guess. So I'm seeing if I missed anything else. Now fall into some leaves. Okay, just for you. Just because you asked. Oh god, there's a lot going on right now. Hold on. I need to fall into some leaves. Give me a second. Here it is. I just jumped into some slime. I tell you, it doesn't look like leaves. Like, I know that there's like leaf particles coming off of it, but they're holographic leaves, and it just looks like I'm jumping in a pile of slime. Like, this one did not work out the way they wanted it to. Squelch. Alright, anyways, what do we got here? Terrapin with the raid. Hello, everyone. What were you up to? Were you also playing Spelunky, or were you up to something else? What are all you people doing these days? Pokemon Black and White. That is decidedly not Spelunky. Were you doing like just regular regular ass Pokemans? Were you doing like one of the what do the kids call them? One of the Nuzlockes or whatever? I don't know, like the hard version where your Pokemon like a permadeath or something. You came into Leaf Sludge. You picked just the right time to show up, that's for sure. Let's see. You found out where Neb went after you DC'd from his lobby. Yeah, Neb went over here, and I think I immediately like made him upset by calling him like a content creator. Which I knew was going to happen. It was a risk I took. Ironmon, is that what they call it now? I don't even know what they call it anymore. Regular play. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know a whole lot about the newer Pokemon games. The oldest, or I guess the newest Pokemon game I played was like Gold Silver. Like on the Game Boy or Game Boy Advance, whichever one it was on. Like I've never played a Pokemon game after that. Like I know they've been hit or miss. I don't know which ones were actually like the good ones. I don't know if Black and White was one of the good ones, but my Pokemon experience stopped a long time ago. Because I just never had like the console that was required to play any of the newer games. Or what was I doing? I was getting the portable smelter, that's what I was doing. So I hope you were having a good time. Is Black and White 2 just a remake, or is it like actually different? Stop at Gen 2 and you're at Gen 9 in a month. Lots of games missed. Yep, I've missed a little bit, haven't I? I think this is just a one-slot smelter. This is something, by the way, anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, this is something they added in the latest update here. I think it's just a single-slot smelter, and based on the things I've seen on Reddit, it doesn't work sometimes. So we'll see if we get lucky with it. Let me just plug it into something and just see if it works, like from the get-go. Where does it create the output, actually? What does it do? Where does it drop the output product? Or is it just going to drop on the floor? Okay, it just pops into existence. I mean, it works. So, honestly, this could actually be really useful because the normal smelter is this big and takes up a large amount of space, and then this is like a tiny baby smelter for babies, and this might actually like fit a lot of space. The smelter you could put it is a smelter you can put in your body. I could stick it on my backpack and I'm pretty sure it could smelt stuff from there. Like, I don't see the like any terribly useful applications for this other than compacting like my smelting arrangements when I'm actually smelting all these metals. Because rarely do I ever find myself out on the field wishing I could smelt something. But it looks like it does work in your backpack. It is in fact a portable smelter. It's not a mini smelter. So I'm going to keep in mind that we have this now, and maybe this will have some interesting applications in the future. Or maybe it just won't work. Have I seen any Dome Keeper? I don't know what that is, so I'm going to go ahead and say no to that. I don't know what a Dome Keeper is. Is this Pokemon related? Or is this like another indie game or something? Nice mushrooms. Let's see, what was I doing? I was checking out the smelter. Alright, we're back over here. So how many of these do we have now? Do I want to maybe turn on like one of these? Okay, it's another indie game. I've literally never heard of this one, like not even the name. I mean, is it something you think I'd like? New wacky indie game? I keep my dome to myself. That is true. I do keep my dome to myself, but I don't think that's the type of dome we're talking about. Just waiting for these to finish here. I'm waiting for these to all replant, and then I'm going to turn on one of these auto arms again and have it grab a couple seeds out of the pit. I just want to make sure there's enough of a population down here that I don't run out again, like what happened last time. So I just need to like pack them in really densely. Okay, hopefully that's enough. So let's go ahead and turn this back on. It'll do that. One of the arms will grab it. It'll get put in here eventually. I don't know why these are so finicky. Take the fuel, slap it in here, and this will be more than enough to finish off the event, but I'm going to keep sending things after the event, like rewards are finished, because they kind of send you like care packages full of random garbage, some of which isn't garbage, though everything here is, and I'm going to shred these. And I don't know, maybe they could send you like little mini RTGs or something, so it's usually worth continuing to do the event. And I mean, what would be the point of all the work I just did if I didn't at least continue producing stuff for the remainder of the event while I'm streaming the game? Just put all that away. You could play it at some point because you're addicted. I mean, can you like give me a rundown of what it is first? Because I mean, I'm very picky about the games I play. So like, is it something interesting? There's a lot of great games out there that I don't like, and it's not that I don't like the games because I think they're bad. It's just that I am very finicky about the genres of video games that I play. I'm a picky individual. Let's go ahead and grab this. Could have told you just stream that game for 24 hours. Do you know what the game is, Severin? Have you seen it? The roguelike? Okay, well, that's a start. I'm intrigued now. Okay, you dig to get resources, you upgrade yourself and your dome because it's also tower defense. Okay, we're shouting out Jess. Wait, who did that? Okay, that was Severin. I can see who did that in the mod actions. Okay, I guess we're shouting out Jess now. Congrats, Jess, you did it. You got a shout out. I keep forgetting there's a command for that now, and it's not even as good as the one that Nightbot has, because it doesn't say like what game the person was playing or anything else. It's so janky too. It's literally shout out exclamation mark was given to Jessia Bebb. It's like not even a complete sentence. It's just like the test like text that they had for it. They just like shipped that in the final release. If you're not following, yeah, it does do that, doesn't it? It shows a thing on the top prompting a follow. Well, everyone follow Jessia Bebb for some Dome Keeper. If I catch that at some point, I'll check it out and I'll see what it's like. That already sounds like reasonably interesting, but I definitely want to see someone play it before I like jump on it. Alright, I'm getting very distracted right here. So here's what we're going to do, chat. We've done a little bit of farming work, so let's go to another planet. Let's do the other parts of this game. A bunch of people have raided that may not know anything about this game. It is more than what you've seen me doing this whole time. So let me feed the snails. If you don't know what I mean by feed the snails, these little shits in my inventory here basically give me buffs. I mean, I'm trying to interact with it. They give you buffs. You can pet them. They do this animation. It's kind of adorable, but also extremely pointless. And I have a whole bunch of them in my inventory because, I mean, they're actually useful. You just have to give them seeds every now and then, so it gives you an incentive to actually farm things in this game, which is definitely nice. So I'm just going to grab the ones that I want for a little adventure, and I think we're going to go to Glacio and set up the auto extractor that I've been meaning to do for like a century now. So I could finally get a supply of titanium. So let me grab the usual tools. This here. Okay, I think we got everything I need. You could stream it tonight. I don't know when I'm going to bed tonight. I'm still trying desperately to like stabilize my schedule again, so I've been getting tired at like old people hours, like 8 p.m. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if I start falling asleep on stream or if I end up staying up till like 1 a.m. and just ruin it again. Remember, it's my fault, chat, not yours. Like, I'm not gonna be upset if I stream for 7 hours and then blame chat for keeping me up. Like, I'm the one who has no self-control here. Maybe you can start nagging me to go to bed in like 4 hours or something if I'm still streaming for some reason. Anyways, we're going to Glacia. And I don't think we're going to use the flying machine this time. We'll mess around with the flying machines later. When I say flying machines, I mean these rovers over here, which you can't see through this bloom, but these things can fly. Like 2 of them can. We'll go flying on those at least once during the stream, but that's not what we're doing right now. I'm going to use the rocket, and I'm going to set up an auto extractor on another planet so that we can get some titanium. So let's see, what do we have here? There's an auto extractor. I think I actually brought one to Glacio and left it there, but I'm going to bring a second one just in case. And I don't know what else I need. I think I do have a lot of supplies there already, so I probably just need some rails. And then I want to grab my silo of random garbage as well, because it has a lot of packages on it, so it's useful. So put that there. Let me go get some rails real quick. I'm slowly like alternating between chat and playing the video game, so I'm learning about what Jess has been playing. And we'll just grab this rail post bundle, that should work. Okay, it's resource collecting. It's super simple. There's only 3 elements. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't mind if it was complex, but no. What else do you do in the game? Oh, that's where the Jasper Queen went. I was looking for this last stream. I found this on a different planet, and I couldn't figure out where I put it. Hold on, we need to add this to the chessboard. No, we already have a queen, but just put it with the collection. Okay, there's no room for it. It's going on the floor. Yeah, we do need to get the rest of the chess pieces. I know which planet the blue ones are on, I just haven't gone out of my way to get them yet. Alright, I think we have everything we need. If we don't, we can always just come back. Let me grab some hydrazine for the rocket, and then we'll be on our way. Alright, so this is how you're supposed to fly between planets. Sometimes I go entire streams without actually using these shuttles, but this is what you're supposed to do when you want to go to another planet. It's kind of weird. Triangle, square, and circle. Okay. Everyone's favorite elements of the rainbow. I am lagging right now. Let me reduce the terrain quality. That'll improve the frame rate for the stream a little bit. Alright, so we want to go to Glacio, because that's where I'm getting my titanium from. Also, the sky is all fucked up right now because I interacted with like a funny object, and it just created this particle effect in the sky, which as far as I'm aware doesn't do anything else except make the sky look like that, but oh well, I don't know if I don't know how to get rid of it, so it's just stuck like that. Sometimes you find big square. Ooh, big square. Tell me more. I did bring an auto extractor over here. Okay, I wasn't sure. Anyways, so we're gonna slap this here. We may not need too many rails. I'll go ahead and bring this as well. I'll go ahead and reset the iron one, since for some reason you have to pick these up and place them down every now and then. This game is 90% functional, and the rest of it feels like it's just bugs that make things actually work. Never seen Rainbow Sky. Yeah, I interacted with an object they added in the latest update. You can't tell through the solar flare that we're looking at, but it's visible from everywhere. There's like a weird rainbow in the sky. Alright, so you have a drill. What is the camera doing? Hold on, I can't read chat right now. I need to fix the camera. I need to make it so chat can actually see what I'm doing right now. Oh my god. This is why we need a first-person camera, devs. This is terrible. I have to fight with it to get it to point in the right direction. Come on. Okay, there we go. I guess I put a train station here for some reason before I decided I wasn't going to do this anymore. Alright, so you have a drill, a jetpack, and a strength stat. There's different domes. Okay, you can upgrade them. Okay, so that's the tower defense aspect of it. I'll have to watch you play it, I think, but it does sound interesting, like, based on the vague description I've received so far. Alright, how good is this deposit? Okay, this is a juicy deposit, so this will last a while before I have to come back here and, like, replant this thing. Recall failed. Get used to seeing that. Anyone who's wondering, whenever you see that recall failed prompt, that is, like, showing up from Calidor, my home planet, like, through the void of space, because this video game is a video game with features and bugs in it. And for some reason, that's just one of the bugs. So you'll get used to that. Pretty color palettes. Is it like a really colorful, like simple graphic style for the game? Because honestly, I can't even blame devs for doing that. It's easier than making like gritty, realistic graphics, and it honestly looks completely fine. Alright, so let's see here. We're going to need to set up a couple of things here. I don't remember how to use these rail stations because I was not doing this. I could just do the same thing I usually do with the rail cars, automatically sending themselves back and forth. So I need to get a storage sensor. Hopefully I have one sitting on the ground, otherwise we're going to have to make one somehow. There's a site pylon right there. I kind of want that. Just bring this bad boy back. Alright, let's go back up to the surface. I'm taking my hand off the mouse, so close your eyes if you don't like the bad camera. I'll tell you when it's over. That train automation was broken with rail stations. They apparently fixed a lot of the issues that had, so I'm going to give it another try. I put that rail station there before I realized that the train system sucked with rail stations, and they have since created some updates. Okay, you can open your eyes again, by the way. It wasn't actually that bad. So hopefully they did something with that to make it not terrible. People have likened it to Dig Dug, if I know what that is. I do know what that is, if you can believe it. That was before my time, but like my dad showed me that game at one point, so I did like play Dig Dug. It is a video game. It is a very old like arcade video game. I mean, honestly, Dig Dug is kind of like Spelunky. Like, just think of the fucking moon challenge. Anyone who's played Spelunky before, like, Dig Dug is basically the moon challenge, except with enemies in it that aren't bats. But it's like the same, like, general, like, movement style, like a 2D, like, movement with, like, you can dig horizontally and downward. I forget if you can dig up, or if you can just traverse upward. I think you can also dig upward. Don't remember. But that's the gist of it. And apparently, whatever Jess is doing is also, like, Dig Dug. Imagine if my camera had a health bar in this game and hitting it on things damaged. My camera would be dead right now. We'd be looking at a black screen if the game worked like that. Do I have any storage sensors sitting around this base? No, but we do have a trade platform, so can I get the things for a storage sensor? You know, this will be faster if I just go back home and get one real quick. There's a little bit of interplanetary travel. No platforming because you have a jetpack. In Dig Dug, I think you could more or less fly. I think you basically moved up and down through your tunnels as though you were just flying. God, it's been a long ass time since I played that. It was on a floppy disk. I think it was a port for like PC, if I recall correctly, on a floppy disk. Imagine using floppy disks. Those were the days. I'm pretty sure that's how I played it. I know I played it. I'm pretty damn sure I played it on a fucking like Windows 98. I don't miss Windows 98. Anyways, we're back here to grab a storage sensor. I don't think I needed anything else. We'll find out what I needed later. But for now, we're going to assume that this is all I needed. Storage sensor, maybe a couple auto arms actually. Yeah, I'm going to smelt it on site. We do want auto arms, so I'm glad I didn't just take off immediately. Let's grab a couple more things. Alright, medium platform, auto arm. We could dick around with the small furnace that I just made instead of bringing one of the big ones, but now we'll dick around with the small furnaces here. I don't know how they work exactly, and I don't want to scuff everything by trying something new and failing miserably. So the moral of the story is never try. So we're gonna go with what we know. What is this? Is this the auto extractor I brought home? Yeah, okay, we didn't need this one, so I'll leave it back at the base. We'll be using it for something else later. Alright, we should have everything we need. You used to have games with like 40 to 60. Didn't disk drives exist by the time we got to like needing that many floppies for things? Like you would have like 5 or 6 floppies, I think, for like a fairly big game or application, but I'm pretty sure they invented disk drives around the time that you started needing more than like 10 floppies. So that became a thing that was not required anymore. Never try, your motto. That's the spirit. Like, why risk failure when you can just do something that you know works? Because failure feels bad, but having things work correctly doesn't feel bad. There's a weird period where they weren't common. So you went the route of just taking the 50 floppies. Yeah, are you older than me? Like, I was a youngin' at that time, so my dad was making the decisions for like what hardware we had, and we did get a disk drive at some point. I don't think we had 50 floppies for anything that we did. So that's what I vaguely recall. I don't know, I was like 8 years old or something, I don't know. Like ages like 8 to 12 or something, around that range was when I think we did the swap to disk drives. So around Windows 98. Yeah, there was definitely a Wild West. I vaguely recall like a Wild West era of just various technologies for like data. Like there was one for DVDs, I think, and there was also something for like floppies and disk drives where it wasn't terribly consistent, they weren't terribly common. And eventually we settled on CDs, and now those are basically gone. People just download things at this point. Like, who has a CD for games anymore, honestly? I mean, I know somebody in chat is immediately going to be like, oh, I do. But like, this, besides you, hypothetical chat member, who still uses discs for something, like, do you just download things at this point? Like, maybe you get cartridges for like certain consoles, but aka the Switch, which still uses cartridges for some reason, I think. Or was that the Wii U that used cartridges? No, Wii U used discs. Switch uses cartridges, right? But you can also just download games for the Switch. I think it's something like that. And anyways, what I'm doing here, by the way, is setting up the other end of the extractor for the train. So I'm calling the train over. Hopefully the correct one comes over here. We're going to put a storage sensor on it to automate its movement. And it should just go back and forth on its own. Will it stop at the logistics depot, or do I have to do that? I probably am going to have to actually call the train to a different spot. Do I have any junctions sitting around? Install some games via DVD. I guess they started using like DVDs specifically as opposed to CD-ROMs. I don't know. I basically was already downloading games on Steam at that point, so I stopped getting physical copies of anything. Yeah, Switch. Okay, yeah, Switch is the ones that have the cartridges that you're supposed to lick them, right, and taste like the bitter that they put on it. Like that's a rite of passage for Switch gamers. I think that's how that works. Or maybe you're supposed to not do that, and that's why they put a bitterant on it. I don't know, it's very confusing sometimes. I mean, they give us temptations like this. Okay, the train finally showed up. This is what I was waiting for. So to automate this train, we're going to slap a medium storage on, or no, a storage sensor on it, just somewhere on the side. And we're going to have full or empty be the trigger, and it's just going to target itself. And the other thing I need to do is make sure that this train actually goes where it's supposed to. So yeah, I was looking for a medium... Or not a medium. I keep saying medium for some. I was looking for a junction. I'm just going to use this one. And just... Will it let me place it here, or do I need to screw up all my rails to do this? I'm going to have to screw up my rails to do this, aren't I? This is gonna carve a hole in the ground and make a mess. Ew. Alright, well, let's just bite the bullet and let it happen. Alright, that one goes there. And we pick it up and place it. And those are connected now. And as long as I leave it like this, the train should just go over here, where I can set it up for smelting. I don't know if I like this now that I think about it. Whatever, I can move this off stream if I don't like it. Let's just roll with it for now. Let's move forward with the project. Where's that site pylon that I had? Did I bring that back up? Here it is. Alright, so these site pylons are useful as like an endpoint for your rail system. That's, I think, the only thing I ever use them for. Gamers when they see a cartridge. Hold on, I have to click on this to see what this is. Is this somebody who licked the cartridge and is just like making that face afterward? Is that what that emote is? Like, I don't have a Switch, but I guarantee if I ever have one for any reason, I'm absolutely going to taste the cartridges. Like, I feel like I have to do that at some point in my life, or else I won't feel complete. Let me just fill this in. I'm assuming that's what that is. You can resell Switch physicals. That's true, actually. I guess you can't, like, trade the digital copies of anything, can you? There's a decent argument for doing that. Look at you using the noggin. I mean, I suppose I would basically never, like, resell a game. So that's just me, though. That's just how I am. Do I have a... Did I bring a medium silo? I think I did. Sorry, I have a lot going on here right now. It's hard to read chat and focus at the same time. It's okay, though. I need to get better at it, so don't stop chatting. I need to learn how to be a proper functional streamer. This is what I need to do. I need to turn this around. Slap an auto arm here. Actually, I could just... Hold on, Brain Blast. I don't need the medium platform at all. I can just do this. Set this to input mode. Alright, so the auto arm is going to grab titanium off of the train when it arrives at this endpoint here, which I'm going to call it to now. So yeah, it'll grab the 4 titanium, it'll place them in the smelting furnace, and then when the smelter is done, it'll drop them in this resource canister here. That actually works really well. If I have everything lined up properly, this will be really convenient. And then I can come over here every now and then and just pick up this resource canister and get my titanium from that. That's tentatively what I'm trying to do here. Alright, so what I'm going to do then is go down there and make sure the other end of the system is good to go. And then we should have automated titanium. Hello, Adam. You don't know what the context is, but it seems really appropriate. I'm not sure why else anyone would make that face. That is the face you make when you tasted something really bitter. I don't know why you have that email. I don't know who that is. Let's see. Katie Cole 19. I don't think I've ever seen her. I don't know if she streams. Actually, no, I have seen it. I think I have seen a couple of these emails, though it might have been you who was using them. Alright, anyways, so the train is going to get called into the station over here, or rather, stop. Turn around. Alright, so the train is going to go into the station here. Then this auto extractor, which I should have turned on earlier, would have filled up the station. So it would get 4 items immediately, and then it will automatically get sent back over here. So I guess we just kind of wait for that to happen for a second. So while that's going on, let me open the compass and see if Usagi finds anything shiny. Let's put that train there so it gets sent away at the same time. Actually, no, let's not do that. I would rather ride this train myself, so I'll deliberately take it off the rail. Alright, I'm looking at the compass right now to see if Usagi sees anything nearby. Usagi is the snail that will show, like, rare items on your compass. So I'm just taking a quick peek around to see if there's anything useful in this cave. We're waiting for 4 titanium to get mined out of the ground by the auto extractor. Because if I mine it myself, it's gone forever, but if the auto extractor mines it, it just magically replenishes if I pick it up and place it on the ground again. I still don't know if that's a bug or not, but it's infinite. So of course I'm going to abuse it. Because it would suck if I had to go find a new deposit every single time I did something. Usagi is not finding anything, which hopefully means there's nothing here, or Usagi's not going to get fed today. Nice try, plant. I was not even close to you. Sorry for the jump scare. Anyone who didn't know what those do, they explode. Snail, yeah, I've got these dumb little snails that are really hard to click on sometimes. Yeah, these things. And they do stuff. They have buffs. There's 7 of them. You do a slightly different quest to get each one. I mean, it's basically just gather specific resources and then like listen to clown music for 5 minutes and then you get the snail. And it does things and shows stuff on your compass in this case, except there doesn't seem to be anything nearby, so I'm mostly just disappointed. Let's see how the titanium is doing. You watched your stream and got a gifted sub. Was this like a Sleepy Peach situation? I'm disappointed I haven't gotten a second gift sub for Sleepy Peach. I actually idled in that stream to see if I could get another one so I could keep using Sleepy L and Nebgul's chat, and I didn't get one. I'm kind of sad. Maybe I have to actually engage with chat now to get one. Or heaven forbid, get it myself. Spend actual money. Ridiculous. Alright, why has nothing happened here? Because I probably didn't set this to a proper loading mode. Load stopped cars. Stop mode. I could disable stop because the train is going to stop here anyways. We're so mean. Wait, what happened? What did I do? What was mean? What, are we mean to a Sleepy Peach? Or I'm confused. Like, look, if there's a channel that gets so many gift subs that you can just accidentally get one by looking at the channel for 5 minutes, I don't feel like that streamer is like getting scammed or anything. Like, clearly everybody who's a regular got a gift sub already. And I'm just here for the extras. Like, nobody suffers for this. And then I get to... Or are you talking about using it in Nebgul's chat, right? Yeah, that's the thing I said afterward. Yeah, that's probably what you said is mean. Yeah, you know, yeah, I realize... I think I know what the problem is now. I'm sorry. Look, Nebgul brings out the worst in us for some reason. I don't know why. He's such a cool guy. I feel like a bad person now. He'll be okay. He likes it. He secretly likes it. And I don't think anybody's like legitimately toxic in Nebgul's chat. I hope not. I hope nobody's actually being legitimately toxic, because that's not fun. But I like the Sleepy L emote. Oh, this is annoying. Oh my god, I'm stuck in traffic right now, chat. The game won't let me get any closer than this. I can't, like, tailgate this thing. It just keeps stopping me until it moves out of the way. I'm not pressing any buttons. Like, this is just what the game is doing on its own. I'm literally stuck behind a slow driver right now. Get out of the road, Pull over. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. It's automatically honking at this and everything at the same time. I'm not doing this. My hands are off the keyboard. I'm hydrating right now. It's automatically honking. Oh my god. These old people. Why do they still have a license? Alright, so we didn't end up needing this. I'm just going to leave these here for now. I might come redo this rail infrastructure later, but I don't really need to go down there anymore, so I can just sort of automate this part of it. Alright, so then the next thing that we're supposed to do here is automatically pick these off. And it doesn't work because the auto arm has decided to put them in the resource canister. This is why we can't have nice things. Thank you, game. Thank you, Dubs, for not letting us put target pins on the auto arm. So I need to turn this around. Thank you for the hydrate. Now I feel justified in what I've done. My illegal hydrate. Alright, so this is unfortunately what I have to do instead. Not the end of the world. I'll get over it. Oops. I did not want to pick that up at all, actually. Wanted to grab the cable plug. Put it there. We'll lock this, and we'll do this. We need to set it up just so the arm can only reach the smelter, but can't reach any of the other outputs. So let me move this over just a tad more. Okay, it can't reach the canister, so that should work. I need to hydrate again. I probably do. Here's another one. That's the stuff. Alright, now we have automated titanium smelting, so it's going to take a little while for this thing to fill up, but it will eventually do so. This is a little bit in the way. Let me move it over a bit. So I'll connect it like this. This feels... No, will I? Nah, I don't want to create cycles. That probably lowers the frame rate knowing this game. Okay, that's good enough. So we have automated titanium. It'll take it a little while to get a filled canister. So I'm thinking, what else can I do in the meantime while I wait for that? I didn't end up needing these rail posts. I'm just going to put them on top of the silo here. Was there anything I wanted to do on Glacio, or should I go to a different planet? Why is this sinking into the ground? Stop that. Don't sink into the ground. Don't do that. Let's see, these were on one of the trains. So I could take home some of this iron, but I don't have an extra storage canister. I probably should have brought two. I was not paying attention, honestly, when I came over here. Now let's just go back into space and go somewhere else. Maybe we can go on a joyride in the flying machine right now. So first of all, let's drop the rocket back off in Calidor, which is this planet, my home planet. I don't know if I like the sky being all like psychedelic like this. I don't know how to make it stop doing this. Maybe I have to interact with the thing more. Why do I have a landing pad here? Oh, this is the one that... Okay, we're gonna check this one out real quick. This is the one that generates with the level. Let me see if anything generated on this, because sometimes some cool stuff is here. Okay, what do we got? We got a gravity globe. These are basically useless, but we do have it, I guess. I just land here and steal all the things and leave. Basically what I'm doing right now. Just take everything that I see. Ooh, that's a cool one. Yeah, let's take this home. I didn't know this was here because it wasn't until recently they made it so you could land rockets on these. So I just kind of didn't know this is the spot where it was located. Power cells are garbage. Don't care about any of this junk. Battery, don't care. I could just grab the battery, I guess. I could use it later. I don't see anything else here. I was hoping I could find like another portable smelter, but nothing else of value. Does Usagi see anything? Usagi sees something. No, Usagi's just pointing me to this object. This object right here. Yeah, I don't think there's anything useful here. Alright, back in the rocket. Is this game still open to anyone joining? I mean, I'm offline on Steam, so presumably not. And I hope you are responsible enough not to just join on your own, because this is a solo game. I don't want like anyone on my friends list joining this. Like if anybody just like randomly joins this off my friends list somehow, I will unfriend you. Like this is a solo playthrough. I don't want other people like coming into this. Like I would make it clear if I actually intended to co-op a game like this with anyone. I would assume you'd do that. I don't know, because you started making weird faces. Like you got a Kappa on that message there, and everyone knows Kappa means you're up to no good. Why did I just go back to Glacia? Whatever. Let's just waste more fuel. My brain turned off for a second there. I was trying to go back to my home base. And then we're gonna get in the flying machine. Maybe go look for chess pieces or something. That could be exciting. So where we were actually supposed to be going here is the other landing pad at my home base, which is this one. Oh, Sag is what you meant. Okay, I understand. Now, that's an easy typo. Anybody could have made that mistake. They're basically indistinguishable from each other. Alright, I'm going to put the gravity globe on the floor, and we're just going to find out if it ever disappears on its own for some reason, because that seems like something that would probably happen. Alright, take the spoils. With this thing, I need to bring a couple more storage canisters, so let me go grab those now before I forget, which I guarantee I will. Luckily, we have a surplus of these. I don't remember why I have so many of these. I guess I've been swapping them out for large canisters, so I have a lot of extra ones now. Alright, so put these here. Good. We have some extra power infrastructure that I may or may not ever use. It's going on the floor over here. I'm not even going to connect it to my base because I don't need to. That's just how much power I have. And the snails are going to get hungry again in a little bit, so I need to top them off. Put the rails away. We didn't end up using these. I'm giving them specific seeds because the buff lasts for longer depending on which seed you give them. Like I basically have 30 minutes per seed, and you can store one on top of the snail, and then they also have one that they just ate. So you pretty much get an hour of each buff if you do it correctly. Otherwise, it's only like 20 minutes. So I recommend giving them the thing that it says is their favorite seed. It's worth doing. All right. So anyways, flying machine. Let's go on a wacky adventure. So first part of the wacky adventure is something not very wacky, which is I need to make more packagers. So let me do that real quick. Oh, I also have a work light. I don't know where I've been putting work lights, so it's going to go on the ground like everything else. It's all falling apart, Chad. I used to have a really nice looking base. It's a mess again. It's a dump. Alright, anyways, we need graphite for packagers. And I'll just use the backpack printer for that. Cool game, thank you. Just drop that right on the floor. That's where I wanted it. I just accidentally made power cells. Why can't I fucking unlearn this recipe? These are worthless. There's another recipe that uses graphite. And that one is the one that we want. There we go. Right, these, I'm not even going to use these. These are going in the shredder. I know you can trade for packagers. I just don't want to deal with the trade platform. I should probably just trade for the damn packagers. Like, even the devs knew how often people need these, so there's just a trade option just to get packagers specifically. You don't even have to craft them yourself. Let me put this canister away. Alright, so the flying machine. Anybody who was worried that you were going to see me do more farming, well, don't worry. We're doing something completely different instead. Let's see if we can find more chess pieces. Alright, so let's use the winch rover, because this one's my favorite. This is the OG, the classic. Featuring stuff I forgot to unload after the last stream. So let me take these off real quick. I just got more of these cauldron plant things just in case I needed them. So I'll just leave them here for now. I'll take care of it later. Just make the base a bigger mess. See if anybody can stop me. Alright, so in order to make your very own flying machine to go between planets in this game, all you need is a winch, a rover, a couple of peripherals, and a lot of training, because it is extremely difficult to control the flying machine that I'm about to construct. But you don't have to use shuttles to go between planets in this game. You can also just do this. So I'm putting the winch in a very specific spot on the undercarriage of this rover. I'm right about... That should work right there. Okay, that should be a good spot. So now we have a winch attached to the rover, pulling on the rover, and if you've ever looked at like a video of somebody doing this, it usually results in them spiraling helplessly out of control and getting lost in space, and then the clip ends, and you have to surmise that they probably died canonically. But you can actually control these if you know what you're doing, and I know what I'm doing. So we're going to actually go somewhere specifically with this rover. So let me grab some more hydrazine for my own jetpack. Depending on what I'm doing out there, I might want some hydrazine for something. I usually try to keep a couple extras on this silo that I just carry around everywhere. Convenience silo. We got some packages. We do have Usagi, which we're going to be using. And we're going to go to Novus. Now you might be thinking, okay, go to Novus, so you just go look up at the sky and you see where the planets are. Well, I mean, assuming if it wasn't impossible to see anything here, you'd be able to see the planets, but that's not where the planets are. In this video game engine, the planets that you see orbiting, like the one that you're standing on, are all fake. They're not in a flat disk. They're actually here in this organization. So I'm on Calidor right now, which is this lovely desert planet down here. And all the other planets are invisible, mostly. There's some things that render on them because the devs didn't fix that, apparently. And we want to go to Novus, which is the one that's over here. So if I fly in this direction into the void of space, I will suddenly just switch focus to Novus over here. So that's what we're going to be doing. And we're on this side of Calidor, right here. This is the gateway that I'm at, is located on this side of Calidor. So what I want to be doing, pretty much, is I need to look... Oops, sorry. I need to look northwest from where I'm standing, which would be this direction right here. And I just need to take off straight northwest and just go into space, and I will wind up on Novus by doing that. So, hopefully that made some sense. Let's put this away, and let's go do it and see if I don't screw it up. Hold on, I'm just fixing tabs. Yeah, there's a 3D model right now. You remember the MS Paint? The MS Paint diagram, not only was it terrible, it was also wrong. I had 2 of the planets in the wrong spot. Oh yeah, the sun. We can go to the sun first, and then we'll go to Novus. So, do I need anything else? I'm going to actually bring the resource canisters. We could stop by Glacio on the way back and pick up our titanium. So let me put these on my rover real quick. I don't think there was anything else I needed, so we should be good to go here. So we will stop by the sun, and then we'll make our way to Novus after that. So anyways, this rover basically is being pulled forward by the winch at all times. Troll science. And somehow that results in a net gain in speed. So pretty much I have a rover that is accelerating forward. That's it. That's the thrust mechanism. It does it on the ground, it does it in the air. So if I just press forward here, and let's just take off into the air, it'll just keep going. And I have to steer it now. And this is the part that's difficult. The camera is fighting me, and the game is also fighting me, like the physics engine for the rover. So it is quite difficult to actually steer these damn things, but we'll try our best. So we're going to go to Novus first, and then when we take off from Novus, remind me to try to fly to the sun. I can't do it from where I am right now, just due to where the sphere of influence is for all these planets. Oh, that's the space elevator over there, by the way. But I should be heading northwest. You can vaguely see it on the compass. And if I keep going in this direction, I will hopefully get to Novus. So let's see if I did this right. Become Icarus? Well, that's a bad thing, right? We don't want to... Things didn't turn out too well for that guy, if I understand the lore correctly. But we will go to the sun, and hopefully nothing will become of it. There's Novus. So just like that. That's how you go between planets with a rover instead of a rocket. And you don't have to use a winch. You can also use hydrazine thrusters for this. The problem is you need to have like auto arms feeding the hydrazine thrusters to get it to actually go anywhere, because it'll run out of fuel within like 2 seconds of you taking off with it. So if you can deal with a winch rover, which essentially just accelerates at all times and is incredibly difficult to control, you can use that instead of a hydrazine rover, which is also incredibly difficult to control, but you can turn the thrust on and off. Also, by the way, every frame that I'm not pulling the camera down, it does this. So I let go of my mouse, I pull it down, I let go of my mouse, it goes back up again. This game's camera is the final boss of the video game. And what we're doing right now is we're turning around and we're going to do some litho braking here to stop on Novus gracefully. And then from there, we're looking for chess pieces and any other curiosities that happen to generate on the surface of the planet. So I try to do one of these joyrides like once or twice a stream because I think they're interesting, and I've still never seen anybody else make a rover that can do this. Like, it was through trial and error that I figured out that this particular arrangement of winch and rover is actually controllable and doesn't result in you just tumbling off into the void of space and getting killed by the space kraken. Because anyone who's played Kerbal Space Program, this game also has a space kraken. If you go too far out into the abyss, it eventually deletes your rover and kills you. Which I'm pretty sure is not by design. Is there a gravity globe on every single one of these? I don't even know if I care, honestly. I mean, I guess I can take them. They're really compact if you put packagers on them, but I don't even know if I care about these gravity globes. I have like 4 of them already. Like, for anyone who's wondering what they do, they're basically just kind of crusty land vehicles. Like, they're kind of cool, I guess, but they don't really do anything useful as far as I can tell. Like, you just move around, and I think they provide oxygen. That's about it. I don't even know if they provide oxygen, honestly. Do I think the devs will ever patch? I'm assuming that's not supposed to be the end of that sentence there, but I'm going to say no to whatever it was you were going to say. Because that's been the trend so far for most of the problems with this game. And I'm looking around to see if there's any other goodies here that I want to steal. I don't really care about these power sources, so I'm just going to leave them here. Don't want that. Work lights. Don't think there's anything useful here. I have not found a single portable smelter. I've had to trade for the only one that I have right now, which is kind of disappointing. Will they ever patch Space Rover? They would have to patch the winches, I think, which they have... If you look at the description for the winch, you could see it over there. Even they know that the winches don't work correctly, but they left them in anyways, which leads me to believe they've kind of embraced the chaos of the winch, so hopefully they will not actually change this. Because I don't want them to fix this. This is the thing that, like, doesn't intrude upon regular gameplay. It's not an issue like the camera. There's no reason for them to go out of their way to change the winches. So I do genuinely hope that they're not going to touch that. Because I like it the way it is. So what we're doing right now is looking for chess pieces. Now you might be thinking, but Cosine, why are we looking for chess pieces? This has nothing to do with farming. And the answer is because it's a collectible object. And as a video gamer playing a video game, I am obligated to collect the collectible object in the video game. So that is what we're going to be doing for a little while here, while we screw around with the rover. So hopefully this is like just kind of soothing to watch. Nothing terribly action-packed is going to be happening except me yelling occasionally when the rover flips over when I didn't want it to. Which it is trying to do right now. And we're going to see if we can fill out the chessboard. Because Usagi is showing us on the compass where these things are buried in the ground right now. So I'm not actually moving around at random. I'm looking at the compass to see if I spot one of the indicators. And ideally we stay in biomes that are actually easy to drive on in the rover instead of where I am right now. So hopefully I can get out of these terrible, god-awful mountains and actually go to a smooth biome where it'll be easier to find things. So I'm just looking at the compass and trying to stay upright. Are the devs working? Yeah, they have updated this game very recently. They are still working on it actively. It gets updates occasionally with new content, which is definitely nice. The new content is hit or miss, but the latest few updates have been fairly good. Like, they added the snails, they added the rails. I hate how those two words rhyme because I keep saying it like it sounds like a Minecraft update. The snails and rails update. And then they added the farming stuff that I was doing earlier in the stream. So, like, they've been doing stuff. What is Usagi pointing me towards here? Am I getting pointed back towards this thing? Usagi, come on, I already looted this. There's nothing here. Is there something down here? No, Usagi is pointing me towards this specific debris object and then this landing platform over here. So, nothing to be found. Faster rovers would be nice. I don't know, I mean, they could make the rovers faster, but like, I have a faster rover right here. That winch is still pulling my rover forward right now, and faster rover just results in it being harder to control and ramping off of stuff a little bit more readily. So, I mean, I think they just need to make it easier to traverse these planets. Like, the problem is, there is a hovercraft in this game. I think it's called the VTOL or whatever, the vertical takeoff, landing, whatever thing. But it sucks ass because it's super fucking slow and doesn't have very much storage on it, so pretty much nobody uses it because you can't actually do anything useful with it. Like, it just has almost no storage, it uses tons of fuel, it is just not a very good vehicle in general, is the problem with that thing. Like, it exists, they acknowledge the problem of not having a proper flying machine for flying on the surfaces of planets, but their solution to it was terrible. That's kind of the issue with it. So this is what I choose to do instead, because despite how difficult this thing is to control, look at how much storage I have on this thing. And storage is like always the pain point of this video game. Is like there's too much crap in this game and not enough stuff to like carry any of it. You like racing. I mean, you could set up a rover like this if you like racing. What do you mean you don't play the game properly? I don't think I play this game properly either, and there's nothing wrong with that. Playing this game properly is boring. I would have beaten it by now and moved on to streaming something else. Like, I think this is the interesting part of the game, is the weird stuff I'm doing. Not necessarily collecting chess pieces on a planet, like in the middle of nowhere, but just like the interesting factory stuff that I've been doing. Like, I feel like that's where this game shines. The rest of the game kind of sucks. But once you've gotten, like, end-game equipment, it's not tedious to accomplish anything. Like, building cool creations, I think, is really where the game shines. Next time I find a gravity globe, can I put a snail in? I've done that already. The snails just kind of move in random directions with the gravity globes, and more or less just get lost if you don't pay attention to them, which may or may not be what you actually want with the snails. It's kind of fun to watch. If you remind me, I could do it again when I get back to the home base, but we're not going to do it here, because it will just take off somewhere, and I'll have to go catch it, which would be funny, but not what I want to deal with right now. Unless you were like trying to set me up as if I didn't know what that did already. Now you want to see it? I'll do it at some point. Try to remind me. Don't let me forget to go fly into the sun on my way back home. Usagi is finding a lot of chess pieces underground. I wonder if I should go run around on foot for a little while and see if I could find any. I do believe I made a tunnel that goes underground over here, so let me do that. We'll leave the rover parked for a bit. We have plenty of snail food. I have 1, 2, 3 inventory spaces open. We could probably sacrifice the soil canister. We need princess. We definitely need those snails. We don't really need best of far. Okay, we have like, I think, 4 or 5 storage. Yeah, we have 5 storage slots open and then 1 in my hand. Let's go see if I can find some chess pieces down here. They do generate underground as well. Wait. What? What do snails do? They all do different stuff. I mean, I could try to, like, list off all the things they do. Wait, why are some of these above me? Are there also snails above the ground here that I missed? Or not snails, chess pieces? Hold on, let's get the ones up here first. They give you buffs. Basically, the snails are, for the most part, better versions of stuff that, like, you could get with other equipment. Okay, one of the prompts is this solar array right here, which I am using to power this base. Or I was using it. It disconnected itself from the base at some point. When did this disconnect from the base? What is with this game? Hold on, I need to fix this. I don't know when this got disconnected. But yeah, they all give you like little buffs. It is essentially what the snails do. Like, one of them gives you power, one of them gives you invincibility to everything except running out of oxygen, stuff like that. Which, I mean, this game is so piss easy, honestly. The invincibility snail isn't really that good as far as things go. It's a convenience because you just don't have to worry about dying to fall damage anymore. I'm trying to pull this thing, by the way, closer to the rail post so that I can connect to the power outlet. And you move these things with a winch, because winches are unholy beings that can pull anything of any size as long as the game like allows it to be a physics object. So there we go, we just put that in a better spot. Alright, so Usagi was a bust there. Didn't find anything I wanted. Except, actually no, Usagi did find something. There's a pond over here in the dirt. This game feels similar to Animal Crossing. I mean, I guess, for what I'm doing right now, I am going around collecting bugs, or whatever it is you do in Animal Crossing. I mean, that's not really what you do in this game. This is just specifically what I have chosen to do at this particular point in time, in the hopes that I maybe find something interesting while I'm underground. Alright, there's one more chess piece over here that I missed. Yeah, without Usagi, I wouldn't even be able to find, like, this one, for instance, because I think this one is actually buried in the dirt a little bit. There it is. Yeah, I wouldn't have even been able to see this one. So, Usagi is actually doing useful stuff. What's the largest object? Well, the largest object is the core of the planets. The largest object you can move is probably one of the wreckages. Some of the wreckages on the surface are just extremely big, and they do move if you dig them out. So odds are that would be the correct answer for largest object, to be one of those wrecks. Let me top up all the snails right now before I take off, just in case I spend longer down there than I intended to. So I have an extra batch of seeds just for the occasion. I'll just put that one there. What if I collected them all? What, collected the largest objects? I mean, I've collected some of them already. I already said I towed... I didn't actually say this during this stream. I towed one of these solar arrays from Silva to Calidor using the space elevator. We have not seen the space elevator yet. There is a space elevator between two of these planets. You'll keep seeing like YouTube videos or posts on Reddit or like streamers say it's not possible to build a space elevator because there's a build limit. And there is a build limit. But that doesn't stop you from making a space elevator, so stick around and I can show you that later, because I did it in survival mode, on stream, in this playthrough. So, it is very much doable. It just takes 6 hours to do it. You just have to be a little bit creative with how you solve your problems when you build it, because it doesn't make it easy. Alright, so again, I'm looking for these little Usagi, like, snail prompts. So for instance here, we have a floating chest piece that I, for some reason, have to dig out of the ground even though it's floating. Those are what I'm looking for right now. I'm also looking for any, like, abandoned backpacks or other, like, trinkets that might be just sitting on the ground. And sometimes you'll find a bunch of stuff in these caves. Though this is not a very good cave. It has a low ceiling. It's very difficult to control the camera in here. But hopefully we'll find something interesting and not just more chess pieces. I'm kind of winging it here, so like I can't guarantee anything interesting is going to happen. I didn't like spawn a bunch of diamond blocks beforehand so that I could discover them on stream. Like I'm going blind here, just hoping I find something, because I don't know what's down here. You were gone for 2 months. I think it's been a longer time span than that they've been adding this stuff. But like, I mean, they have been decently productive about adding content to this game, like I said. Like, I'm quite happy with the rate of additional content. I just wish that they would go back and fix some of the bugs in the game, because there are still a lot of game-breaking issues, which I've been mostly working around, so you haven't had to deal with a lot of them. But things like the save file becoming unusable if it gets too big, like, there's a lot of things they could improve here. The chess pieces are cosmetic. Again, I'm just collecting them because I'm a stupid gamer and I just want to have collectibles. Yeah, I guess I'm a super builder for this game. Not really. There are some super builders who make like really impressive stuff in this game, but the vast majority of the people I see play this game just kind of don't really get into the interesting content of the game. They just kind of they play through it. They do the thing where the game says you win and shows you the credits, and then they just stop playing it. And I'm just like, that is really not the interesting part of this game. The interesting part is like exploring all the different features it has to offer, not just the ones that it shoves in your face and tells you to finish. So these chess pieces, for instance, is this terribly interesting? No, not really, but it's a nice change of pace to have a reason to go to a planet that sucks, aka Novus, and actually do something on that planet, because otherwise you would normally never go here except to get lithium. How many slots do I have? I have 1 more slot, and then I can carry an additional item. So 2 more. Alright, we got 1 over there. And I'm trying my best to fight the camera here and like dodge the ceiling, but every time I go next to a ceiling like this, for instance, the camera is going to do this shit. And then when I move back out, the camera is not going to immediately zoom back out, it's going to do it slowly. So what you're going to see me doing a lot is every time the camera does this, I will rotate it away and immediately pan it back out so that you can actually see what I'm doing. Because, my god, it is hell to deal with this thing sometimes. Really wish the devs would just spend a patch, like, adding quality of life stuff. Fix the camera, fix the crafting menus. Then go back to adding, like, snails and stuff to the game. But I would love a QOL update. Maybe someday. But not anytime soon, apparently, because they haven't really said anything about doing that. Alright, I'm looking, there's a snail right there. I think it's above me a little bit. It's probably in this wall. Let me just start digging. Yep, there it is. Thank you, Usagi. We have a full inventory now, so I need to go back up. So I'm going to go to that cluster of beacons over there, and that should get me to the ramp that I used to get down here to begin with. Is there a mod? This game doesn't really have mods. If you believe me, if there was a mod to fix the camera, I would be using it right now. This game does have mods, but they're very unofficial mods with, like, really sketchy support for them. Like, I think a handful of people have delved into it, but for the most part, there isn't really a modding community built around this game. So it's very hard to get mods that can do anything, and I don't even know how consistently they work. Like, I don't even know if it's updated for this version of the game, and I don't know how sketchy they are. Like, what you have to install to get them to run. It's not like Spelunky, where, like, half of the people who play the game these days just use the mods. It's definitely, like, much more low profile. I'm trying to avoid having to dig through walls here to get back, because I'm holding something right now, but we might have to start digging if I can't find a path back to the ramp. I do wish there was a mod to fix the camera, but I also just wish the devs would fix the damn camera, so we don't need a mod for that. But we'll see if that ever happens. Can I fit through this little glory hole? Please? Come on. Oh my god. Fine, game, I'll dig. But, like, this is a situation that a first-person camera would fix right now. I would, like, if I just had a first-person camera right now, we'd be good to go. We would not have to deal with this clusterfuck of visual noise. I really wish there was a first-person camera in this game, devs. Like, come on now. This would be so much better if it had one. Alright, where's the ramp? I'm underneath the gateway right now, but I don't know where the ramp is. My rocket is directly above me. I am extremely tempted to just dig a hole in the ceiling. And just hope I don't pop up underneath something I built earlier. Come on, where is it? I don't know where the ramp is. Alright, we're digging. Up we go. Don't roll down. Don't roll down. Stop. Stop. Good. Stop! Good. Again, I'm juggling items because I literally don't have an inventory slot for this stupid... Oh my god, this stupid bishop. Get up here. But you can hold an item on your, like, cursor, so to speak, as, like, an additional slot. It's like, don't starve. Alright, this is where we wound up. I was on the wrong side of the gateway. Where was the ramp? It was on the... Okay, it was on the western, sort of southwest-ish of where I was. Oh, knowledge for the future. Alright, unfortunately didn't actually find anything except more chest pieces down there. And I don't think I want to explore those caves anymore, so let's do a little bit more dicking around on the surface and then see how close we are to finishing off the chessboard. I don't know which pieces we were missing earlier. Yeah, don't starve or don't starve together. I guess both games have the same camera system. Now, let's see if Usagi can find us more presence on the surface so we don't have to do that anymore. Ah, there's one. I don't know how I didn't spot these when I came here originally. Like, this one's not even buried. We got a queen. What do we have right now? We have at least 2 knights. 2 bishops. At least 1 rook. I think just 1 rook. A handful of pawns. We have a queen. I don't know if we have a king. Alright, so we tentatively want a king, a rook, and a bunch of pawns. Though, I mean, it's basically RNG which ones I actually find. But that's what we were hoping to find here. So let's just kind of take off. I'm surprised that the winch hasn't kind of fucked itself up by now. Like, the winch over time will sort of deteriorate in its connection with the rover. I think it's a floating point issue, so it'll become a little harder to control over time. And the winch has been reasonably well behaved. We have a second queen. Okay. So we'll see if that becomes a problem. Also, I have a snail that is making me invincible to these plants, so that's why you see me just literally not giving a shit right now as I run past them. It doesn't matter. The snail just makes it literally impossible for me to die to that. Which trivializes, like, one of the only dangers in this game besides the fall damage. The fall damage is ultimately the biggest killer in this game. Like you accidentally fall in a hole in a cave, or more likely your camera like jerks backwards, you go in the wrong direction, and then you fall in a hole in a cave that you couldn't see because the camera was looking at your ass, and then you die. Like that's the fall damage experience. Is that a functional solar or wind turbine? I didn't even know this could generate. That is a fully functioning XL wind turbine. I might actually bring that back to the base for power. I did not even know the game could generate these not broken. That's kind of broken. Like if you just find this somewhere, like at the beginning of your playthrough, like you're set to go on power. I did not know that this could happen. Let me dig it out. Okay, the rover looks like it's going to hold still for a bit. I don't have a slot for it, so I'm just going to take this back home manually. Yeah, it's kind of dumb. I wonder if you could find large solar arrays that are also fully functional, and I assume you can. Why am I not on the hoverboard? What am I doing? It's kind of nice. I mean, getting power in this game has never been terribly difficult to begin with, so I suppose it's not too broken. I don't think I've checked any of this. Let me look here real quick to see if there's any surprises. Actually, it does look like I've looted this. There's just like 2 batteries. I might have looted this one already. Either way, there's nothing useful there. Oh, Captain. Okay, this is one I built on this planet already, but I just got another one for free. Suckers. Alright, well, let me place it in an aesthetically pleasing spot. Unfortunately, I have to place it close to the other one. There's not much to be done about that. As long as they're not touching each other, I'll feel fine. Literally, I could put these on the same spot and it wouldn't matter. They could intersect each other. There's no realism in this game. That should be good, though. Alright, there we go. Well, we have 2 of those now. Not what I was expecting to find. All those little boop noises, by the way, are things like disappearing and appearing on the compass. And I'm keeping an eye out for the ones that I actually care about. Like the one over there. Not this one, though. I'm actually going to check this. There might be something in here. I don't know if they added new items to the spawn table for these things. Alright, it's really hard to see, but we appear to have a thruster, a packager. Okay, I'll take that. And there's usually a 3rd item that I can't see right now. It's a piece of like zinc or titanium or something. Like, I know I need titanium, but I don't need it right now. I also grab this research item. These are worth some bytes. And my rover's over there. I'm just kind of going along the way, picking up anything cool that I see. Any cool garbage I find on the floor. There's a pond. We do need these. Don't know why I'm having so much trouble finding ponds. Alright, since I wedged my rover into a barrier, it didn't just like fly off without me. You can see it jittering around. It really wants to go. It's raring to go right now. Alright, so what else have we got? Hopefully I don't have to go into any caves again. I'm having trouble finding ponds because you a Soap King. I'm not entirely sure if I get it. I guess it's because it's got king in it and chess has kings. And you could probably construct a fairly good joke out of that. Did I like already scavenge this like ravine, or not ravine, this basin here? Because I don't see any more Usagi indicators that aren't in the caves underneath. For anyone wondering why I'm ignoring some of these indicators, it's hard to see this, but the ones that have like a little white line, yeah, there you go, there's a good angle. That indicates that they're below you. So those are in the cave system under me, and I don't want to dig down there again and have to fight the camera for another like 10 minutes. So I'm not really bothering to go down there. If I could just get what I want on the surface, it's not really worth it. See if this wreckage has anything. I still have not found a single portable smelter on any of these wrecks, which is kind of upsetting. Like, I generated this playthrough before they added the portable smelters, but this game usually will retroactively add things to chunks that you haven't explored yet. So in theory, I should be able to find it. You're all pawns for King Cosine. That's kind of demeaning. I don't know if I like that. I think I have more respect for my chat than that. At least most of chat. There's a couple people I would definitely call pawns, but I think I like most of you. I think you deserve better than that. You can all at least be like rooks or something. The rooks are decent pieces. They're pretty strong. Or bishops. I don't know. Bishops are kind of bad, honestly. Why are there no more pieces like anywhere here? You're a pawn? Well, I mean, I didn't call you a pawn, Jess. Like Happy Side said that. I'm saying you're not pawns. I feel like this is kind of demeaning. Like pawns are just the lowliest pieces. Like that's insulting. Oh, here we go. The winch is causing the rover to start rotating without me telling it to. I need to retension it. Let me go land it real quick. It's getting even harder to control than usual, and our rear wheels are on the ground now. We're in the sand trap, so that's as good a time as any to retension the winch. Good controls. What in the world is happening? Oh, did you just step back in? Yeah, that's right. I guess you don't watch this game much because of the fucking motion sickness. Jess is the queen. Oh, that's so wholesome. But yeah, I'm using a flying machine. I'm doing about what you would expect me to do with this video game, which is not playing it correctly at all. So I just have a rover that flies by abusing the physics engine. I wish this game did not induce so much damn motion sickness. The bad camera doesn't help, but I think like on top of that, it's already a game where you tend to whip your camera around a lot, and it's gonna do that. It's gonna fuck some people up, and there's not much to be done about that. I'm trying to currently drag my winch out of the dirt without digging the terrain, because digging terrain increases your save file size, and increasing your save file size makes it take longer to save every time you get in a vehicle, because this is a modern video game in 2022 that does not have auto saves. It only saves when you get in a vehicle or when you exit the main menu. Those are the only two times that it saves. There is no fucking autosave in this video game, which is astonishing to me. And making your save file size bigger essentially just means that your game just takes longer every time you want to ride something, and it eventually becomes unplayable. If you're on console, it actually does legit become unplayable after a while. On PC, I think it will take a really like shitty save file to become unplayable, but I would rather just not have to deal with that at all. I just want my saves to be fast. What is this? Okay, there's a link. The fire and the flames. What is this a TF2 item? Why are you linking this? Okay, this is from Brutal Orchestra. Yep, these are Captain's favorite characters from Brutal Orchestra, I think, because we had 2 emotes for that. I think we have 1 now. 1 Hickory emote. Like, I can't pass judgment on Brutal Orchestra because I don't know anything about the game. Like, I saw a little bit of it. It doesn't look like a game I wanted to play, but it didn't seem like a bad game or anything. I just don't understand it at all. You're fucked up. Nah, I know people who have motion sickness for stuff like this. There's nothing wrong with you that causes that. It's just a thing that unfortunately happens for some games, for some people. It's inconsistent. I wish it wasn't a fucking thing, but it is what it is. I'm trying to get the rover to flip over, by the way. Come on. Okay, that's good enough. Hopefully it won't roll back over. Alright, now we need to retension the winch. Let me get this out of the way for a second. Yeah, I'm glad you, Merc, that you're enjoying watching the car just flail around. 1 for sale at 5. Oh, I didn't even read the price. Is Captain selling that or something? Is that what's going on? Because I think Captain is the only person in the world that has ever played Brutal Orchestra, so is that what's happening right now? Well, anybody who wanted that card, go for it. There we go. Wait, was I right? Hold on, I'm clicking on it again. Does it tell you who's selling these? I don't know how to tell. I don't know, maybe I have to log in or something. It's opening up in my browser. I have no idea. I'm gonna assume Captain is selling that for $500. Well, Chad, if you want them, get it while it's hot. Go for only $500. Why buy a Nintendo Switch when you could just buy a trading card on Steam instead? Alright, get that compass back up. So I think we're almost done looking for chess pieces here. Well, I'll go back even if I don't find all the ones that we wanted after a moment. I don't want to do this for the whole stream. I just wanted to take a break from building the farm. and do something different and have an excuse to show off the flying machine, which I have accomplished. And on the way back, we do need to fly to the sun to show that it exists, and it is in fact not very hot in this game because it doesn't do anything. By the way, I'm just flying to a completely different side of the planet because I think I scoured that entire area. I'm on land. And let's see, what else did I need to do? Oh, I need to go to Glacio to pick up the titanium, which is the other thing we were waiting for. Captain's is better than those. I don't know, honestly, I thought the art on the card was... That's the original artwork, isn't it? I mean, Captain didn't draw that. Well, I'm not going to say Captain's art was bad, but ultimately I think the original ones looked better. They should. They're the original artwork. Captain just kind of sketched them again in Microsoft Paint. Or not, maybe not Paint, it had transparency, so I assume he was using actually competent software. I wonder if there could be anything in here. I don't know what I'm saying at this point. I'm saying both drawings were good, but the original ones are better, is what I'm saying. What do we got in here? By the way, this like, whoever was asking earlier, like, what the biggest objects in the game are, it's these things. Like, the wreckages like this are the largest objects. There's an auto arm in here. I forgot that could even happen. And a couple gas canisters I don't want. And a packager. And a scrap that I don't care about. Let's take the packager and the auto arm. And I guess I'll grab the research item while I'm at it. I already soiled the terrain here, so the save file size is already bigger. Damage has been done. The data structure I think they use for terrain deformation is a quad tree, and if you know anything about data structures, that pretty much means if I fucked up a small area here, it doesn't really do any harm to make it slightly bigger. Quad trees are good at storing sparse clumps of data, and that's essentially what these terrain deformations are being stored as, if I understand it correctly. Plus 5 gigabytes? Nah, hopefully not. I don't think it'll be quite that bad. Alright, is this the other gateway, the one that doesn't have a base on it? Because I don't think I've explored here yet. Okay, good. Yeah, this is the other gateway. Really? How did I get my wheels wedged in the terrain? I was barely even falling. Asshole plant, stop. Whatever, I'll just... Fine. I'm unhinged. I'm digging up the terrain. I don't want to deal with this. They're shooting at me. As if they can do anything. I need to detach this from my Astroneer. There we go. And get back in the rover. Alright, are there any chess pieces over here? There we go, finally, I found one. Plus 10. Yep, there's no going back now. Okay, I see it in the ground. There's a pawn right there. I'm looking on the compass to see if I spot any more. No, not really. Oh, hey, there's the shadows. We investigated this on the last stream. The shadows flicking over the surface of the planet. For anybody who's wondering, I did a little more research into that because I found some more details on it. It's actually the site pylons on Glacio specifically, which I don't know where Glacio is in the sky right now, other than probably over here. I think in this general area where I'm circling my cursor, but there is a shadow being cast off of an object on the planet that is over here. For some reason, that specific object has an infinite shadow casting distance, because this game was programmed by monkeys, and that just that one object is capable of doing that. So you can actually see shadows from site pylons. Yet he casts through interstellar space onto the surface of other planets. I mean, we're all monkeys, but I don't understand some of the things they did in this video game, and like why it is the way it is. Like, why do those have infinite shadow casting distance, and then why are they still rendering from this far away? Like, they're so small I basically can't spot them from here, especially not with this fucking band of light in the sky. I need to figure out how to turn that off. But there's just things that do that for some reason. You just see them from anywhere, even while the planet that they're on is invisible. Because as I showed earlier with that funny diagram, the planets are not, like, on a disk. They are in that weird, like... Basically, the vertices of an octahedron is the mathematically accurate way to describe where the planets are in this game. And there are things that you can just see at all times, even while the planets are not rendering. Just video game things. Alright, we found another pawn. I think we're about ready to go back home here. So I'll go grab a couple more chess pieces, and then we'll just take what we've got and head back home. And in the I could do like one more trip here in a future stream to get the ones we're missing. And then we'll have a complete chessboard, and then we could just do like streamer versus chat or something, where chat just calls out the move that they want to do, and I will just whatever the first chat messages I see with a chess move, I will just play that move, and we'll see if chat can beat me at chess. Spoilers, I'm not very good at chess, but we'll see if chat is any better. It'll be the chat versus streamer gameplay on Astroneer that nobody asked for. The kind of content you only get here. Pawn to b6, yeah, that kind of gameplay. That's definitely gonna get you a win. I'll have to remember whether the horizontal or vertical axis is the letters though, because I don't fucking remember. I don't know much about chess either. Pawn to e3. Is when's e3? How long do I have to wait before we can play that move? I see some more chess pieces. This game sounds like a mess of code held together by hopes and dreams. I think it is one of those video games. Like I think I've played games that are a worse amalgamation of code than this one. But this game is definitely like in the amalgamation of code territory, I think, for some of like the weird janky interactions that things have in this game. But it's not as bad as like Spelunky, for instance. Like Spelunky is a mess of code held together by hopes and dreams, like for sure. I think this game is a little bit more competently written than that. It's just a very different game with different problems. Like for all the bullshit and like physics issues that Spelunky has, we have like janky camera collision issues and rendering problems in this game. So like it's a different like, just a whole different batch of issues. I see another pawn. Let me just get back out and go look for it. I mean, I don't know if it's a pawn. I'm just assuming it is because it's a 50% chance to be a pawn. Or it might be an abandoned backpack. Oh, it's a backpack. Is there anything in it? Any free stuff? Okay, there's another corruption. A nipple, a floodlight, and some tethers that we're never going to use. So I don't know why I picked up the tethers. Gotta run the Tennyson Gambit Intercontinental Ballistic Missile variation. Is that like a chess opener? We got another nipple, some dynamite. I don't care about the hydrogen. I can get that anywhere. Hydrogen is orange in this game. And I guess they had to pick a color for it. I mean, real hydrogen is transparent, so they had to do something. So I don't know why I'm making fun of that specifically. Just shred the tethers later. Dynamite. I'm assuming you're doing like chess move memes, or like the Frenchman's cum sock, or like whatever other wacky like chess move you just, I don't know, like the top level chess is just like something completely, it's just on another plane of existence. Like you think all the like the onk skip terminology for Spelunky is confusing. I said Frenchman's cum sock. I didn't come up with that. I saw that on a video somewhere. I'm not gonna take credit for that, but it's like, oh, I see you played the Frenchman's cum sock, so look, that's going to be a mate in 3 moves. Sorry, loser. L plus ratio. Fucking chess. I don't understand. It's a real gambit. I don't even know what a gambit is. It's the word you say when you're playing chess. This is so goddamn weird. Alright, there's one in here somewhere, buried in all the lithium, I think. Get out of the way. Stupid spaghetti noodles. I need chess pieces. I'm trying to figure out where that is through my Spelunker's bum. Not Spelunker, what am I doing? God, I am doing nothing but talking about Spelunky, and I haven't even played that game on stream for like a week. 2 weeks almost. Alright, where is it? How big do I need to make my save file size to find this damn chess piece? How much damage do I need to do? Alright, it's in front of me. Is it here? There it is. Easy. It plus 2 seconds to save time. I hear about the chess player accused of using an anal vibrator to cheat. Regrettably, yes, I actually do know about that. And I just don't know what to think anymore. What does that even mean? I don't think there's anything more to read into than that. I think that pretty much sums it up. Some guy was like playing the chess champion, and the chess champion basically threw a temper tantrum in the middle of the tournament and quit, and said like in some different terms that the person he was fighting against was cheating. I don't know if he made the anal vibrator accusation or if the fucking internet like came up with that afterward, but there's some fucking chess drama happening apparently, and I'm just like, I can't imagine anything I care less about. But I mean, at least it's created a little bit of a meme, so I mean, it had something going for it. So you gotta know. Oh hey, there's the shadows again. You got to know your significant other because you're both in chess club, but you sucked. Being in chess club at sucking ass at chess was basically my experience in fucking middle school. Like, I was in the chess club, but I was dog shit at it. No, that was it. I was like, okay, whatever, this is kind of fun, I guess. I mean, nobody in the chess club was actually good, so it wasn't, like, miserable. Like, we were all terrible at it. But, like, nobody could think, like, multiple moves ahead and, like, anticipate, like, checkmates and stuff. And you would have situations where both players, like, didn't notice that there was that the king was in check for, like, 5 moves. And then we'd be like, oh shit. Oh fuck, we didn't even notice that. That king has been in check from that bishop for like 5 moves now, and it's like, well, that was chess. I don't think tournament rules allow that to happen. We definitely didn't know the names for any openers, and nobody knew what en passant was. Yeah, I didn't know what en passant was. Why do I know what that is now? I don't even remember, but I do know what it is now. It's a weird pawn move that the French came up with, I guess. Or I assume the French came up with it because it's French. Chess is so fucking weird. How did we even... Like, I was about to ask, how did we even get to discussing chess? But it occurs to me, I think I know exactly how we got to discussing chess. We kind of have a rover full of it right now. Where is my hydrazine? Where is my super suit? There it is. And those darn French people and their extra vowels. Why you gotta put so many vowels in your words? Why use many vowel when few vowel do trick? Why do I keep finding pieces? I keep saying I'm about to stop doing this, and then I find another indicator on the map, and I go look for it. Like, there's another one now. I need to go get it. This one might be the king. We might be done after this. Because I think we need just the king at this point, because I just found the second rook. At least their fries and their toast are good. That's true. Even though I'm not sure if the French invented either of those things, because I wouldn't even be surprised if it's like, yeah, French toast was actually invented in Belgium, and Belgium waffles were invented in France. Like, that just seems like the exact kind of thing that would actually be true. Because history is weird like that. I could stop at any time. I can. Look, I don't have a problem. Look, this is the last one, for real. I'm gonna stop right now. Watch me. It's a pawn. Whatever, we're still stopping. Maybe I have a king in that clusterfuck of chess pieces. Yeah, that indicator's underground. Okay, we're stopping for real. We're done. We're quitting. Alright, backpack. Let me unload all the garbage I have. Okay, so we need to go to the sun. No, not one more. Don't encourage me. Yeah, that indicator's underground. I would have absolutely gone for that if it was on the surface, but it's underground, so we're not going to actually go for it. We're actually done. So let's see here. I need to read this essay, and then I will go to the sun real quick, and then we'll go to Glacio. You sent a message about the shadows. Told them to look at the VOD. Turn it over to QA. You told them the Twitch handle, so if they try to contact me, that would be the way. I feel like we're taking this a little bit more seriously than we need to, but okay. But yeah, there was a slight correction for the VOD. Like, I made a highlight of the chess piece. Oh, hey, or the shadow thing. There it is again. You know what? I'm going to show something. I'm getting derailed here. I'm going to show something about the shadows. There was a slight, like, correction. It's not rail posts, it's the site pylons that cause those. Specifically, the site pylons do it. Not rail posts. That's the correction that I need to make about that. But, like, it's a minor bug on top of a more, like, important overlying issue. But we'll come back to that in a second here. So I need to land in this basin and figure out which gateway I'm at. And then we're going to try to go to Glacio, but we want to go to the sun along the way if we can pull that off. So let's see if we can accomplish that. Recall failed. That's Calidor, by the way. And anytime you see that, that's where Calidor is in the actual, like, game's coordinate system. Like, that's the stuff they need to be fixing, is the fact that my rails don't work if I'm too far away from them because of a bug. That's what I want them to fix. Alright, anyways, which gateway are we at? And I'll show you what I'm doing in a second here. So we're at Equator 1. We're on this gateway right now. So I have a notepad file that I'm not going to show you, and then I have a diagram that I am going to show you, chat, for anyone who's just stopping by or needs to see this anyways, because I needed to look at it. So we're at Gateway 1, and I'm looking at my notepad file to see where Gateway 1 is on the surface of Novus. Okay, it is on the equator of Novus on the side directed to De Solo. Okay, what that essentially means is Gateway 1 is... Why is that is not what I'm trying to interact with? Chrome? Come on, there we go. Okay, Gateway 1 is right here on the surface of Novus. So this is where we are right now. Update my Chrome. I will update my Chrome when I am forced to close it because it becomes unusable. Because Chrome updates every single goddamn time I turn it back on. It's like, oh hey, new update by the way. And I'm like, I don't want to close the 60 tabs I have open and have to wait for them all to load in again. And then have to pause every YouTube video. So, no, we're not doing that. Anyways, we are right here on Novus, this gateway. And what we want to do is go to Glacio, and we want to go to the sun. It's not 60 tabs, it's only like 20, but it's enough that I just don't want to deal with reopening Chrome and having to set everything up again. Thankfully, Chrome actually hibernates the tabs, so they're not doing anything in the background right now. It's the ones that are open and actually being used that accumulate like RAM usage and force me to restart Chrome after a while. So anyways, we want to go to Glacio, and we want to go to the sun. I'm thinking I'm going to go to Glacio first, and then I'm going to go to the sun after that, because I think that'll be easier. So what we want to do first is go to Glacio. And in order to do that, north is this line right here, east is this way. So we want to go off the eastern side of Novus, wrap around about 45 degrees, and then head towards Glacio, like that. So pretty much go east, like follow the curve of the planet a little bit for like an eighth of a circumference, and then head towards Glacio is what we should end up doing here. The French cumsock opener would play. I'm glad you like that. That fucking cracked me up. It was a YouTube video where I saw that. I don't remember what the video was, but it just fucking cracked me up because it just has like the perfect energy of just making up a shitty chess move and nobody understanding like what it actually means. The Frenchman's cumsock. Alright, so let's close this now. Hopefully my explanation of what I'm about to do here made sense. And I guess I didn't explain this explicitly, but the planets are invisible until I fly towards them. So you're not going to be able to see it until I do it correctly. It's not the French cumsock, it's specifically the Frenchman's cumsock is what like the term was for it. Alright, so I think we're all caught up. I need to reload my stream VOD real quick. Because as usual, Twitch is not updating their servers, and I am like 2 minutes behind my own stream with chat next to it. Alright, so let's execute the maneuver. So we run off tangent to the surface of the planet. Hey, I said tangent, it was an irrelevant context. The rover is slowly losing control right now, so I'm going to have to retension the winch on Glacio. And I think this is the direction that we need to go in, right here. If I screw this up, I have ways to salvage this, but I think this is the correct direction to be going in. This should get us to Glacio if I did this correctly. I might have overshot, actually. Yeah, I overshot. We need to go back this way here. Now let's just see what happens. Yeah, so the rover, by the way, is rolling on its own sometimes when I don't want it to, so I have to counteract that occasionally. Looks like it's stopped for the moment, so hopefully it'll chill out a bit. And if I do this for too long, I can sort of like figure out where I am and go back to the correct spot in a moment. Yeah, this is... Yeah, we overshot it. I need to be going back this way. There we go. Alright, is that Glacio? That's Glacio. Okay, yeah, we missed by a bit, but I got close enough. How am I doing this with a rover? Excellent question, chat member. So, while I try to steer myself towards that cube, which is actually Glacio, I have a winch in a research chamber centered on the front of my rover. The winch is attached to a very specific spot on the bottom of the rover, as indicated by this jittering. Let me make sure I'm going in the right direction. And what that is doing is the winch is pulling on the rover, but it's also attached to the rover, and this essentially just results in the winch pulling the rover forward at all times, like some troll science. And through trial and error, I independently discovered like the setup you need for a winch that allows you to do this. This is not a mod. You can do this in the base game. It only works if you're the host of your game. So if you were going to try this in a friend's server, you have to be the host. It does not work because winches don't do anything to your vehicle if you're a client. I just want to call that out right now. But essentially, I figured out how to do this through trial and error. And the research chamber is to center the winch on the front of the rover. That's what the research chamber is for. And this setup just happens to result in a rover that is almost, but not entirely, uncontrollable. And you can use that to fly between planets instead of using rockets, which allows you to do a few things that you normally would not be able to do, like tow, for instance, you can tow the vintage probes between planets, which I've done a couple times in this playthrough so far. So it opens up a lot of interesting possibilities for how to play this game. But it is extremely difficult to control, so good luck if you're going to try this for yourself. And again, it is not a mod. I am playing a completely vanilla survival playthrough right now. I have not turned on creative mode a single time under any circumstances in this playthrough. I have a separate creative save I've done a couple tests on, but everything here is as kosher as it gets. I need to turn around and slow down a bit. So we're going to Glacia right now to pick up some iron, and then we're going to try to fly by the sun real quick, just to see what happens. And then go back to the home base, and maybe finish off the farming project. Maybe I'll show off the space elevator while I'm at it. So I'm currently looking for my home base on Glacia, which I don't remember where it is, so I'm just going to kind of circle the planet until I find it. Have I landed on the sun? You cannot land on the sun. It's not solid. I'm going to show that when I get there. But first we need to stop by Glacia to pick up some iron. Oh, I did not want to touch that. We are losing control. Alright, let's land. Yeah, I got some links of wacky things I've done in this playthrough. There's a lot. I've been trying to push the limits of what you can actually do in survival mode in this game, and creative mode for that matter, because half of this shit is almost as difficult to do in creative mode. Like, survival tends to not be the limiting factor in a lot of the bullshit I've been doing. I need to ramp off of something, so I'm just taking this ramp, and then I'll turn around and try to go this way. Do winches have extra speed? Well, the winch is pulling the rover forward, so it gives the rover enough speed that I can just fly with it. Like, the rovers are already really floaty, like, with the way their physics works, and the winch is adding just enough, like, forward acceleration to the rover that it allows me to actually just take off with the rover, and then I can use the air controls to steer it upward and prevent it from just landing again. But, like, that's all the winch is doing. I am controlling the rover beyond that with immense difficulty as I try to fight the camera, and that's where I need to land, is down there. And the winch is just providing a little extra acceleration in the forward direction for the rover. I need to land again. Okay, good. Did we get stuck? No, we did not get stuck in the ground. Excellent. So let's see if we can get like a hole in 3. I've definitely had better landings than this one. I'm having trouble controlling it because the winch is getting a little feisty. I need to retension the winch, which essentially means just detach it and attach it again so that it starts cooperating again. Really? That got stuck in the terrain. Fall off the wall. I don't want to flip it over. Oh god, I fell out. There we go. Good driving. Yeah, this is kind of disgraceful, honestly. I usually do a better job than this of landing at what I'm aiming for. Hey, recall failed. Thank you, Calidor, for showing me those notifications across interplanetary space. I should make up fake terminologies. I mean, I call this thing a winch drive. That's a fake terminology. Or a winch reactor, I occasionally call it. But I mean, I think a winch drive, kind of like an EM drive, except it actually works, unlike an EM drive, which is science fiction. This is clearly a real technology that exists because I'm using it right now. Where the fuck is the... Okay, the gateway's over there. I think that's where I was aiming. Yeah, we don't have too much cosine speak here. I try to come up with names for things that kind of are just what the thing would normally be named. I don't just, like, make up wacky, weird names for stuff. So, I mean, this is a winch drive, as opposed to like hydrazine thrusters. You could call it a winch thruster, I guess, but it's not really producing thrust. It's just a reaction drive that just pulls it forward somehow, magically. Alright, so anyways, the point of coming here was we wanted to pick this up. So let me disable output, store a couple in this, and then grab the filled canister. I need to make sure it's specifically set to hold resources and not output them. Alright, and now we can bring an iron canister back home with us. How's the titanium doing, actually? That was the other thing I needed to pick up. Titanium looks to be full, so I think that joyride I went on that took, I think, like an hour and a half was enough time to accomplish what we set out to do here. So again, switch the output mode. I need to empty out this slot. Put that there, grab this one, and we're good to go. Alright, we have titanium now. Alright, so we want to go to the sun. And I guess, water bottle, if you wanted to see how I set up the winch, you're about to see it because I need to retension this one. So here's my trade secret. Here's the Krabby Patty secret formula. So if you stuck around, here's your prize. Get the compass out of the way. Yep, we did it. Chat, that's what you have to do to get iron and titanium in this game. It's that easy. Alright, so anyway, you flip your rover over with whatever methodology fits you best. I just use a second winch to do that. You set your camera angle to a very specific spot. It is very precise. If you do not do it precisely, your rover will be even harder to control than usual. And then you put the winch right about here is usually the spot I do it. The visual aid is that this bar kind of running through the bottom is what I use. I try to center it on that bar usually. And if you pull it further forward or back, that basically determines how hard the winch is pulling on the rover. Too far back, your rover just takes off and you basically can't control it. Too low and your rover doesn't fly at all. And this is the sweet spot that I discovered. It's right about here. You can get away with a little bit of leeway on this, but that should be good. That might be a little bit too tight, but I think we'll be able to make it work. Alright, so we're getting the rover. Now I'm going to fly to the sun, and we probably want to not be stuck inside of this site pylon. We also want to be in the sphere of influence of whatever planet is closest to the sun. So let me look at my diagram again real quick, because the sun is currently... Glacio is the furthest planet from the sun, like based on how this game works, and if I fly that far away to get to the model of the sun floating in space, that might be too far away, and the space kraken might kill me. So I want to go to, I think... Calidor might actually be the best planet for this, but it'll be a little difficult to get this to work. So let me open my diagram again. Let's plan this out. Ideally, we can do this without too much trouble. I'm going to probably make a scum save, leave the stuff behind. No, I'm going to make a scum save. If I lose all this, I will just reload the scum save instead of like risking losing all this crap. We've already scum saved twice, so I mean, I don't see an issue with doing that. Like, this is not like a hardcore like game or whatever. Like that's not the goal of this. The goal is to push the limits of the game engine, not to have to reproduce all this crap because I died in space. Like, that's not fun for anybody. It's not interesting. So the rule I've set up for myself is I will use scum saves if I like delete things in the void of space when I'm dicking around with these rovers. Anyways, let's reopen the diagram here. So here's where the planets actually are in space. We are currently on Glacio. The sun, what the sun is doing right now, if I zoom out like this, like as far as I can, I probably should have set the values higher. I did program this, by the way. I could have set the zoom value to be a little bit higher. Anyways, the sun is orbiting Glacio, so everything you know about the heliocentric theory is actually a lie in this video game. Glacio is stationary, and the game is simulating the orbits of the planets in such a way that it looks like Glacio is orbiting the sun and the sun is orbiting the planets. So like the sun would be over here somewhere, and then you would see like all the other planets orbiting the sun, and then that whole structure is orbiting Glacio to create the illusion that Glacio is circling around the sun. What this means is that the sun is really fucking far away from Glacio, but if we go to a planet that is closer to the sun according to the game engine, like the fake version of the game engine that tries to pretend that we're in a solar system, then the sun will be closer to that planet. I think Atrox is the closest planet to the sun, so we might go to Atrox. And then once we go to Atrox, what we're going to do is we'll go to Atrox's sphere of influence. We'll see the sun doing a motion like this, I can't go to the sun while it's near Silva because I'll switch to Silva's area of influence, but if I hang out in this area and wait for the sun to pass through me, that will allow me to basically hit the sun. And I'm wondering now if I should do that with the hydrazine rover instead of the winch rover, because this is going to be really difficult to do with the winch rover because I can't remain stationary. So actually, we're going to go to Calidor, get the hydrazine rover, and then go to Atrox. So that's the plan. As for how to get to Calidor, I need to basically go south down here from Glacio, but I'm just going to wait a few seconds for the recall failed prompt to show up in the void of space, and then I'm just going to go to the recall failed prompt. So that'll be much easier than actually figuring out where I am on Glacio right now. So hopefully that all made sense. Let's go back to the video game. Where's my chat? There it is. I need a third monitor. Alright, so yeah, we're going to go to the sun, but let's stop by the home base first to get a better rover. We need a better vehicle to do this properly. So anyway, south is that way. So if I sit here and wait, there it is. So that is where we need to go, to recall failed. It's a fucking beacon. The bug is actually useful for a damn thing, because it's going to tell me where I need to go. You're the guy that's going to have 10 monitors. I don't know if your GPU is up to the task. That's part of the reason why I don't have a third monitor. The other reason is I don't have a desk that can fit a third monitor. Alright, I'll read your message in a moment, Razor Kids. Let me get into orbit. Well, you can call it orbit. It really isn't in this game. Alright, so the recall failed indicator is down there somewhere. No power. Oh, God. Chat, I'm sorry. You're going to have to listen to this for the remainder of the flight. My snails just got fucking hungry, and I can't turn off the thing that's making the noise. I apologize about the racket. I can't get out of the rover right now to turn off my portable oxygenator. I'm sorry, chat. Also, that's the space elevator right there. Clip ruined? What? There is no clip. I'm going to Calidor. This isn't a clip. I said I'm going to the sun with a different rover. We need to pick up the correct rover from Calidor. We're not making the clip yet. Don't worry. If I was going to the sun, I would have landed. Alright, so we need to hit the ground. Perfect. Stuck the landing. Turn this fucking thing off. Get back in the rover. And then go back to the home base. And feed the fucking snails so that racket doesn't happen anymore. This game is stupid. For some reason, when you don't have power for your portable oxygenator, it basically powers on and off once every frame. Because it's powering off of the rover, but it doesn't have enough throughput to like stay active for some reason, I think. So it just turns on and off constantly. It's horrible. But yeah, we have a space elevator, by the way. That goes to Silva. It doesn't stop at the border between the two planets. Like most people, I think like everyone pretty much, it actually goes to Silva the whole way. Somebody linked the clip. I think Merc linked a clip earlier, the space elevator. Like, you can do that in this game. It took 6 hours to build it. So, go watch the video if you want to see how I did that. Or I do have all of my Astroneer streams are highlighted on Twitch. I don't have a YouTube VODs channel because YouTube is a hole that I don't know if I want to like sink my life into at this point. But I do have all the highlights on Twitch, and the Twitch player is good enough. Like, it gets the job done if you really need to find something that I did in Astroneer. Maybe someday I'll get a YouTube channel, but it probably won't have very much edited content on it because I don't want to get into YouTube editing. Just gracefully land in the base. The fuck is that? Hold on, I'm looking to my left. I'm not even looking at the screen. Okay, it's a moth. I thought I just saw like a roach or something like flying through my kitchen. It's just a moth. We're fine. We're good. We don't have to do anything about the moth. I'll kill it later if I find it. Roaches can fly sometimes. It's horrifying. They're terrible creatures. So can crickets, for that matter. Alright, so let's go ahead and land this. We need to take off the winch now before it does anything wacky. New member. No, it's a moth. Usually I just put the moths outside. They get to live because they're harmless. They don't do anything. Most likely the moth is going to live. You can name it if you want. I don't really care. But it's not a cricket. Now let's see. I want to unload all this crap before I go on my trip. Sorry I keep blue balls in you, chat. We are going to go to the sun. Let me unload all the stuff I got first. We will go to the sun, or attempt to go to the sun. There's 2 suns that we can go to. I think I'll try to fly to both of them. First of all, let me see if I could turn off this bullshit. I think I read somewhere that if you keep interacting with this thing, the corruption goes away. So let me try this. Oh, flashbang, by the way. Alright, what did that do? I don't know if that did anything. If I keep interacting... Okay, now the global stability is 9%. What happens if I interact with it again? Will this turn it off? Barnaby for the moth. Okay. Alright, the moth is named Barnaby. I'll put it outside. I won't kill this one. Flashbang. Alright, we fixed it. Sky is fixed. Global stability back to 100%. We did it, chat. We saved the day. Or made it worse. I don't know. I don't think these do anything besides make your sky look all fucked up, but we have 2 of them now. And they don't deplete either, apparently. It goes back to 100%. They both have different stabilities, though. Every time I mouse over them. I don't know. I don't honestly know what these do. I think they literally just make the sky look corrupted. Maybe they'll add more to that in the future. Kinda cool, but ultimately pointless. But I mean, what isn't pointless? I mean, look what I've been doing for the last 2 hours and tell me that there was a purpose to it, because I don't think there was. Alright, put the gravity globe over there. I have got to clean this base up. Like, between streams, I might clean this base. Alright, best of fire goes on my terrain tool. I need to feed the snails as well. Let me do that now before I suffocate, because I stand in the wrong spot and open the map again. We'll just feed Usagi, I guess. Whatever. We're not going to be using Usagi much anymore, but Usagi has done good things for us. Pick up the Hispine seed game. Come on. Where are the colliders? They fucked with the hitboxes on these seeds, I'm pretty sure. I feel like it was not this difficult to pick these up before. It's very difficult to tell, like, when you're going to interact with a specific item in a tight space, and you can see me having that struggle right now. Make a chessboard way ahead of you. Snail and gravity globe. Okay, you know what? Can I put a beacon on this? Is there any way I can attach a beacon to this gravity globe, or does it show up on my compass? It does. It shows up on my compass. Alright. Alright, Usagi, knock yourself out. I'm trying to get the hitbox for that. There you go. Have fun. Or attach a winch. Nope. I'm going to literally just set Usagi loose, and we're going to see what happens. I'm going to be an irresponsible parent and just let my kid loose in traffic. Goodbye, Usagi. Don't worry, I can find the body later, chat. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, hey. Welcome back. Oh, I already fucking regret doing this. Yeah, I'm just letting the kid loose in Walmart. Like, it's fine. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? There's no pedophiles in Walmart, right? I mean, there's no pedophiles here. I'm the only person playing on the save, I hope. I damn better be the only person here. Again, if anybody on my Steam friend list joins this game, I am going to remove you from my friends list. Like, don't do it even as a joke. Like, there are problems that arise when you do multiplayer in this game, and I do not want, like, a surprise multiplayer visit. So please do not. If you have the ability at all, which you shouldn't, because I'm pretty sure you can't do it while I'm in offline mode. But don't test it. I think Sagi's just having a good time. Being mostly responsible. Look, I have a tracking chip, alright? And never mind, actually the range on the tracking chip sucks. But look, you can see the tracking chip right there. For the gravity globe. And there it goes. I think it's because I'm near too many vehicles, but if Usagi runs off, I can find it again. So it'll be fine. I should have a bunch of gravity globes rolling around the base. Alright. And where are the other snails? Where are the ones I never use? Alright, Stilgar. Here you go. Have fun. And Inoki. Where's my last one? I think I have one that's open already. I'm looking. There it is. Well, if nothing else, this is going to teach me to nail things down because these fucking snails are going to knock crap around. Like, anything that's not bolted to the floor is probably going to get booped away. Yeah, make a marble track? Maybe. Maybe we could do snail racing. Fucking... Oh, god damn it. Why do these ideas happen? You could do snail racing. I just make, like, a ditch somewhere and just have them race each other. Whatever, not right now. That's a future stream project. In fact, let me write that one down. Hold on, I'm going to write that one down. I don't know if we'll do that, but... we might do that at some point. Just give me a second here. Need to get my notes up. Snail racing. Oh god, what have I done? Snail racing and grab gloves, okay. Just a sec. Hold up. Okay, there we go. Got the notes. So who named them? I might as well write down the name of the moth just for the lore, for the cosine wiki that doesn't exist. Okay, it was Barnaby. It's a weird name. Barnaby the moth. Barnaby is not going to be killed. I'm not going to kill Barnaby. I will catch them and put them outside. Cosine, please don't. I'm gonna say this right now. Like this is serious talk. Please do not make a cosine wiki. Like just don't. Maybe if I was like a partner or something, but like it's just weird. It feels wrong at this point. Like I do have a few notes on things like what chat has named a handful of various objects, but don't make a wiki. Like maybe that's something I'll document myself if people are interested. But like please don't. It's just weird. Like I'm not Simple Flips. Like we don't like Simple Flips has a wiki for a reason. Like that is not the channel that we're running right now. All right. Anyways, let's put the. I don't think we have a king, but let's put the chess pieces that we do have. By the way, this is the chessboard that I already had from earlier. It does exist. The game has one. The chessboard is also inaccurate because the dark corner is supposed to be the bottom left, and for some reason the bottom right is the dark corner. So the devs had no fucking idea what they were doing when they textured it. And no, I don't have it rotated wrong. No, let me explain. I don't have it rotated wrong. The board actually is programmed to rotate the pieces like this. No, Adam, you're not listening. The chess pieces are programmed to rotate like this. The devs actually program the chessboard so that this side here is like the white side and this side is the black side, or maybe vice versa. It doesn't matter since you can rotate it 180 degrees. If I rotate the board 90 degrees, all the pieces are going to be sideways like this. This is actually how the devs did it. They fucked it up. I did not fuck this up. That is supposed to be white. Why am I suffocating? What the fuck? Did I put the oxygen snail away? Hold on. Novus is power. Princess. Sylvie is light. Wait, oh fuck, I put the oxygen snail away, didn't I? Or no, the oxygenator's off. There we go. The oxygen snail is in the gravity globe. Move queen one position to the right. Oh my god. Okay, hold on a second here. Yeah, what is this still wrong? This is the king. I'm going to Wikipedia right now. Hold on, right now. Chess. Wikipedia. Let's look at a chessboard arrangement. Okay, I see what we did here. But the problem is... Okay, here's what I did. So the queen is on her color. I think the mnemonic device. Queen on her own color is the mnemonic device I used. Queen on her own color, assuming that these would be the black pieces, would be the opposite of how this board is set up. So, alright, look, we gotta settle for two. We have two options here. This is the queen. And first of all, we have blue and brown. So I don't even know which piece is black and which one's white. I've been treating the brown ones as white because I think they're slightly lighter than the blue pieces. Queen on her own color is not possible because the chessboard is flipped. Like, it's wrong. And again, I cannot rotate it 90 degrees. The pieces will not be rotated correctly. So we cannot fix that. I could swap these two so the queen is on her own color. But then the chessboard is basically mirrored horizontally. So I mean, pick your poison, chat. What do you want here? Like, what do we do in this situation? Like, I can't fix this. The devs need to fucking get their shit together and fix this. I don't have the power to do anything about this. Literally unplayable video game. Like, honestly, I don't even know why I bothered playing this game with egregious problems like this. But this is what we're working with right now. And I was going to go with the assumption that in the future, the devs might actually fix the coloring, like the texture, and then I would have the correct arrangement by doing that. So, like, the way to look at it is king is on the right side for white, would be kind of the way, or right side in general would be the way to look at this. And yeah, we are missing a king. It looks like I did not find one. So in a future stream, we'll go on the hunt for the king. For now, I'm just dropping all these on the floor so that we can find them falling through the ground later because I need this silo back. Alright, there we go. We've loaded up the chessboard. Let's see, it was on this rover right here. I don't remember what was in this slot. I think the medium storage was on that slot, but that doesn't matter that much. I'll just leave it over there. Okay, so I said we were going to the sun, but we have 2 flying machines in this base, not one. Here's the second one. So what I'm going to do with this, I'm actually going to put a couple items on it and shuttle them over to the back. But we need to load this bad boy up with hydrazine. Get out of the way, Silo. So I'm going to drive it over here for a second, drop off a couple of items. I'll move the rest of them later. I just want to get these over near the farming section of the base. Do that, do that. Alright, let's stop by our hydrazine canisters, because we are going to need a shitload of fuel to do what we're going to do with this rover. Unfortunately, it's easier to control it most of the time, but it just destroys fuel. Okay. Alright, that's one of the snails. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what the other ones are. This will be fun. At the end of the stream, remind me and we'll go look for the snails. Oh god, I forgot about the shadows too. Well, we'll go to the sun first, and then we'll go to the shadows. So here's my hydrazine factory. It's just an ammonium extractor over there that I bring a canister over occasionally. In fact, the canister's empty, so I might as well fill it up. Devs, why the fuck does the item at the output of the extractor get priority to go into the canister? Or to go onto the top instead of swapping for the canister? Whatever, I'm complaining. No complaining. No tears, only dreams. Anyways, back to this. I need to put a shitload of hydrazine on this thing. So, let's go ahead and do that now. We need probably 2 or 3 of these. I think 2 is fine. Rotate them so they're both outputting towards the front. Preferably outputting after I have already placed them. Okay, whatever, that's fine. Grab a couple extras. I do want to have a slot for the silo that I always carry around with me. Good driving. 3 times the charm. Oh, hello. Excuse me. Excuse me, I had my signal on. You need to wait at the light? I'm glad I released these snails in the base. They're generating content. Alright, so the way that this works, if you don't want to use a winch, is you need these thrusters. But for some fucking reason, the devs haven't programmed hydrazine thrusters to automatically take hydrazine off of these, like, canisters or anything at all. So you need to have an auto arm turned on to automatically put hydrazine on the back, like, as you're actively using this. So what we've gone and done here is we've set up a rover that has 2 canisters within range of the auto arm. Actually, let me move this one here. Let me go ahead and do this. So the auto arm should be able to reach both of these canisters. The one on the side right here, which I'm going to rotate, and then this one here. And then it should also be able to reach some of these extra slots that a bunch of crap is going to get unloaded into. Yeah, that should be good. Looks like an afro. It actually looks like a mullet usually. I run a bunch of packages down the back side of it, and I think it just looks like a mullet is what you end up getting. It's very ridiculous looking, but right now we don't have enough packages, so it just looks like an afro. But I have been calling that a fro, because that's what I'm reminded of when I see that. So you're not the only one. Alright, anyways, we wanted to go to the sun. I wasn't really going to do anything else, so I don't need to bring anything. And I need to get this rover a little bit out of the base, and then what we want to do is go to whichever planet is supposedly closer to the sun. So what I'm going to actually do is quickly check where the game actually thinks the planets are located. I could do this with either a rocket or with this gateway. We're going to use the gateway because I don't know why it's slower, so that's why we're using the gateway, because I want to lose time. And this is going to let us see which planet is closest to the sun, and that'll be the one that we go to, so we have the least traveling to do through interplanetary space. And again, it's not so much that the planet is closer to the sun, it's that the sun is closer to the planet is what we're going for. And then there's a second version of the sun that we can go to, and it's the one that you're going to see right here. This will all make sense in a second here. I'll show the diagram again for anybody who missed it. So the sun is rendered down here when you're on the unidentified satellite. But initially we're going to go to one of these planets instead, to go to the fake sun that orbits around the planet. Also, for some fucking reason, the galactic disk is just rotated 90 degrees when you're on the satellite. I don't know why. The devs have done some weird things with this video game. But anyways, the reason why I went here was so I can look at this. So each of the planets is being shown here. The one that's right there that I'm hovering over is Calidor. That is Atrox. So Atrox is the closest planet to the sun by far, and Glacio is the furthest one. I just know like what these symbols are off the top of my head. I've seen them enough. So that's Atrox, Calidor, Glacio. That is Visania, Novus, Silva, and I can't hover over it, but the moon is De Solo. It's right behind it. So anyways, this is what I wanted to look at. We're going to go to Atrox and then try to go to the sun from there. So let's go back to Calidor now. We need to run some more action-packed music for this instead of Minecraft music, but we'll change it when we get to that point. My base is at Equator 3, another thing I just had to remember. I missed a hydrant. Yeah, it's a good time. Hold on. I don't know why I make that grunting noise every time I hydrate. I hope it doesn't upset people. Maybe I do hope it upsets people. I don't know. Anyways, that's it. You get used to it because I'm probably not going to stop doing it. It's just to emphasize that I enjoyed my hydration and I felt satisfied with my experience. Anyways, we need to go to Atrox. So, once again, I need to use this myself, so I might as well show it with chat. I've got to set up like OBS hotkeys for this to make this easier to do. I really need to make hotkeys in OBS. It's not that difficult to do it. I just haven't gotten around to like scripting it out and writing them down somewhere so I could see what they are real quick. To just add and to just like hide and show like components in OBS is not very difficult to do. We need to go to Atrox. We are right here on Calidor, so what we're going to want to do is go northeast, straight from where we are, tangent to the planet. That'll take us to Atrox. We're going to land on Atrox and then figure out where Silva is. And what we want to do is hang out in interplanetary space on the other side of Atrox, like right about here. We basically are going to chill in this area and wait for the sun to swing around to where we are. That'll be, I think, be the most practical way to do this. We can't go to the sun because if the sun is over here, remember, all these planets are invisible while we're on Atrox. If the sun is hanging out over here and I try to go to the sun, I'm going to move into Silva's area of influence and then the sun will be somewhere else. So we need to hang out on this side of Atrox and wait for the sun to come to us. Because that makes sense. Video games. So I mean, it made sense to me. Hopefully this has been a decent explanation for everyone else. That is what we're going to do. So first step, get to Aatrox, northeast. I said tan. Yeah, I've said it twice now. Nobody called me out on it the first time. You like the double mohawk? Like, if you like the afro of packages here, you like the double mohawk that I have on this rail car. Looking pretty badass, if you ask me. And let's see, do I have to worry about the snails? I'm going to get an extra batch of snail food because I really don't want to run out while I'm in space. I might have to quite literally get out of the rover to put new ones in, but it is possible to do that. So let's see here. Did I grab an extra? No, I grabbed the right ones. I've been holding Usagi for a while, so I'm not used to which seeds I need to be carrying, but it's just these ones. Good, okay, so we basically have like an hour and a half, I think like an hour and a half or something of snail food like loaded up and ready to go here. Mission's gonna be its own movie? Yeah, probably. Alright, so let's load up some different music for the dumb shit that we're doing here. So let me get another one of these playlist tabs open. I could just play like the speedrun music that I've been doing for Spelunky, just something fast-paced. Let's see, what's on the top of the list? I'll shuffle it a couple times till I get something I like. Oh, here we go. This is a jam. Yeah, we're literally just going to use the speedrunning playlist I've been using for Spelunky. So I don't know how many of these are going to actually fit what we're doing, but this should be wacky. So let's go. How long did it take me to make the base at the college? This base has taken at least, I think, 24 hours to make. Not all of it has been on stream. I've done a lot of off-stream work with this base. It has taken a very long time to smooth this out. I've spared chat having to watch me do a lot of it. Alright, so I want to go in this direction, straight out that way. I need to find a ramp of some sort. And before I do that, I need to turn on the auto arm. I don't want to turn it on until I'm out of the base because it's going to put hydrazine canisters on random crap that I don't want it to, as this game often does. So now we can turn it on, and we can turn on output for both of these canisters. And basically we have just loaded up every single open slot in this rover with hydrazine. This shit is stupid. I wish I didn't have to do it this way. I wish there was a more elegant solution, but you do what you gotta do. So this is what you do if you don't want to make a winch rover. You might be thinking, this looks a lot easier to control, cosine. It doesn't accelerate unless you tell it to. But the problem is, for some fucking reason, this type of rover pulls up or down really aggressively for no particular reason. Like, it's sometimes just extremely hard to control it. It starts twisting and turning like it's doing right now in weird directions, and I pretty much have to fight the thing the whole time that I'm driving it. So like, really, there's no winning this. Like, there's always something wrong with this game. It's 90% of a good video game, and then the remaining 10% is just shit that doesn't work correctly. Because of gravity, I'm outside of the gravity well of the planet. So here's the deal. We're going to Aatrox right now. I'm not touching anything except my mouse to rotate the camera, and this is what the rover is doing right now. It's just kind of tumbling on its own. And I'm going to straighten it out now with my keyboard. Leave it like this, maybe. And then I'm going to let go of it, and we're going to see what it does. It looks like it's being respectful this time, although my camera is not cooperating. The second I turn this on, I think it's going to start pulling down. There you go. It's pulling down. For whatever reason, the center of thrust is not like actually centered to the center of mass on the rover, and now it's tumbling out of control. I have let go of my keyboard, and it just starts tumbling. It's not centered. It's not symmetrical. I don't know why. Also, hello, cue ball. I think it's just a problem with the game, like, trying to, like, level out the rover, even though there's nothing to level it out to. Like, there is a lot of jank with how these things work. Alright, so anyways, what we're trying to do right now, I'm looking for the beacon. And if you don't know what I mean, I'm looking for Calidor spawning the recall failed beacon so I can get my bearings. I need to know what direction south is right now. It hasn't shown up yet. Am I looking in the wrong direction? I suppose we could just hang out on this side since we know where the sun is. You know, let's just try to go to the sun and see if we wind up in the wrong spot. We can always fix this later. We're not lost in space. There it is. Okay, Calidor is right there. So Aatrox is there. Silva is probably right there. What direction is the sun moving in? We call failed X. Thank you, Stoosh. Or Mighty Stoosh. I don't know what I'm supposed to call you. Am I supposed to call you Mighty Stoosh or Mighty Stoosh? I think I've just been calling you Stoosh this whole time. Or Stush. Feel free to correct the dumb idiot streamer. Alright, so anyways... Oh yeah, Calidor is down here, so this is south. Aatrox is here, and if you recall from the diagram... Silva, I think, is over here, and that means the rest of the planets are in this area, and then Basania is up to the north over here. We don't want to go near the other planets. I can call you whatever I want. Excellent. I will continue to fuck it up constantly, because there's no failure condition for your name. I'm happy to hear that. I'm trying to figure out where the sun is going. I think it's moving towards us. Actually, we're past the sun. Oh, it's on this side. Oh, this is perfect. We might not have to do anything except go a little bit towards it. So anyways, the reason we're using this is because there is actually drag in space, if you can believe. Not dragon. This isn't like a Dragon D's nuts joke. There's drag in the void of space in this video game. So this rover is actually slowing down, and it will eventually stop while I'm not thrusting it. So that's why we're using this thing. I can make it stop moving entirely. So I can go to the sun, or wait for the sun in a particular point in the void of space without worrying about the winch just constantly pulling me forward and fucking my shit up. So we're going to the sun as it's seen from Aatrox. And let's just see what happens. And while I'm doing this, I'm currently opening another a file explorer window and creating a backup save. This is going to be when I got in the rover, is when this save was created. So just in case something terrible happens or my save gets corrupted or something, I do have a backup save of when I got in this rover before we took off. So we will not lose all of our progress because of that. Not how space works IRL. I don't know if you just got here, but I definitely I was just shitting on the game a little while ago for how unrealistically weird the simulation of space is, but the sun orbits the planet. No heliocentric theory. Everything in this game just doesn't make any sense. All the orbital mechanics in this game are fake. Okay, you were at work. Oh hey, the sun is here. So here it is, chat. Anyways, all the orbital mechanics in this game are completely fake. The sun orbits the planet, and then the planets orbit the fake sun that is orbiting the planet, and it's whichever planet you're on has its own copy of the sun. You have lost your sight. It's very bright, isn't it? So let's go in. Let's have a dip. So that's Aatrox, and then this is the sun as seen from Aatrox, the closest planet to it. We're going in. And we're in the sun. It's honestly very disappointing. The bloom effect is gone and everything. There's just nothing in here. It's a void. The sun is hollow. Get wrecked, flat earthers. We got a new conspiracy theory. The sun is hollow. You saw it here, folks, and now you're blind again. So there you go. Anybody who was wondering what that looks like, you don't think the devs intended this? Absolutely not. This is what happens if you go to the sun in this game. It is literally a model with a bloom effect and a white shader that doesn't do anything else. And it's slowly moving around Aatrox. Aatrox is not orbiting the sun is orbiting Aatrox. So let's do that one more time just for funsies. And in we go. I'm glad Afterburner is playing right now. It's very fitting to what is happening at the moment. Alright, we're about to exit. There you go. Makes sense. Why make it have stuff? I mean, let's be clear about something, chat. This absolutely makes sense from a game design standpoint. I want to be 100% clear about that. I'm not shitting on the fact that this is how they designed it, because this absolutely makes sense. This is the way to do this in a game engine. So anyways, we're going to go to the second sun. There's actually 8 suns in this game. Every single planet has a different sun with a different orbit. You can rename your clips, by the way. You can go to the clip and it should give you the option to rename it. So we're going to the other one. So what I'm looking at right now is that thing. That thing right there is the unidentified satellite. Unlike all the other planets, the unidentified satellite actually renders at all times once you've activated the core of one planet. So if we pop this bad boy open again, this thing right here is the unidentified satellite. We're on Atrox, so we're looking in this direction right now and seeing the unidentified satellite from this perspective. Here's the game again for reference. I'll just stay on the game view. But we're going towards... where the fuck is it? There it is. We're going towards this, is what's happening right now. It always renders, unlike the planets, once you've activated at least one planetary core. Again, I don't know why. I don't know what kind of, like, bizarre software development practices they used when they developed this game. Why certain things render and some don't, but this one does. So let's head over there. Because this one has a sun that is really big and really close. And you can see what happens when you land quote unquote on that sun. Because I mean, I think you already get the gist of what's going to happen when I go there. It's not terribly interesting. But you know, let's do it. Yeah, the amalgam music is spitting. Again, this is just the Spelunky, like, the fast playlist I play for Spelunky usually. Don't know what it's playing right now. I gotta check on it. Oh yes, of course. Perfect. How is it doing this? I just shuffled it. I did not plan this, chat. I did not plan it to play this. We've already gotten like 2 sun-themed songs out of the 3 that have played so far. Oh god, where's the satellite? We need to get there before the music ends. Where am I? We're in the influence of the satellite. I'm having trouble finding it though. Am I too low? There it is. So there's the satellite with the sun below it. Alright, here we go. Target spotted. We're going in, folks. Oh, we might be overshooting it. This is, by the way, what I was talking about. The rover is currently violently pulling in a weird direction without me steering it, so it is becoming extremely hard to aim where I'm going. It's pulling down right now. It is constantly pitching down, and I am currently holding, like, up to get it to stop doing that. These things are very hard to control. What if I were to get out? I would just be stuck in space and the rover would fly off without me and I would eventually die. Not what we want. You know, we should go visit the Space Kraken after this. Or maybe I could end the stream going to the Space Kraken. Like, I'll do a save scum after I get killed by the Space Kraken, but I could end the stream doing that. What's the E button do? I don't know. I'll press it, find out. You know, later. I'll press it later. There we go. Okay, I think we're actually aiming for it now. This one doesn't move, so I was mostly just going in the wrong direction when I tried to aim for it. Can you feel it? Oh, thank you, Sonic R. This soundtrack is definitely one of my guilty pleasures. Alright, we're moving through it, and there we go, we popped out the other side. So that's what happens when you actually go to the sun in this game. It's not terribly interesting, but it sure as hell looks glorious. And I died to the Kraken. That's how I want to, I think, end the stream. So we are going to go back to the base for a little while. And I think I'll end the stream by dying to the Space Kraken, and then next stream we'll just write that out. We'll retcon that part so it like never happened. But yeah, anyways, that's the satellite up there. The one that you would normally like have to fly a shuttle to. You can land on it with a rover. It's difficult to get the rover out of the satellite once you land on it because there's invisible walls. So we're not going to land on it this time. I have done that a couple times in prior streams. Let's just make our way back home for now. So I don't actually know what direction is south because the orientation when you're on the satellite is super fucked up. So I'm currently looking for the beacon right now. as in the recall failed spam in the void of space. So let me, I'm just gonna kind of slowly pan the camera around until I spot it, because I do not know what direction is up and down at the moment. There it is. Alright, so that's where home base is. Let's go home. Can you feel the sunshine, chat? God, the playlist could not have like done any better than what it did here. It's literally just a random playlist of like, I think like 3 or 4 hours of music that I've been using for Spelunky streams, and it just picks these. And that's Silva. That's not where, or that's the solo actually. That's not where we want to be. So I'm just gonna keep coasting and see if I can get to Calidor without landing on anything. The solo is just along the way to Calidor. And I already did a stream where I flew through a planet. It's the same thing as the sun pretty much, except with more like clown vomit, because you see like weird crusty triangular artifacts of the low resolution planet as you're flying through it. So maybe we'll do that again in the future, but I didn't want to turn around and try to hit Silva there. I would have aimed for it if it was in front of me, but I would have to use a lot more fuel to go to it. And we do have a finite amount of fuel. As you can see here, this hydrazine canister is completely empty. This canister is half full or empty, and then there's like 10 or 20 of these, I think about 12, there's like maybe 15 or 16 I think of these canisters like sitting loose on the silo and the front of the rover. And that's all the fuel that we have, and we burn through that shit fast. These canisters I think hold like 32 fuel or something. So we've already gone through 32 of it, and we basically are halfway through our fuel supply, which is good, but we don't want to like scuff something and actually run out in the void of space, because then we'll have to use the scum save, which I don't want to have to do. Like, we'll absolutely use the save scumming for getting killed by the space kraken at the end of the stream, but I don't want to use it earlier than that. I want to use it if I'm intentionally trying to get myself killed by the space kraken, not like right now. Being marooned in space isn't the end of the world. Technically, you can get out and push, is the worst part about this. I technically do have a solution to the problem. I might be able to demonstrate this actually, so let me try to do something here. I'm gonna show you getting out and pushing just for a split second here, like the concept behind it. I'm not gonna actually do it. I need to stop moving, so I'm trying to figure out what direction the rover is going in right now. Yeah, with the winch. You got it. I have actually done a get out and push, but it was before anybody knew that I streamed. I did a no rocket like playthrough of this game a long ass time ago. I did stream it, but this was long before Spelunky 2 was even released. So like nobody knew I existed at the time. I will probably do a stream of that in the future, like separate from this playthrough. Like I may come back to Astroneer and do the no shuttle playthrough. But basically get out and push is actually part of the no shuttle playthrough. Like you have to get out and replace a tire is what you do to get off of Silva without tungsten. It's very interesting to do it. It was fun to theory craft the strategy I used for doing that. So that's something for the distant future. Like we're not done with Astroneer after this playthrough. I will take a break from it, but there will probably be a no shuttle playthrough at some point in the future. And as I'm trying to zero out my speed right now, which is difficult to do with the wagon wheel effect because I don't actually know how fast I'm moving. I'm trying to use Calidor as a visual aid and just cancel it out a little bit. Almost done. We are getting close to being done, but I still think I have at least a couple more streams of this game left of content. But we are getting close to being done with it. This has been great. This has probably been like the most fun I've had streaming. Like as good as Spelunky is, and I love like the Spelunky science and stuff, like speedrunning Spelunky is so goddamn frustrating. This game has just been nothing but like interesting experiences and just weird science and things that I didn't realize you could do with it. And it's so fun to get to show it to people as well. People who play this game like it's a baby game, and you're just supposed to go to the unidentified satellite and touch the funny rock and finish the game. There is so much more to this game that you have not been experiencing. Stuff like this, for instance. Anyways, I'm not just like wasting time here. I'm actually waiting for the rover to stop moving. I will be able to detect when it has stopped moving because I will lose controls for turning it. Like, what'll happen is I won't be able to do this anymore. I've already explained the YouTube situation. If I started uploading videos to YouTube, I would get a maximum of like maybe 10 views for anything I made, tops. Like, it's such a soulless time investment to put things in YouTube, and then YouTube on top of all that has like the perpetual like content claiming demonetization like bullshit. It's not worth it to me, I think, to do that, and the amount of time that I would spend editing videos is absurd. Because like, I'm a perfectionist about this kind of stuff, so it's not like I would be able to just throw VODs on YouTube and just call it a day. I may do that, but I would not do that under the pretense of it being like a comprehensive Let's Play. Like, I'm not planning to make like any high effort YouTube content at any time in the future, and I don't even know if I want to deal with putting VODs on YouTube. Alright, we're very close to not moving at all. I can't really see any motion. The camera is doing this on its own, by the way, when you see it just like flatten out like that. What I don't like is the fact that the wheels are still spinning, but I think that's just... No, we are still moving. We might be moving away from the planet. The level of detail just changed. Let me move a little closer. I'm actually going to use the particle effects now to see if we're moving. I think we're pretty much stopped. But yeah, I wish YouTube wasn't such a horrible, like, mess. What are you gonna do? Maybe someday it won't be terrible, or more likely a different platform will arise from the ashes that won't be as awful as YouTube. Alright, thank you, water bottle, for the follow. Speaking of water bottles, let me hydrate real quick. Editing is kind of fun. I mean, maybe, but it depends how much time you're willing to put into it, I think. And I suspect that I would sink way too much time into it. And it would become like... It would become something I dread doing, I think, is the problem. And I need to fucking get a job, not spend time editing YouTube videos. Alright, let's get out. Yeah, it is still moving slightly. So here's the deal with this situation. I can actually move my Astroneer around in space. Once you get far enough from the planets, there's this weird like void around the boundary of the planet where you can't move your character around. And once you get past that void, you can actually move around again, but the axis that you're standing on is just... I don't even know. I need to get back in the rover before I float away. Anyways, the axis that you move around on is just like a mess. I don't understand it. The control scheme, you would think going forward actually makes me move forward, but it's actually moving me to my right, like sideways. I'm pressing W, and this is the direction I move in. So I don't know what exactly the game is trying to base us off of here. Alright, we're getting Sag back. I could do that honestly, well, just right now while I'm sitting in the void of space. Recall failed. But anyways, the gist of Get Out and Push is what you're seeing right now, except I could theoretically use a winch to move this around, and then I could fly through space with a winch attached to me until I get into the sphere of influence of this planet, like the part where I would be unable to move anymore, and then I have to take the rover seat off of the rover, get in and out of the rover seat in order to progress through the solid area of space where my character movement is turned off. And I could slowly drag the rover back to the surface of the planet by doing that. It would be fucking terrible. So here's what we're going to do. While I gently float in the void of space like this... Oh, by the way, my controls are actually gone now. I'm basically at 0 speed. So while I gracefully float through the void of space like this, I'm going to re-add the Sag emote. If the camera moves, it is literally moving on its own. I'm not tabbed in right now. So let me see which emote I'm replacing. I think I said which one it was earlier. I think Quad is getting replaced by Sag, so it's one Axo emote for another. So give me just a second here. I do have this page open. Remove Quad. Slot assignment. Sag, follower emote. Alright. Let me go update my notes so I replace the correct one next time around. God, I love this playlist. I'm so glad I made this. even if it's not very fitting right now. It's music I like. Like, I get to choose what I listen to for an entire stream. And I mean, I tried to pick stuff that I'm pretty sure most people would find agreeable, at least for... whatever, and you'll get over it if you don't like the music. It's not that bad. It's Kirby music. Who doesn't like Kirby music? Alright, so let's see. So we have a resubmit for Sag. Axo is going to be simultaneously thrilled and disappointed because Quad is the one that got replaced by Sag. Alright, let's see who submitted that. That was Lemon. Alright. Song recommendation. No, I thought about doing that. We're not doing that. That's dangerous for a lot of reasons. One, I'm probably not going to like half of the music that gets recommended to me. And two, that is an opportunity for somebody to just... Like, if it auto-plays the music, that is an opportunity for somebody to just post, like, actually, like, an offensive video, just as, like, a shit post. Like, it'll just play on my stream. So what it means is I would have to vet every single thing that got recommended to me. It would slow down the stream every single time somebody redeemed it. And I don't think it's worth doing it. Yeah, Quad is gone. Enjoy it while it lasts. You might have to refresh for it to go away. And Sag is back. Like, I already saw Quad get removed now, but I know it's inconsistent for everybody. Would immediately redeem this. Okay, I'm clicking on this because I trust you not to rickroll me. Oh, God. Oh, no. Okay, we're gonna listen to this on the way back to Calidor, I think. Alright, sorry, Kirby. Let me turn it down a little bit. Alright, here we go. This one's for you. Only until we get back to the surface. Let's go. We're heading home, folks. This is a 1-hour video, so in theory, if I scuff this, I have to listen to the whole thing. Yeah, the rover is tumbling uncontrollably right now. I feel like just having the thrusters on the rover causes this. It's not the center of mass on the rover. Like, the silo is not affecting that at all. It's just something about the thrusters causes this to happen. By the way, that was a deliberate overshoot. I'm trying to get to the other side of the planet because that's where the base is. No, Lemon, I did not scuff it. I have been doing this intentionally. I'm trying to get to this side of the planet because this is where the base is. I want to see if I can get a hole-in-one. That was 100% intentional. So this is what we're aiming for, is that part of the planet. Like, I will own up to it if I scuff the landing here. Okay, it took you a long... I thought you were, like, reacting to me doing a flyby there. This still technically counts as one shot with the putter. So let's see if we can get a hole-in-one here. Hole-in-one is if I land anywhere on the gray turf in the base. That's a hole-in-one. Recall failed. You don't know what to wish me luck on? Probably you don't really have to wish me luck on anything with this game. Wish me luck for Comcast not fucking up my stream or something. But enjoy your lurk. Looks like Karen from SpongeBob. Oh god, you're right. Or Spunk Bob, as you call it. You're kinda right. Like, cause it doesn't have arms. Like the new seasons of SpongeBob where Karen became a character for some reason because they were just scraping the bottom of the barrel. But to be fair, I don't actually know if her character is bad or not. I just know that that was a new SpongeBob thing that wasn't in the show when I watched. Karen was just the monitor on the wall for Plankton and didn't do anything else. Just occasionally showed up. Should have done the recall failed emote. If you want, you can make an emote out of that. I don't know how long that's going to be relevant, but I mean, half of our emotes are just like inside jokes anyway, so I don't mind. I need to steer. Alright, I think we're good. Up, hole-in-one. Oh, beautiful. Oh, we didn't even stuck the landing. Perfect. Didn't even get embedded in the terrain. Beautiful. Oh, you love to see it. Alright, I just watched the auto arm place something on something I didn't want it to. Alright, where did it go? I just watched the hydrazine. Oh, fuck. Yep, it's in the ground. There we go. I actually have a platform under the ground here. And the auto arm was able to place an object onto that, which reminds me, actually, that's cool. I wonder if I could use that for anything. Alright, stop! 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 RuneScape. Pleasant music. We're back to the calm soundtrack, everyone. Recall failed. I don't know if you could cram that into an emote, but I mean, try your best. Maybe you could come up with something that reads well. Remember, it's 28 by 28 is the resolution for small emotes. It's very difficult to put a lot of detail on that. By the way, yes, you can put things on the front of winches. It doesn't accomplish anything. I think they get detached when you interact with the extension from the winch. As far as I'm aware, that doesn't do anything useful. Let me swap these out for fresh ones for future endeavors. Could use it for like a refuel pad. There's a lot of things I could automate with the arms, but the problem is these fucking auto arms will put stuff in canisters that I don't want it to. Or rather, anything I drive by with one of these arms operative, it's going to just fill it up with hydrazine. Like, it's so inconvenient. Like, it's a feature that is close to being really good, but then it's just a pain in the ass because there's just like something in there that the devs didn't think through properly. So unfortunately, I don't have arms set up to like refuel passing objects because it just doesn't play well. It is what it is. Alright, let's get all our stuff unloaded now. We're going to do something a little more chill, and then I think we'll try to get killed by the Space Kraken in like maybe an hour or so, and probably end the stream with that. So the show is over for now for the rockets, but we will come back to that kind of stuff towards the very end of the stream. But for now, I need to do a little bit more maintenance on the base. So I'm just moving the stuff I found from that prior voyage over here. And unfortunately, again, this has not been doing anything this whole time because for some reason it doesn't simulate unless I'm near it. Very disappointing. I don't know why it's like that. I don't know why it doesn't just update these at all times. It's not like there's that many of them, but the devs, they did what they did. So we gotta live with it. He'll be gone before I die. Please clip. I mean, if nobody ends up clipping it, like, you can always watch the VOD at the very end to see it. Again, I'm making highlights of full VODs for Astroneer. So assuming Twitch keeps their end of the bargain, they will never get deleted. So you will be able to watch any part of these Astroneer streams in the future in glorious Twitch player quality, which I think is just stream quality, but I'm not really sure what they do with them. Like, the ones I've checked do look completely fine. I think the chat eventually gets deleted for some reason. So they're able to keep, like, however many, like, gigabytes of VOD data I've generated during this stream, but they're not able to keep, like, the like maybe 4 kilobytes of chat that have happened during the stream. Like, Twitch baffles me, like the way they do things with their operation. Like, there's no way that the chat is more than like maybe like a millionth of the expense on their data center versus storing entire VOD data. But for some reason the chat gets deleted after a couple weeks, but the VOD does not if you save it as a highlight. And there's no limit on the amount of highlights you can create. Now, like, this space is cheap too, so I have no idea how Twitch is running their show, other than not very well, based on how many bad decisions they've made lately. I'm not gonna make any promises. I'm not gonna say anything that I know is going to come true, chat. But there is a chance, like maybe 6 months in the future, that I'm going to be streaming on YouTube instead of Twitch, depending on how badly they run their service into the ground. Like, a lot of viewers probably don't understand or even know about a lot of the shit that Twitch has been doing lately, but they've been fucking some shit up, like, big time on Twitch. Like, really bad decisions that are scaring away a lot of their really big content creators. So it is possible that Twitch is going to kill their own platform at some point in the future. I just want to say that that's a thing that could be happening. I don't know if it will. I don't know if they'll actually get their shit together. But Twitch has been making some really bad decisions lately. For instance, like, their high-tier partners, so people like Germa, for instance, that have like a 70-30 split, I think, on Twitch. I'm not sure if Germa has it, but some of the big content creators like that get offered contracts for 70-30 splits on subscriptions, which basically means you get 70% of the subscription money. For comparison, I, a lowly affiliate, and the vast majority of the partners on Twitch that have like 50 or so viewers, and then affiliates down to my level, you get 50-50 on subscriptions. Twitch takes 50%, I get 50%. I don't remember what happens with the taxes. I think you have to pay extra for the taxes, so the remaining $5 gets split 50-50 between me and Twitch is how subs work. They had a situation where 70% got sent to certain partners with contracts for Twitch. They're taking that away. Like, they made an announcement semi-recently that they're taking away the 70-30 split, so those partners are going back down to 50-50 like everybody else. And these are people that live off of their Twitch income, which is, like, it's fucked up that they're doing this. And in a few words, what Twitch has said in response to the complaints is increase your ad revenue, is more or less what they've said. Run mid-roll ads to make up for that. Like, we'll give you a really good deal on running ads. And any sensible fucking like streamer on this platform knows that chat hates watching ads. I fucking hate ads. I do not run mid-roll ads on my stream. I never run them. I promise you, chat, I will never turn on mid-roll ads voluntarily on my stream. Ever. I do not want to do that. I fucking hate them. You have to watch the pre-rolls, but as long as you keep the stream running, you're good to go after that. The only time you may ever see me run ads during a stream is if I take an intentional ad break. Like if I'm gone for 5 minutes. I have to this day never done that. I have never clicked the button to run mid-roll ads, but I will never turn on the automatic ones, ever. If you ever see automatic ads running in the middle of my stream without any warning, it is because Twitch turned them on itself. Because I know how disruptive and horrible that shit is. Hold on, I'm looking at chat. You're gonna lurk real quick, hopefully you'll be back. Chat, that is Zany's first chat message. Alright, well, enjoy your lurk. I don't know if you've been lurking this whole time or not to begin with. Like I want to be clear about something on that. Like, there's a difference between automated mid-roll ads and then me running ads manually. I will never turn on the automated ones, ever. If you ever see ads in the middle of my stream, I will not be doing anything. I will be doing a BRB. But, as I said, I have never done that before. I make $2 of ad revenue per month. With my current viewer count, with the number of people that watch me, the number that maybe are subs, so I'm not getting ad revenue from them, I make $2 a month. It's not fucking worth it to me. I would turn off the ads entirely if I could. $2 a month is not worth forcing my chat to watch ads. And if I started running mid-rolls, I think that stat would go up to like maybe $5 if I understand it correctly, but it's obviously going to vary depending on like viewer retention, how many people are actually willing to watch the damn mid-roll ads. So I wish I could fucking turn them off and like support like better ways for Twitch to make money, like subscriptions, which I thought were a really good system. But the problem is Twitch has just been like pushing the ads. They want you to run ads. I got emails about like, oh, we have this really cool new ad incentive that we added to our service. You should totally run more ads and you'll get a bigger part of the cut. And I was like, fuck that shit. I'm not turning that on. I don't want people to have to watch that. And there's a lot of partners that feel the same way. And these partners who are living off of their 70-30 split, who are getting fucked over by having literally 40% of their revenue, or whatever the number boils down to, cut off, they're mad. And we might see people dropping off of Twitch because of that. So who knows what the future holds for me. I am not living off of Twitch. I'm not the one that's getting fucked over by this. I already have a 50-50 revenue split. So this is old news to me, or not old news, but this is business as usual to me. But I mean, if Twitch scares away all their viewers and YouTube like actually makes good decisions to scoop up some of that viewer count, let's just say it's not outside the realm of possibility that I would go that direction as well. I'm not going to say that I will or won't do anything of the sort, but the possibility exists. For now, I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm not moving anywhere. You'll know in advance if I'm going to do it. I don't want to have to do it, but Twitch is fucking their shit up right now. So this will be exciting. Exciting Twitch drama. That's it for our Twitch drama broadcast. Let's go back to working on the farms now. Let's do something a little bit more fun and not complain about Twitch. But there you go. For anyone who wasn't aware of the current situation on Twitch, that's more or less the gist of it. And there's a bunch of other shit going on, but it's just garden variety drama at this point. Like somebody had sex on stream or something and got banned for like a week. I don't know. Twitch is definitely a platform with problems. I'm not kidding about what I just said. Somebody did have sex on stream and got banned for like a week tops. And then somebody else got perma-banned for some other offense they did. I don't want to talk about Twitch drama. It's sad. Oh, for fuck's sake. All my pumpkin seeds are gone. Oh, fucking tentacles. This is what I was talking about with this game working 90% of the time. Is cosine name taken on YouTube? Yes, probably, as well as cosines 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 256. The thing is, on YouTube, you can have a duplicate name, and I don't know if cosine 256 is like a verified channel on YouTube, is the thing I don't know. Like cosine 256 at gmail.com is taken, for instance. Like I would have to pick a different name for the YouTube channel if I was going to do that. But yeah, the pumpkin seeds are fucking gone. Yeah, there's gambling stream drama too. Okay, I guess, you know, whatever. We're gonna keep talking about Twitch drama because I think chat's kind of interested in this. Let's not, without letting things get too negative or horrible. I think they banned gambling streams, which, at face value, that seems like a good thing. But what you got to remember is gambling streams were making Twitch a shitload of money, as well as the content creators who ran the gambling streams. And you say what you will about like the morality of gambling and the fact that kids probably watch this shit and whatnot, but that was a big fucking source of revenue for Twitch in a time where they're already making a bunch of really bad financial decisions. So like they basically fucking cut even more of their revenue by making that decision. And I don't know where the money is going to come from now for that, because like that was huge from what I understand. Gambling, I think, isn't like people streaming like poker and blackjack sites, I think, is what the gambling was. I don't think this was like loot crate gambling or anything. I think this was like actual like online gambling that people were streaming, is my understanding of what it was. Like, it's nothing I ever watched. I did not give a shit about this. I only vaguely knew it existed, but apparently they straight up banned that, like, entirely. It's just gone. You can't do that anymore on Twitch. So that's a source of revenue for Twitch that's gone now, which means they are going to start pushing the ads even harder to make up for that. So like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, I don't want to say that they should encourage gambling, but I feel like some parental controls or something on that to prevent the wrong people from watching the gambling would have been a better solution than just banning it. And then, like, going on Twitter and saying, oh, we banned gambling, smile, we're a wholesome corporation. It's like, no, you're not a wholesome corporation. You're just making really fucking bad decisions because nobody that works for your company knows what they're doing right now. So, like, I don't know. It's all over the place. I don't understand what the fuck Twitch is doing right now. I don't know if Twitch staff is watching my... I'm an affiliate. I don't even know if I'm allowed to be complaining about this, but I'll take the risk. Like, my life is not over if I get unaffiliated. I'd rather not. I mean, it's fun. I like having emotes for people, and then like I do get money from this. Like, not a ton. It's not enough to live off of, but like, I'm not gonna fucking like just brown nose for Twitch if I think I'm gonna get banned if I don't do that. Like, no, I'm gonna fucking call them out on their bullshit, and they're making some terrible decisions right now, and I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm scrolling back up to see if I missed anything. Give me a moment. I have a very small section of chat visible to me, unfortunately, so it's hard to see if I missed anything. So I saw some people gambling box fighting. I don't know what that is. I don't think that's the gambling that they banned, but I'm not really sure what they did. Because I think gets affiliate taken away live on stream. You hate to see it. I wonder what that looks like, actually. If you get unaffiliated during a live stream, I wonder what happens. Okay, does that end your stream, or do your subs just like do all of your like channel points and subs just like suddenly disappear? I would assume that it ends your stream. They probably like cut your stream, but I don't know for sure. It'd be interesting to find out. And by interesting, I mean not interesting enough for me to want to find out. So here's the verdict I have for this farm. I need to be standing here, I think, for this to work. So we need to add an on-off switch. Do they refund the subs? I have no idea. Like Jess, for instance, actually it brings up an interesting point. So anyone who knows Jessie Abeb, she unaffiliated recently. I was actually considering subbing to her during September. The only reason I didn't was because she was talking about unaffiliating. So, streamer gets their last paycheck. Okay, so you do not get a refund. So, I mean, I guess I could have given Jess the sub money, which would have been nice, but it looks like I would have more or less been scammed after that. Which I would not have been mad at you, Jess. Okay, you're still here. I would not have been mad at you, just to be clear. But, like, that was the reason I did not sub you during September, was because you were making it sound like you were going to unaffiliate. So I assumed that you would probably feel bad, and you didn't want me giving money to Twitch for you, so it's probably for the best that I did not sub to you during September because of that. What's the reward for collecting the pumpkin seeds? I've been kind of rambling about Twitch, haven't I? Okay, let me give a synopsis of what we're doing here right now, which will answer the question. So, Astroneer added a new event, which is the EXO Farm Initiative. The farm stands for something. I don't know what it stands for. It's some clever acronym. But basically, you need to generate biofuels, which use these pumpkins and optionally a second plant to generate one of these 3 fuel items here that you can see my micro penis cursor circling around. It's hard to see the pixel, but I'm trying to move it around so you can spot it. I'm trying to generate this one here, the one that's worth 50 points, which requires these elegant spew flowers, and then all of them require this sturdy squash samples, which are made by these pumpkins. And as a reward, it's very hard to read this, especially if you're on mobile, but there's a throwback bundle, which I got already. It's stuff I had already from last year. Then there's this weird leaf leap emote that looks like I'm jumping in a pile of slime. Pollen count, I don't know what this is yet. And then a Galastro cap is presumably a hat accessory, and I also don't know what it is yet. And I could actually send it away right now and get all the rewards, but I'll fill up the canister first before I do that. And then after that, you get care packages. And the care packages are basically just a random assortment of items in the game that may or may not be useful at all. You can shred the ones you don't want. So I'm setting up an automated farm for this whole system so that I can just AFK here. Like, not during streams, like off stream, I might AFK here for a little while, accumulate a bunch of these fuels, and then send them away on a stream and like show chat like all the stuff I got from it. Like, we can just kind of like see all the crap that I get as a reward from it during the stream. Let's see, if you put your 7T and add emotes. Well, I mean, oh, you're right, yeah. I'm gonna have to fucking get 7TV. I'm gonna come clean with 7TV. I don't have a 7TV extension, and it's because I've been waiting desperately for Better Twitch TV to add the 7TV emotes, but I think I'm gonna just have to bite the bullet and add 7TV as a second extension on my, like, just for my own chat, and then enable the same batch of emotes so that I can see them, and then so that anybody else who has 7TV can see like the Jess emotes. Because like 7TV I think has like fucking 200 slots or some shit, so I'm sure I would have room for that. Let me make a note about that to do that. I might as well just accept the fact that that's a thing that exists now. I'm annoyed that we have 3 of these like emote services. We have Better Twitch TV has emotes, Franker Face Z has emotes, 7TV also has emotes now, which is annoying, but it is what it is. I think 7TV is here to stay, so I might as well go ahead and just accept my fate and add them. So there, I made a note to do that. You can get rid of Better Twitch TV. I use the other Better Twitch TV features though, like the chat highlighting and the thing to undelete messages. Like, I actually use Better Twitch TV features. So I basically need 2 extensions as far as I can tell. And it's just Better Twitch TV came with the Franker Faces, or is it Franker Face Z or Franker Faces? Whatever it is, it came with the Franker Face emotes as well, so I have both of those set up. I'm getting distracted. I need to answer a question for someone. So anyways, to finish answering the question here, I need to be standing near these plants in order to farm them. The way the pumpkins work is they do not generate an additional seed, and apparently if I'm not standing near them, the fucking, like, a goblin comes over and steals them, because I used to have like 20 pumpkin seeds in here, and we're down to like 6. So those are despawning. These things here, the problem that we're having is that these auto arms are picking up the seeds faster than I can reproduce them. And the seeds also seem to not be settling properly. And the way to fix all of this crap is I need an off switch. So we're going to do a little bit of circuitry here and set up an off switch. It's very similar to what I have over here. And this is how you make logic gates. So anybody who hasn't done this before in this game, you're about to see how to make like a very basic AND gate for this video game. So I need to find a couple things here. I need a medium storage. And I want to think about how this is going to work. I could have this timer always running, and then it has to pass through an AND gate, and the purpose of the AND gate is going to be to determine whether or not these proximity repeaters get fired. So if the AND gate is off, the proximity repeaters don't do anything, and the plants just like sit here idly. The alternative is I do something similar to what I did here, which is while the system is on, the repeaters run constantly. But while it's turned off, the repeaters don't cycle. I think for now I'm going to make the first version that I mentioned. So this clock is going to be running at all times, and then it's just not going to be able to activate these repeaters unless the AND gate is active. So let's go ahead and do that. Thank you for the donations to the money hole. Alright, so here's circuitry in this video game. For anybody who's never done this before, it's kind of janky. If you've ever done wiring in Terraria, like using the logic gate features that Steampunker sells in Terraria, that's more or less what it is in this game. It is not redstone. It doesn't work like Minecraft. The way I would describe this is a signal, like this is a pulse-based automation system. Minecraft uses like states. So Minecraft is state-based. It's either on or off. This is pulse-based, so you send a single one-tick pulse to activate the next part of the circuit, is the way that I could describe this. And Terraria also uses pulse-based circuitry. So that's the best I can describe this as, if that helps anybody who has like a vague like electrical engineering background or has played another game that works like that. This just sends like signal pulses. So in order to make logic gates, we need to switch it over to like a steady state. Again, I don't know if this is the correct terminology for this because I am not an electrical engineer, but the way you create this is you pretty much need to have these things here. And what these are going to do is these are power switches. When they're turned on, they allow power through. When they're turned off, they don't allow power through. Unlike the pulses, power in this game is more or less like a redstone signal from Minecraft. So if I like stick a battery here, the battery doesn't actually lose any power when you do this. It's basically the existence of a power supply is enough for these to operate, but it doesn't actually drain the battery. That's just how it works. You just need a power source that will never run out. I can use this along with a power sensor, which is this thing here, to create an AND gate. And the way the AND gate is going to work is when this power sensor detects that it has power, it's going to send a signal. And you can see the operation that it has here. The mode is power gained or lost. I could cycle that to power gained, power lost, or gained or lost will both send a pulse. So I'm going to set it to power gained, and what this is going to do is you're going to see this thing activate every time the condition is met. So if I turn it off, nothing happens. It pulses green like that. And this is an AND gate because both of these power switches have to be active, which is what an AND gate logic would look like. And if you want to make an OR gate in this game, just for anybody who's curious about it, an OR gate in this game is literally this instead. So you would take the battery like this. I don't know how I described a target pin. So if I want to make an OR gate where if either of these was active, and I think you have to actually do it like this, you can put it on a platform and it'll detect whether there's power on the platform. But this right here, it's being a pain in the ass. Let me get another platform. I don't want that platform. That platform called me names. Okay, here's how you would do it otherwise. So if you want to make an OR gate, just for anyone who might hypothetically be wondering, any lurkers who don't want to talk in chat, that's all good. This is what an OR gate is instead. So as long as either of these is providing power, this power switch is going to detect it. So this is what an OR gate looks like in this game instead. So you can see here, if the condition, they both need to turn off, and the condition is no longer met, and then if either of these is activated, it'll send a pulse. And then if both are activated, nothing new happens because the condition is already being met. But if I turn them both off and then activate either of them again, it activates this. That's an OR gate. However, we're making an AND gate, which is slightly simpler, thankfully enough. So the way we're going to set that up is we're going to drop these on this platform. This just keeps them organized. You don't have to actually do it like this. I'm going to connect them like this. You can't really see it, but this cable is running from right to left right now. And there's two ways that you can do this, but you pretty much need either a battery on the floor or a power sensor on the floor. I'm going to put the battery on the floor. A power sensor on the floor is going to detect whether it's getting power through a cable plug. If you put it on a platform, it's going to detect whether the platform is giving it power instead. So what you can do for a situation like this is if I hook it down like this through the platform and then into this thing here, that is going to power the power sensor, but only if both of these are active. So this is how I'm going to set this up. Power goes from the small battery into the power switches. If both power switches are active, they will fire off a pulse for the power sensor. So I could turn it off, nothing happens, turn it on, it activates. Turn them both off, nothing happens, still nothing, now it activates because they're both met. And then the only thing I need to do to add my own on-off switch to this system is find a button repeater in the giant tower of repeaters that I made. You can stack them like this, by the way. It's a good storage technique. I need to attach this to one of the power sensors. And then I want the other power sensor attached to this clock that I have over here. So I'll clean up the mess I'm making once I've laid everything out. Let's get this over here. This is a bit of a mess, but hopefully it's readable enough to tell what we're doing here. I really do not want goo sacks attached to that. Thank you, game. Just cross the wires real quick. Okay, so we have power going into this now. And then this clock over here, I'm going to attach to this. Just stick it on the top somewhere, it doesn't actually matter. Detach it from these proximity repeaters. I need to be able to see the one that's in here. I'm trying to detach this one. Give me a second. I need to mouse over a tiny pixel here. There we go. Alright, and then we want the power sensor to be the thing that allows us to activate these. So I'm going to create a target pin like this and attach it to all of these things. And this one over here. And then if you want to store these a little more conveniently, you can put segment pins back on top of the thing you got the pin out of just to organize it a little bit better. Alright, and what we've accomplished here is when both conditions are met, aka when the clock activates this, and if I have the system turned on with this thing here, that'll allow these proximity repeaters to activate, otherwise they will sit stationary and do nothing. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this on. I think it was already turned on. Let's turn it back on. Alright, so this one is on. I missed with this connection. This is what I was trying to connect to. Alright, so what we should have here is this clock is going to continuously toggle this gate on and off, and every time this gate turns on, if this button repeater has also turned on the system, aka this power switch here, I don't have to use a button repeater for this, but it's a little more elegant than manually toggling it here. Then the signal will go through, it'll hit this power sensor, the power gained will occur, and it will fire off these proximity repeaters, which will harvest and or replant all the stuff. And then the other thing that I can do here is I could turn these arms on and off as well. So if I, for instance, add a target pin like this, I can do this, and then I can also target these auto arms, and pretty much I can turn the whole system on and off using these segment pins. So for instance, if I know that I'm not going to be here, there's no point in having these arms running, for instance. So I could just do this as well. Let me hypothetically turn everything on. So if I want to shut down the system here, all I have to do is use this, and that'll just turn off these arms. The ones that are here will still do some residual operations, because what I could do is I can use storage sensors to automate these arms rather than have them turned off by the system, so they'll just turn off when there's nothing left for them to do. So if I detect that the end point is filled, for instance, or that there's nothing here. For now I'm going to leave them on because power is cheap. I mentioned this before, but I have two large solar arrays on top of this gateway. There's one here, and there's a second one over here. One of those I towed with the space elevator, which I will try to show at some point before the end of the stream. So power is cheap. It's actually CPU cycles that I'm saving by turning these auto arms off, because they are doing more calculations when they're turned on. But anyways, that's the gist of automating the system like this. The thing I need to keep in mind is edge cases. For instance, we have a seed sitting on the ground here that didn't get planted. It didn't get planted because it happened to be harvested while I turned the system off, but before it got planted again. So there's not a whole lot to be done about that other than making sure that all the seeds are synchronized. So I'm going to have to babysit this a little bit because unfortunately the automation tools that they gave us for this are not quite as good as I would like them to be, and I run the risk of losing the seeds because of stuff like that. So I just have to kind of keep an eye on when I turn it off to make sure I didn't just harvest all these squashes before they get planted again. The way I can potentially fix that would be to have 2 signals get sent back to back followed by a large delay, and make sure that both signals always get sent in sequence. And as long as those 2 signals always harvest the plants and then replant the seeds in that order, I don't have to worry about the seeds never getting planted if I turn the system off. But those are changes that I can make in the future. For now, we're going to roll with what I have. The other thing worth noting for anybody who's actually learning anything from this is there's a reason why I'm using a battery for this and not like the power grid. Like, I very specifically have a battery separated from the power grid here, and the reason for that is if I do ever run out of power for this system, it will break the logic gate because I need to have a guaranteed power source running through these 2 switches in order for them to work. I can't risk accidentally like severing one of these power extenders while this system is operating and it missing a cycle. Like in this case, it's not crucial, it wouldn't break anything, but generally speaking, it's good practice to have a dedicated, guaranteed battery for all of your circuits that you know will never run out, so you don't have to worry about it breaking. And then I don't have the battery attached to this platform here because, again, if I power this platform, that's going to activate the power sensor and it's going to break the whole signal because I need these power switches to be the thing that activate the power sensor. So these 2 power switches are the only thing allowing power to get to this platform, which is then detected by the power sensor, which then sets off all this spaghetti of like wires that I have everywhere, which I'm aware is a complete mess, but I'll clean it up in post. We'll edit that out. Alright, I think that's everything I wanted to say there. I need to hydrate, and then I'll check chat, see if I missed anything. Like that one scene in Spider-Man with the suspended taxi, I have no idea what you're talking about. I've like never seen a Spider-Man movie. Proud of having a couple auto arms to put things in the storages. Yeah, you can definitely do a lot with this game. Like, this is stuff that you don't have to do at all to beat the game. And there's a lot of potential here to make some interesting contraptions that people just don't dig into because it's intimidating. It's poorly explained. Like, the devs like don't explain how this works anywhere. You have to just kind of... You really gotta watch somebody else do it. Like, be it me or like a YouTube video or something. There are videos you can watch on YouTube of people explaining like how to do this kind of stuff. How to make and OR gates. But the thing is, if you don't have any background in this kind of like logic and circuitry to begin with, it's going to be very difficult to understand it just in general. And there's really not a whole lot you can do about that except just try to learn it. Like, go out of your way to watch videos or seek out people who can explain this stuff to you if it's actually interesting. Because this kind of circuitry stuff is fascinating. And I love it when games give you the option to do things like this. Even if what I have here is very rudimentary and simple, these are the tools that you need to make some extremely complicated systems. So like, there's a lot of potential to do some really neat things here. And people have done way more complicated stuff than I have. I explained it pretty well. Oh, okay, your fiancé said that. Alright, I'm happy to hear that then. I don't consider myself a teacher, but like I try to be reasonably clear about stuff. Like, hopefully my explanations are good. I'm always open to questions. But I definitely am not a teacher, so like my technique might not be perfect, and this might be like blowing past some people. Like, especially if you don't have a background in logic gates, me talking about and OR gates is not going to mean a whole lot to you, and that right there, I might have lost you on that. So I do apologize if I lost anybody during this explanation, but I'm trying my best here. And it is somewhat applicable to programming. I see you're mentioning that. Like, AND gates and OR gates are not in programming, but AND and OR operations are in programming. So like the concepts do carry over a little bit. Like knowing what the ones and zeros are going to do when you do AND, OR, XOR, NOR, X, NOR, all those operations and whatnot. Like there is overlap here. Like electrical engineers and software engineers are very similar there's a lot of overlap between the two fields. So like it's good to know this stuff. I'm personally a software engineer, but I know a little bit about like electrical engineering theory and circuitry like this. I couldn't make any of this stuff. Like if you gave me all the tools necessary to like construct this with like actual physical wiring, I would not be able to do it. Like assuming obviously it's like comically large like wiring and logic gates, I would not be able to do it because I wouldn't really understand like the principles behind that, but I think I would be able to figure it out if somebody like gave me a comparison to how it worked in like a game like this, and like, okay, this is the thing you need to do to set up an AND gate and an OR gate, and then I'd be like, oh, okay, I get it now. I see how I can chain these together and make something. So there is overlap in these concepts. Alright, have I watched this season of Rick and... I'm going to watch the season. I have not watched it yet, other than the first episode, the one they released for free, but I am going to watch this season. Yes, I am a filthy Rick and Morty viewer. Everybody who doesn't like the show, you can leave now, I'm sorry. I promise I don't make Pickle Rick jokes. I'm not that type of viewer. Like, you don't have to worry about that. I don't do that here. I think I have chat members that do that, though, so you have been warned. Okay, anyways, go make a calculator. Yeah, the calculator is always the classic. You could make a calculator in this game. I don't know if I'm going to do that or not because it tends to be tedious, but it's something I could potentially do with this game. I would have to definitely do some like research to figure out how to make like adding operations, like a proper adder, because I don't off the top of my head know how to make an adder with the logic gates that I have available to me. So there would definitely be some homework I need to do to make a calculator. Alright, let's see. Am I available to answer questions during lab hours? Now, my office hours are basically random, so good luck. You catch me during a stream or something, and maybe I'll be able to answer questions. I'm reading chat right now. There's a lot going on right now. I don't want to miss anything. Yeah, I watch Rick and Morty. That's why I'm so smart. Yep, that's the meme. Yeah, Rick and Morty is so scientifically inaccurate. It's like there's almost a comedy in and of itself. How like unrealistic the science is in that show. I don't know why people meme about it being a high IQ show. That's not the point of it at all. He's a Java developer, luckily not JavaScript. Well, unfortunately, JavaScript I think is actually a more in-demand like language. And for anyone who is not familiar with Java or JavaScript, they're different languages. They're not related at all. There's literally no overlap between the two languages. JavaScript is like a what the hell are they called? It's like a dynamically interpreted scripting language or something. And Java is a compiled language with a runtime engine, I think is like the terminology for that. So like they work completely differently for different applications. Like Java is used for a lot of servers, and JavaScript is typically used for client operations on web browsers. But in any case, Java is still a decent language. Like people shit on Java because Minecraft was written in Java. Minecraft was written by monkeys. Like Java is actually fine as a programming language, but A, it's not made for writing games. And B, Minecraft is very badly programmed. So like both of those things definitely gave Java a bad name, but Java's fine as a programming language. Like it's perfectly good for like server programming. And that's what you're going to see it with in the industry. So it's definitely a good language to learn. If you're going into software engineering, like having Java on your resume is completely fine. But having JavaScript on it is also really useful, especially if you're going to go into web development. Like you want to have JavaScript, because that is just ubiquitous. It is everywhere in the web development industry. And I fucking hate JavaScript, but regrettably I'm fairly decent at using it. It is what it is. Sometimes you don't like the programming languages you use, but at the end of the day, they're all programming languages. They all do roughly the same thing. You just have to figure out how to write a for loop, and you're good to go at that point. Figure out the basic programming concepts, and you can sort of work it out from tutorials as you go along. Anyways, I think we're done. I finally caught up with chat. So now that we have this nice system here, let me go ahead and turn on the whole thing. Yeah, this is still pulsing, so it's turning this gate on and off constantly. So let's go ahead and turn the system back on. We have a lot of seeds that managed to accumulate in here. I'm actually going to help them spread out a little bit more. I still don't know if these seeds are capable of keeping up properly with these auto arms. I pretty much need to make sure that I'm not pulling the seeds out of the system any faster than they're getting replanted, or else I'm going to have a net loss. Because I get one seed every time the whole thing activates. As for the pumpkins, again, we have a finite number of pumpkin seeds, but we don't have a risk of the arms picking up the seeds. However, we do have a risk of shit like this happening right here. This seed is never going to get planted because fucking Astronium spawned underneath it for some reason. So I think what we need to do here is actually set up the auto arms to remove that now. Because we are going to start having problems later if I don't do that. Like, I already see the writing on the wall. We're going to have issues if I don't fix that. I wish I had thought this through a little bit better, because I don't really have room to do that. I need 2 more auto. I think I'm going to dig into the wall over here. Yeah, we're going to dig into the wall. That's what we're doing. What's that noise? Did I accidentally use the snail? I think I accidentally used the snail. That's what that weird Pikmin noise was. Yeah, I wrote my name on the wall over here. I painted over it when I did some terraforming. So that's gone now. Only the OG viewers would remember when I wrote my name on the wall. So I'm just going to carve a hole for now. I'll clean this up later. But I'm going to carve a hole in the wall to do this. Just so that I have room to put arms on the opposite side of the pit. Alright, so let's grab a couple of these. I need another medium platform A. I had one. There we go, there it is. Got tons of these, so I don't have to worry about running out anytime soon. Yeah, I think there's like 3 or 4 songs from Shapes.io on the soundtrack, and if anybody's ever wondering what a song is on the soundtrack, just ask me. Like, I don't have my stream set up to have like a song command, but I could just go check what it is and tell you if you're curious what the songs are, because it's from a whole ton of different games, including a few like much smaller niche games that even I didn't know about. Like, I had a couple suggested to me that I added. So like, I don't mind getting asked what the songs are. Eventually I might set up a command to do that. So I'm just getting out the tools I usually use for terraforming here, because we got some more work to do, and luckily the game gave us some leveling blocks. So I'm going to need these in a second here. Alright, so I will clean this all out later. For now, the only goal is to get a big enough hole in the wall that I can put a storage silo to hold all the Astronium that I'm getting from the farm. Which this should be good enough right here. So this might look prettier next time I stream. I don't think I'm going to smooth this out now because I already spent a bunch of my early stream doing that. I will, however, have to do a bit of terraforming here. So you get to see me create more slots for these auto arms. Do I want to do the forbidden technique? I don't think so. The forbidden technique is... I could do the forbidden technique. Alright, let's do the forbidden technique. I don't know why I'm calling it that. It's not that interesting. I'm hyping it up to be... No, don't, Merc, don't do that. I'm making this way more interesting than it actually is. Or making this seem way more interesting than it really is. I need to put my cursor there. Which I need to smooth this out a little bit first. You'll see the forbidden technique. It's basically I'm going to smooth across this gap without smoothing the intervening space, is what I'm about to do. So I need to first get enough of the terrain removed that the smoothing will actually take on the other side. And I need to switch to the small or the narrow mod. So what I'm doing here is I'm putting my cursor on the surface I want to sample the height from. And I right click. That's going to lock it in. They changed the name to Shapes. They removed the .io to not longer be related to malicious software and other IO websites. Fucking, dude, malicious software can be anywhere. IO websites is just kind of the go-to for a lot of these like web browser style games. I don't know. Okay, I guess I'll just call it Shapes. Shapes. I don't like it. I like the old name more. All right. So, anyways. I've gone ahead and sampled the spot I want. Let's see if I can do this. Alright, so I'm holding control to smooth. Ooh, actually, is my cursor going to snap? Hold on a sec, I might have done this wrong. Let me go back over there and try this a different way. Let me do this from above, actually. This is much easier from above. So I'm going to get my sample from... Get on the wall. Get on the wall. Yeah, I'm going to do this a slightly different way. So I'm out of range for my terrain tool, but you'll see that the indicator is still on the ground. Right there. I'm going to hold control. I'm waiting for it to stop moving my camera so I can get the sample I want. Come on. Come on. I'm aiming for a pixel, chat. There it is. Alright. I'm starting to smooth now. Like, I've actually activated the smoothing, but I'm not close enough to do the smoothing operation. But if I move closer, like this, and then fall back down, I come back in range, and that allows me to start smoothing on the other side of the pit with the sample I took from the opposite end without, like, drawing a line across the intervening space. So that was not terribly interesting, but that was what I was talking about with the forbidden technique. You can actually use this to basically sample an elevation, drag it to the other side of your base. As long as you're not close enough to actually start smoothing, the game won't be able to do anything, but it'll remember the height you were trying to smooth from. And it allows you to do operations like this here with reasonable convenience, and it'll save you having to use like a leveling block to recreate a specific surface. So there you go. That's, again, it wasn't very interesting now, was it? But that's what I was talking about with that. So now you know. The Lambda of Astroneer. I don't think I know if that's a reference to something, but that sounds pretty cool, so I'll roll with it. I wish there was an easier way to do stuff like this, but you basically have to use game engine jank to solve a lot of problems in Astroneer because they don't give you the tools to do it properly. I've just grown familiar with the jank. We've embraced the jank. Right, where's the leveling block? There it is. Alright, so anyways, to create the rest of it, I'm going to do this. So that's the little block I have in the middle there. And then I need to get the back wall, which I should be able to get from right here, I think. Not quite. That's not what I wanted. I need to cut that back a bit further. That should be good. Thank you, Risk of Rain. I think I've already said on stream, I did not like Risk of Rain 2, but god damn, it has a good soundtrack. Oh wait, I fucked this up. I was supposed to do the other version. There we go. This is what I wanted. Skill issue? Yeah, partially. But also, just the general gameplay loop didn't vibe with me. When I realized that the gameplay loop was basically, hey, you want to play your build for longer? You know, you're gonna get instant killed by the Malachite enemies, have fun. I was like, this is just not how I feel like playing this game. Watch out, there's a Lemurian Flame Elite. Oh, that's okay, I already know about it. It killed me instantly in one hit. Oh well. Each your own. There's nothing wrong with liking the game, it just didn't do anything for me. And it's an erotic dance originating in Brazil, performed by two people who hold each other closely and gyrate their hips in synchronized motion. Look, this is the internet. I've heard way worse things than that. Like that's almost wholesome, honestly. Like a little erotic, but like let's be real, this is the internet right now. Also, Lambda. Is it Lambada or Lambda? Was that a typo? Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Lambada. I thought you said Lambda. Okay, so it was a different word. I was about to like shit on them for stealing that word. Look, I'm sure it can't be that bad. Look, there's a video of Anka doing a suggestive dance on the internet, and then the full version of it is actual porn. Like, Lambada can't be that bad. Thank you, internet, for ruining me. Don't look it up, by the way. Or do, whatever. I'm not your mom, I don't care. Look it up if you want. Look up the Anka dance if you want. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so anyways, we got our slots now for these auto arms. Where is the... Oh my god, I'm just looking at how much crap I have here. I need my color palette. I wonder if we have time to paint the Amogus. Maybe we can paint the Amogus after this. That'll be fun. I haven't done that on stream, or at all. I thought about actually doing something like that off stream, but I think it'll be more fun if I do it on stream. Anyways, I need to paint a line in the terrain so that I can carefully put these platforms in a specific spot so I have full coverage of the pit. So for that, inhibitor mod, boost mod doesn't matter, narrow mod, and terrain analyzer with dark gray. The dark gray color, for anybody who's wondering, it's the color for like the roads and stuff. It's the color that gets generated underneath these train stations when you place them, if you're wondering how to get that particular color. I think shelters also use that color. And I need a canister for some reason. And then I'm just going to do this. And what this is going to allow me to do is have a perfectly centered marker for the auto arms. And when they start jittering like this, when you rotate them, that means that they're at a perfect axis aligned angle. I don't know why, that's just what that means. It's a bug, but it's a bug we use to our advantage. There are a lot of those in this game. We weaponize the bugs. For instance, I basically used nothing but bugs to build the space elevator, and we take what we can get. It was a combination of like 2 or 3 bugs that allowed the space elevator to be what it is today. So the reason I have 2 auto arms here isn't because I need the throughput, but because I need coverage for both sides of a storage pit. Like, we're not going to generate this stuff very quickly, but I do need to be able to get it out of the pit in a, like, through the entire pit, or else I risk having a seed get stuck on top of Astronium that'll never despawn. So we can just run these across. These don't have any collision, so I can just do that. I can just turn these on at both on at all times, and then I want to make a storage canister to hold these. They're produced fairly slowly, so I'm not too worried about it filling up, but I have to keep an eye on it or else it will fill up at some point. Back to chess. Oh, hold on, wait, I missed some chat messages. Alright, let's see, we got how interesting Twitch is. Have you been away from Twitch for a while? Yeah, well, this is the usual around here. Honestly, I consider my stream to kind of be at a halfway point between like wholesome and like lovable man. Like, I'm kind of like in a middle ground there. My stream is not wholesome, but we also don't talk about like Astroneer or anything on this stream here because chat isn't quite that degenerate. As much as I love Lava's chat, it is just... Lovable's chat is just a completely different beast altogether. I like the balance that we struck here. It is hilarious, but goddamn, it is full of degenerates, and I love it because they're wholesome degenerates. It's a weird thing. Like, nobody in Lovable's chat is toxic, but the things they talk about there are absolutely phenomenal. I've tried to strike something like a little bit less like that, but I definitely don't want to be a weenie chat. Like, so we go for something in the middle. We talk about anal vibrators and chess apparently, and the Frenchman's cum sock. But we're not talking about Clussy all the time, or whatever the latest like fad is. I mean, we can talk about that. I'm not going to prevent chat from doing it, but let's not make that the subject of every stream. Keep it modest. Oh, hey, Jess. Jess likes Lavable's chat. Jess is a mod in Lavable's chat. This is just familiar at this point. Oh, I forgot I had this auto arm here. Anyways, what did we just accomplish? We have gotten the Astronium out of the hole now, so we don't have to worry about the seeds getting stuck on top of it. I need to get more pumpkins, however, because the fucking game deleted some of the ones I had in the pit because I didn't turn it off when I left. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn the whole thing off. And again, I'm checking on it to make sure that like the seeds didn't despawn or anything. And I think we're good to go on that. And I can't help but notice that all of my elegant spew flowers got fucking taken away, so I'm gonna have to figure something else for that. So while I go run off to go find more pumpkin seeds, I need to read this like really provocative chat message that I see out of the corner of my eye. So let me unload all this so I have like 6 storage spaces or something, and let me go grab some seeds. Alright, so a quote from Zenkai you found on the Paper Mario Wiki. Let's see. Okay, you found it. Yep, you found the quote. That's the exact quote that I got the Frenchman's cum sock from. Again, I said I did not come up with that. I saw a video of somebody like doing a voiceover of that quote. But that's what it is. Fucking that resonated with me on so many levels. The main thing that puts me off of playing chess is that there's 2,000 years of gameplay that hundreds of people with higher IQs than me have spent thousands of hours studying the history of. So much that when I put a pawn forward, they say, "Ah, I see you're going for the Bulgarian somersault." And then I tried to take their bishop with my knight, and they go, "Ah, rookie mistake, you played the Frenchman's cum sock." And in approximately 37 moves, I'll have won. What a mouthful. That is the fucking quote that I found. It's so fucking perfect. It so perfectly encapsulates like the energy I get from chess, because I don't understand chess at all. It is just such a level beyond me. A sockful indeed. Also, welcome back, Cuball. I don't know when you showed up again. I didn't even notice. I hope you use the unlurk command. I mean, you don't have to use the unlurk command, but in streamer culture, not using the unlurk command is considered a dick move. Because now, what about the people who thought you were still lurking and you didn't explicitly use a command that doesn't say anything important to clarify that you're not lurking? Lemon, did you use the lurk command before you used the unlurk command? Because I have to ban you if you did not use the other command first. I have no actual enforcement of that system, so I have to enforce it. Alright, I'm doing it. Let's see, can I snipe 69 seconds on this thing? How much precision does it have? Oh, god damn it, it's just 1 minute. I have to type it out. Alright. Oh, never mind, Severin did it already. Alright, well, thank you, mods. My heroes. I couldn't do it without you. Alright, so let's see, I just put like 6 seeds in here. Let me go get 6 more and drop those in, and that'll hopefully last. Hopefully I won't run out. Okay, you're actually going to bed? Alright, see you, Cuball. No, the lurk commands literally are just Nightbot, like, saying you lurked or you unlurked. It doesn't do anything at all. I don't know what a lurk command is even supposed to do other than ban you if you use the wrong one. Which, honestly, I would have had to do that if I had, like, the ability to set that up easily, but it was too much work, so I was like, nah, whatever. I'll let them unlurk without lurking if they really want to, and maybe my mods will ban them. Just don't do it in Nebgul's chat, he'll get mad. It's really funny, though. Sometimes I think I get away with it usually. I'm allowed to lurk occasionally, and Nebgul just, like, groans at me and doesn't do anything about it. He's such a sweetheart. Love that guy. Alright, put that one there. Make a simple state machine. That's the thing, I would have to make a state machine, which requires more than what Nightbot is capable of doing. So, like, the thing is, I know on the technical side how to do this stuff. The problem is it takes a lot of time to do any of this kind of stuff. Like, I would basically need to set up, like a little mini server or something on my end with a bot that can read from it and detect whether or not you lurked. Like, I would just need a Boolean entry for every chat member. And there may be services that, like, sort of simplify this process a little bit, but I ain't fucking paying money for that shit, so I'm gonna make my own, of course, like any good software developer. And essentially it means that nothing gets done. Though to be fair, I made a playlist system. Like, the playlist system I have right now is not a YouTube playlist. It's actually an extremely fucking janky Chrome extension that I wrote myself that basically functions as a YouTube playlist that doesn't randomly delete videos. And also allows me to, like, shuffle them manually and, like, see what order they're going to show up in. And it allows me to sort of filter out, like, specific things from the playlist that I don't want to show up. So I have, like, a tag for Astroneer stream that just, like, generates a playlist of, like, 6 hours of music to play during Astroneer, for instance. Which, sorry for anyone who actually, like, wondered if I was ever going to release that. I, like, almost guarantee I'm never going to release it because, holy shit, I do not want to support a Chrome extension. Like, my god, making extensions is such a fucking pain in the ass. Like, I don't want to do that. Alright, so anyways, what I want to do here is actually unplug one of these and only have one auto arm because I am having throughput issues that I might fix off stream, and I only seem to be able to support, like, one arm. before it runs out of seeds. So let me replant all of the seeds as tight as I can get them and see if this is going to be a little more reliable. And I would really like it if the devs would add like the equivalent of a farm plot to this game. Basically a plot that would drop the items from the seed on top of the plot, but leave one seed replanted that auto arms are not capable of grabbing. That would like solve all the problems I'm having with this system right now. Let me spread these out a little bit. There's really no rhyme or reason to how I'm doing this. There we go. Well, it's not a private extension so much as it's literally just a developer extension. Like, the thing is, you make extensions, so obviously you need to be able to test them locally as a software developer. And I'm just never going to release it. Like, it's just perpetually a developer extension in Chrome. So like, you basically just look up like the tutorial for how to make a Chrome extension and then just like pivot into whatever it is you were trying to create. That's more or less what I did. Like, it's an extension slash like local web server is kind of what I'm using it as. Like, it has a sort of crusty database built into it using the Chrome storage. At some point I'm probably going to actually move it out of the Chrome extension system and just run like an Apache server in the background of these streams so that I can run the playlist and have like a database that probably just a MySQL database or something on the side, just like storing all the playlist info. And that would probably be the same database I would use to store which chat members have been lurking and unlurking. So, I mean, might as well knock out all that stuff at once. Anyways, we have a lot of pumpkins and we have a lot of these things now. You know, I'm just rambling about software developer stuff. A lot of things that I may or may not ever actually do. So I want to turn the system back on. This button repeater is for activating these delay repeaters. This is the power to the system. Let's turn it back on and see what happens. Let's see. So this is filled. I guess these aren't done growing yet is the problem. So give it a second. Any second now, chat. Something's going to happen. Watch. Here it comes. Here it comes. Brace yourselves. Something's about to happen. Twitch's shoutout is dumb. Yeah, it is kind of dumb. Yeah, State Machine DB. I'm reading chat in the wrong order, but I think I got to everything. But yeah, it would be a database storing the states for chat members. I would, at that point, definitely use it for more creative things, but it's a time investment to set up stuff like that. You like my pumpkin pit? Thank you. It's a nice pit. It works most of the time. Sometimes the goo sacks get out of the pit, but it's fairly reliable. It works better than the thing I set up over here. Set up a JSON file on a Python web server. The thing is, if I'm going to make a file for this, I might as well use a database because, like, eventually I'm going to want to do, like, tag searches and stuff. So, like, I want to use, like, MySQL or Elasticsearch or something for this. Like, flat file searching will only get you so far. There's a point where you have enough stuff in memory that you're really reinventing the wheel here, and you might as well just use an actual database that's designed to do this stuff, these kinds of queries. Like I'm basically using, I think, a flat file right now. Like, I'm using Chrome storage, but I think Chrome storage is backed by flat files, so there's not a whole lot to be done there. Why the fuck is this auto arm broken? Turn on and grab the stuff. This is what I meant by this game working 90% of the time. I just had to turn that arm on and off again to get it to turn around and grab another speed flower. Anyways, we can finally send it away. Oh my god, I'm rambling. So this is going to finish the entire event, because this event is actually really easy. I don't think they expected anybody to fill a gas canister with noxethane. Alright, here we go. Let's see what we got. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, is my fuel not good enough for you? What indeed, Vesperian? Also, welcome to the stream. What the fuck? It just ditched all of my stuff. And I get nothing. I think it's because I sent it while it was on this panel instead of this one. What the fuck is this game? I don't understand. Is it coming back? Oh. There's stuff on it. Okay, okay, chat, hold on a second. I think I had a second care package is why it did that. I think I had rewards that it was trying to send me. So I just sent the rocket, and the game was like, oh, you have more items to receive for sending it. So it dropped all the stuff I had on the rocket in order to open space for the care package. Instead of leaving the stuff on the rocket and then giving me more points and then returning with the care package. I think this is just janky programming, I think is what happened here. But let's try that again. Let's see if it happens a second time. So I'm sending away all the fuel. We're gonna do it from this screen again. There it goes. All right, that's what's supposed to happen. There we go. All right, let's look at the. Somebody asked me about the Mario movie. I have not seen the Mario movie trailer. Like I basically I realized that exists like right before I started the stream and decided I'll watch it later. I probably should have watched it before the stream in retrospect because everybody seems to want to talk about it. I don't know anything about that movie because I have not seen that trailer. Will it be a good movie? I don't know. Will it be better than the Sonic movie? I don't know again. We'll find out, I suppose. And to be fair, I liked the Sonic movie. Was the Sonic movie like a good movie? Probably not really, but it was a fun movie and I liked it. And here we go, we got more rewards. Oh my god, there are so many of these. Do I have more rewards pending? Like, how many points did I just get for doing that? I have just a pile of crap over here now. No rewards pending. Okay. Why are these here twice? Okay, chat, listen. I could send Noxothane for 50 points, or I could send Noxothane for 50 points, and I'm kind of conflicted on which one I want to do. Like, I don't know which is more efficient. This fucking video game. Yeah, I do need to watch that trailer. Mario does not look cartoony enough. I mean, it can't be as bad as like the first pass on the movie Sonic, right? Like the really awful one before they like redid the model to not look disturbing. Can I follow the rocket in the winchmobile? The rocket. So here's what the rocket does. It goes up for a little while, it veers off to the side, and then I think it actually shrinks to nothing, and then disappears, I believe is what happens. It doesn't, like, go anywhere, it just sort of flies along a fixed path. And as for following it, no, it moves so fucking fast, it'll detach the winch, like, immediately. Like, I've tried to do this before. You basically get flung by the winch, which I could do, but I really don't want to get flung into space. We did a lot of space exploration in this one. Maybe ask me next stream if you're here and I might do it, but we already have one more thing we're going to do in space on this stream. Let's try to spread it out a little bit. Maybe we'll follow one of these rockets in the future and see if like I can attach 7 winches to it and they'll stay attached. We're going to die to the space kraken at the end of this stream, which is actually going to be fairly soon here. So we'll save that for a future occasion. Occasionally, maybe. Have I seen the new Twitch logo? Do they have a new logo? Oh no. Okay, hold on. I'm looking at the current one. Alright, so that's fine. Let's click on this image. I'm assuming they simplified it. No! No! Don't do that! Why? What the fuck? Why is everyone doing this? The Twitch logo was like the only bastion of hope for this platform. They fucked everything else up on Twitch. Why the logo? Twitch, can you make one good decision this year? Just a single good decision. Just one. Prove to us that you have a single human being working for your company and that it's not just run by orangutans that just like randomly hit buttons and ship features that nobody wants. God damn it. I'm totally gonna become a fucking YouTube streamer by the end of the year. Like there's no other possible outcome to this. Twitch is going to destroy their platform by the end of the year. God damn it, Mixer. What happened to Mixer? Why did they have to shut down? Like, Mixer would be fucking rolling in the dough right now if they had not shut down before Twitch started doing this shit. Because Mixer was, like, so close to being a good platform. For anyone who doesn't know, Mixer was like Microsoft's short-lived initiative into the streaming like community, and Mixer basically was okay. My understanding about it was fine, but not enough people used it, so it didn't gain enough traction, and it eventually died. It had some good ideas. I don't remember much about it because I interacted with it very little, but I think they basically they were not able to make a profit, and they ditched it and said, hey, go use Facebook Gaming, which is funny because literally nobody used Facebook Gaming after they said that. Like, there's no one in the universe that switched to Facebook Gaming. Like, everybody went back to Twitch. But the point is, Mixer had the potential to actually be, like, reasonably good. They just needed to clean it up a little bit and make it better, and they just didn't. They just gave up on it instead. And now Twitch is over here fucking, like, literally shooting itself in the foot with, like, a 12-gauge shotgun over and over again for the entire year, and YouTube is the only thing that could possibly step up and take away the people that don't want to use Twitch anymore. And the whole situation is very frustrating, how there's just a monopoly on, like, the streaming services, because it's such a difficult thing to, like, get invested into. Like, streaming is expensive. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I shit on Twitch for all the bad decisions they've been making and how they fucked everything up, but running a streaming service is insanely expensive. Like, running servers for this is not something you just run out of your garage. Like, we need a big company to compete with Twitch, and unfortunately, YouTube's the only one we got. At least that seems to be the case so far. So yeah, Mixer died because they basically killed it, I think, by, I guess, overspending, sounds like what we're saying. I don't know exactly what it was. Like, they decided to shut it down, and it was probably because it wasn't making enough money, or it was, well, it's not that it wasn't making enough money, it was losing them money consistently. Like, they couldn't figure out how to make a profit from it, so they gave up on it, which is fair. I just wish they had held out a little bit longer and seen what Twitch is doing now, because fucking I think Mixer would actually become profitable right now. People would start switching to it. Like, if Mixer offered some juicy contracts to, like, some of the partners that Twitch is about to scare away, I think they would definitely get something out of it. Like, it wouldn't even have to be that good of a contract based on what Twitch has been doing. Some people might even switch voluntarily, if I'm being honest. I'm just waiting for my snails to run out. I saw it, like, right as they were about to run out. YouTube is still better than Twitch. I mean, for videos, YouTube is better. YouTube's live service is better than it used to be, but it still sucks ass. Like, the biggest problem I have with YouTube's live service is it is extremely shitty for discoverability. I don't know how to find anybody. Like, I've tried. I don't know how to find, like, how to discover anybody on that platform. Like, it's hidden away. There's, like, a live tab, and then the live tab is just a dump of, like, all of the, like, highest view count streamers. I don't even know how to search the live tab. Like, I haven't figured out how to do it to find, like, the Astroneer streamers, if any exist. Like, there's probably ways to do all this stuff, but it's so, like, buried and convoluted and unintuitive. Like, they need to fix that shit if they're going to compete with Twitch, because Twitch allows you to discover small streamers. You literally go to the fucking Spelunky 2 tab, scroll to the bottom, look for somebody with 2 viewers, and just click on the stream and see if they're a nice person, and then follow them. Like, I don't know how to do that on YouTube. There's no discoverability. If you're not big on YouTube, I don't know how you can get a stream started. Like, I've never seen a small YouTube streamer. It just isn't a thing that exists. Mixer shut down near the end of we don't know what the hell we're doing with our company phase. You know, Twitch is going through that phase right now. You could always go to Trovo. Is Trovo like a bootleg streaming service or something that, like, nobody knows about? Or are they actually good? I mean, I feel like it's hard that they would be good if nobody's ever heard of them, but I don't know. I don't know what Trovo is. There's like the Vimeo of, like, streaming where it exists and it's functional enough, but nobody actually uses it. I don't know why Vimeo exists, but I mean, I'm glad it's there. Like, maybe someday it'll become the successor to YouTube when they somehow destroy their platform. I prefer watching smaller streamers. I mean, I generally prefer like small to medium-sized streamers. Like, as much as I admire Jerma, like I don't watch live Jerma streams. I tend to watch like VODs of specific things he did that were interesting to me. I definitely like the smaller streams. Like, I would say my like preferred like viewer count, not from a streamer perspective, but from a chatter perspective, is about 10 to 50. Like in that range is usually what I would go for. Any more than that, it tends to become too busy, and any less than that, and it tends to be like maybe 1 or 2 people talking, like at all. So there's not a whole lot of a feeling of conversation. Chat members aren't really talking to each other in situations like that. So like that's usually what I go for. Any higher than like a couple hundred is that's basically incoherent streaming at that point. So like Jerma or Doug, for instance, is another really good streamer, but he has like fucking hundreds of viewers every time he streams anything. And his chat is less of a conversation, more of just a vibe. As the entire chat just collectively decides like how it feels at any given moment and which emote they're all going to spam, because you can't actually have a conversation in Doug's chat at all. So, I mean, it is what it is. That just inevitably happens with like really large channels. By the way, I'm taking this opportunity to talk to chat while I just kind of watch the magic happen. Like, look how fucking fast this thing is working now. We've almost filled up another one of these canisters. And I think each of these is 5 at a time. Or 1 at a time. Oh my god, it's 1 at a time. This thing is hauling ass. It's actually 160 individual packets of gas here. Yeah, the limiting factor seems to be these spew flowers. The pumpkins are keeping up like more than enough, but these spew flowers are just not growing fast enough. Can you ask what I'm doing? I'm basically auto-farming these 2 plants, combining them together in these cauldron things, and then sending them into space in exchange for a pile of crap, is what I'm doing right now. Alright, keep on. You only have 2 viewers per stream when you don't stream so long. Honestly, I don't know why you have so few viewers on your stream, rather. Like, you stream fairly consistently. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know if it's you mashing your keyboard when you name your streams or something else. I do feel like you deserve more viewers than you get. Because I don't understand why you only have 2 people watching you. Like, your content's not dull, really, and you've never struck me as like a bad streamer. So like, I don't understand that. Like, I've seen terrible streams that seem to pull like 5 or 6 people into them, so I don't know, Twitch is weird. I'm kind of manually juggling. I think we're getting to end of the stream moment here. We're kind of coming up on the end of the stream here. I'm getting a little tired, my throat is hurting from talking for the whole time. So let's go ahead and wrap things up here. I think we're gonna go play with the Kraken. So anybody who had any like final thoughts about what we've been talking about, try to get them out now, because we're about to go visit the Space Kraken. Was there anything else I wanted to do? There was one other thing I wanted to do related to the shadows. So I'm going to briefly log out of my save and show something else, and then we're going to log back in and make a scum save and go visit the Space Kraken. So probably within 30 minutes we're going to be wrapping up the stream here. What even is the Space Kraken? You will see what the Space Kraken is. It's not from this game, but it exists in other video games besides Kerbal Space Program. But Kerbal Space Program is the game that it came from. I will give more context to this when we actually get here. We were talking about kids in VC spam. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Like kids in games that have like open mic voice chat that just never stop talking. I know exactly what you mean by that. Thankfully, I play games that don't have too much of that, like Deep Rock Galactic, for instance, and Team Fortress 2 even didn't have that many like kids in the chat that wouldn't shut up. But I've had that occasionally. I don't like it. It gets on my nerves because they will not stop talking. That's the problem. They have nothing interesting to say, and they will not shut up. Let me log out of the save and show something. So this is not related to the Space Kraken at all, but this is a follow-up on the shadows that I did on my last stream that maybe a couple of you were here for. Anybody who wasn't here for it, you're going to get to see something a little bit vaguely interesting. So let's go to my creative save. I think I'm still in the correct spot for this. Deep Rock has mature people. You enjoy it? I mean, you should enjoy that. I enjoy having mature audiences. All right, so you saw something on the ground there, but let me give a little bit more context for what happened here. So let's see, we're on DeSolo. I think Glacio is overhead. Let me check my diagram here real quick. This is not hacking. This is a separate save, completely separate creative mode save where I've been testing a few things. All right, so let me give a little bit of context. There's something that you may have seen if you played this game, and if you were on one of my previous streams, you saw me do this, where these planets here, these 4 planets, will have shadows get flicked across the surface. It actually happened while I was on Novus like 2 or 3 times, where you saw some shadows streaking across the surface of the planet while I was doing something. There were a couple Reddit posts about this, and we figured out in a previous stream what was causing it, except I didn't actually figure it out quite right because I was a little bit inaccurate, and I want to remedy that inaccuracy and just show this for anyone who is curious about some more game engine jank before we go back to visit the Space Kraken. This is not related to the Space Kraken at all, though it is related to space. But pretty much, there is an object on Glacio that will cast a shadow no matter how far away you are. I'm on DeSolo right now. Glacio's over here. Silva's in the middle. Glacio has sight pylons on it. If you don't know what a sight pylon is, let me take this off real quick so you can see what I'm doing. If you don't know what a sight pylon is, I think did I bring one here? Yeah, I have one here. A sight pylon is these things right here. So let me clone it. Creative mode. These things generate on the surface of Glacio and Calidor. Calidor is not in a position where you can see this anomaly happen, but Glacio is covered in these things. And this particular shadow, like this little protrusion that you see coming off the end of it, which is the shadow of the rail and these 2 little nubbins on either end of it, that has an infinite shadow casting distance as far as I can tell. Or at least it's infinite if you set your shadow quality up to be a little bit higher. So I think Ultra, it's either Ultra or Shadow Detail. One of these 2 will cause that to happen. I honestly don't know the difference between these 2 settings. But anyways, the devs have, there's some jank in this video game. And Glacio is up there on the other side of the sun. So if I go to where Glacio is with my rocket, which I have infinite fuel on it because creative mode, I'm going to show what I have set up on this particular planet. And this is just explaining the anomaly. Again, this may seem a little bit out of nowhere, but I wanted to get to this during this stream, just for anyone who was curious, or maybe I can link it to anybody who actually wants to like look into this a little bit more, though I don't consider this a high priority issue for the devs to fix. Maybe they'll fix it, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. So I'm looking for a particular spot on Glacio, and it should be this one right here, the one that I stuck a beacon on. Alright, so I have set up this thing with the sight pylons on Glacio. And what's interesting about this is the sight pylons, again, they cast a shadow infinitely. So if the sun is over here, casting a shadow through Glacio, all the way through space, through Silva, onto the surface of DeSolo, I should actually see this triangular pattern being cast by these sight pylons onto the surface of DeSolo. And if you had a keen eye, you actually spotted it already because it was visible on the stream. But I just wanted to show the setup I did here to prove that this is how this bug works. And it is the sight pylons doing it. It's not a terribly recall failed. I actually have an auto thing on Silva in this save as well in creative mode. Silva is located right here, by the way. I'm getting distracted. But anyways, I'm going to go back to DeSolo and show what that looks like. Also, if anybody could see these loops, one of these 2 loops right here is going to say recall failed in a few seconds. Just give it a moment. You should be able to see these even at 720p. There it is. Recall failed right there at that spot in the game engine on this invisible copy of Silva that is visible from the map screen. The 3rd loop over there is on the core. This is the core of Silva. These 2 rails here and then this straight line are tests that I was doing for automated rail system. This is actually where I discovered that the recall fail thing was even happening, but I ultimately couldn't figure out how to fix it. So we were stuck with what we had there. And this is here's another rail line. Oh, we can get really close to this one. So this is a pair of rail junctions, I think. That's the core of a planet. I think we're looking at, let's see, this is Glacio through to Silva, so this is off to the side. I'm not actually sure what we're looking at right now. That's a rail station, 2 rail junctions, and then this, I think, is going to the core of a planet. I don't actually know what this is. This might also be Silva, but I think it's too far away for that. But yeah, this is what I've been talking about, by the way. Again, with the planets not being in a disk like you see them here, the disk is fake. The planets are here. Not here, here. So there you go. That's how that works. I keep emphasizing that because this is a concept that a lot of people don't know about when they play this game. And if you're ever going to do interplanetary bullshit like I've been doing, it is very important that you know about that. I think we'll not do the space elevator today. Yeah, we'll just get killed by the space kraken. Space elevator will be for another stream. A lot of you have seen it already, and I don't know, follow, like, comment, and subscribe to see the space elevator in the future, or just look at my VODs. They're free, you can just look at them, they exist. I have a highlight of the space elevator. But I do have a space elevator. It's possible to do it. So anyways, hey look. Isn't that a funny looking pattern? Where's that coming from? Oh, it's coming from the other side of the universe. This is a video game. So anyways, to show like what is going on here in creative mode, you can put the sun exactly at high noon. Glacio is literally right there. Like, the sun is on the opposite side of Glacio. It's far away enough in the game engine. Like, the sun will cast shadows from those site pylons all the way through to the surface of the planet here. And you can see, I have a comparison here. This is what the rail post model looks like here. These don't cast infinite shadows, but it's the same model. These 4 prongs and a single segment of rail. The one that you see here that's moving slightly on the surface is the one that's actually on Glacio. There's one there. And I can move around a little bit and spot more. There's the triple that I built myself. There's one over here. There's one way over here. Yeah, I marked out a couple of these. There's another one right over there. I marked that one out. There's one here. I marked that one. These are all just site pylons that generated with Glacia, like when the game generated the planet. This one I don't think I have. No, I do have that one marked out. That's most of them. There might be a few that are actually missing the surface of the Solo. But if I get closer, I could probably spot a handful more. But I'm beating this into the dirt right now. People want to see the space kraken. I just wanted to show a little bit of a follow-up on that, because I was technically wrong the first time I was explaining this. It is not tall rail posts. It is site pylons from Glacio specifically that are causing this bug to happen. And what this normally looks like when you're not in creative mode and you have the sun orbit set to a normal speed, or I can set it to be a little slower, is that right there. So you see how they're hauling ass right now? And they're gone. So the sun has moved. Glacio is right here. The sun has moved out of the way. So the shadows were basically being cast from this horizon across the planet, all the way over there, and then off the limb of the planet. And when the sun comes back around, actually we're seeing the ones from one of the other planets now. But when the sun comes back around for more, we'll get to see the ones on Glacio. What we just saw right there were these site pylons. And those site pylons, if I open this up again, I wasn't actually expecting to spot those. I thought I didn't have enough of them. The site pylons we just saw are, I believe I placed some site pylons on either Novus or Aatrox. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I think I put some on Novus. So what we just saw was the sun just passed off of Glacio. It moved over here. And then it passed behind Novus, and then Novus was able to cast its shadows onto the surface of the Solo. If I had any on Aatrox, we would see those as well. And then when the sun goes behind Glacio and Silva, we would see those shadows getting cast again. So that's more or less how that works. I don't know if there's maybe another rail component that can cast shadows or not, but that's the gist of what's going on here. So anyways, I think we're done with that. I think we've seen everything that we were going to. So I'm going to go back to the main save. Alright, so is the sun about to come back up? Are we going to see it again? No, it's about to set. It'll be a while. Alright, so let's go back to the main save, and let's go visit the space kraken. It's like if we got shadows from Neptune on Earth. Yeah, pretty much. As far as this game is concerned, that's the kind of jank It would be like if the planets in our solar system were just in different spots and you could sort of see certain things of influence from them, but not everything. That's basically what's going on here. I'm just gonna move this back to the top here. Actually, I don't know why it's... Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Back to the main save. Save and quit. But yeah, there's some jank going on here. But it's something really far away, casting an infinite shadow. We're going to Space Kraken, everyone. So back to the stream. 9.5 megabytes now. Oof. Well, I wonder if it'll be 10 by the time I stop streaming this game. We'll see. Again, I think I have at least 2 more Astroneer streams left of stuff to do. Possibly more than that. And then what I'm going to do after that is we're not going to stream Astroneer for a while. I'm probably going to play Terraria or Oxygen Not Included. And it's still with like Deep Rock Galactic and Spelunky mixed in there. And then I'm going to probably do a shuttle-less, or a no shuttle or no rocket like run of this game, like whatever you would call that. Vesperian, thank you for the follow. I'm probably going to do like a no rocket playthrough of the game, which is basically a challenge run, which would be a great format for a YouTube video. So I don't know, maybe I'll make a YouTube video out of it with editing. Maybe that'll be the first and possibly last YouTube video I ever make. But it is technically possible to do it, but it will not be anytime soon. It's going to be in the distant future that I do anything like that, because I want to take a break from this game after this playthrough. But it's definitely on the to-do list. The beginning of the game is the interesting but also tedious part, where we have to get off of Silva without access to rovers or tungsten, because like I'm not going to use any shuttles. Normally you would get off of Silva using a shuttle and go get tungsten and then make like rovers and then fly to the other planets with like the rovers and the winches, but we can't do that. So there is actually a way to get off of Silva with only the resources that you can get on that planet. And I don't mean like finding tungsten in wreckages or anything. Like if I actually found tungsten in a wreckage, I would not use it. I might specifically say I'm not allowed to take like off-planet materials for the purposes of the challenge. So if that sounds interesting to you, that again, distant future, I might do that on a stream at some point. So that'll be fun, but for now we need to go visit the Space Kraken. So first let me launch this away, let's see what garbage the game gives us. Then we're going to hop in the winch rover, and we're going to get taken to the Shadow Realm pretty much. So I will make a scum save for this one, because I will most likely die doing this. I don't think there's any way to salvage this. Did I forget to... Oh god. Oh no, the pumpkin seeds. I forgot to turn it off. Okay, I think the pumpkins are fine. What I'm noticing here actually is there's too much sturdy squash. I need to turn this off when this canister is filled. We got things to do here in the future. We're definitely not going to run out of stuff to do with the farming incentive. Let me turn this off for now. I need to definitely fix this problem. We're making way too much of this stuff. Gotta head to bed. Alright. I mean, you do the responsible thing, but we are about to go meet the Kraken, so you decide if you have to go to bed right now or not. This is, if you wanted a time estimate, this is going to take about 5 minutes before I end the stream. So do the responsible thing, but I'm guessing 5 minutes before the end of the stream here. It might be a little longer depending on how long it takes the Space Kraken to kill us, but we are going to use the winch rover for this, so I don't have to worry about fuel. So, while I set this up, let me explain what the Space Kraken is. So, there's a video game called Kerbal Space Program that's basically like a goofy space simulator. So, it has like semi-realistic orbital mechanics and like thrust systems. It's basically way more realistic than this game. But it's still a video game, so it has floating point precision errors, and the Space Kraken is the name that the community for that game came up with to refer to the floating point errors that could randomly destroy your spaceships in mid-air, like during launches or when you flew too far away from the sun. It's basically the physics engine destroying your rocket because of floating point precision. And this game has a loose equivalent of the Space Kraken, which is basically it will kill your rover if you fly too far away from the origin of the world. The origin of the world is Silva, and we have the technology to fly as far as we want to in one of these wacky rovers. So what I can do is just fly off into the void of space and just wait and see how long it takes the Kraken to delete me. So sorry you gotta go, Cue Ball, but you can watch the VOD if you're curious how this turns out. Sometimes the space kraken crashes your game, sometimes it deletes your rover, maybe it'll do something new this time. I don't know what to expect from that. So again, final time I'm going to show this on this stream. That's the planet diagram. We're on Calidor. We are going to take off straight to the south, just as far as we can get, and just see when the floating point precision kills us. So straight off Calidor's south pole. That'll be what we do here. So let me see if I can find some more fitting music for this. Yeah, you can always watch the VOD. They exist. I'm going to save them. Just give me a second here. I am backing up the save right now. So, because again, this is going to be a save scum. This is a premeditated save scum. Because I am going to lose this rover and everything on my backpack if I do this. Because I won't have any way to get back home once the rover gets deleted. If the game crashes, we don't have to use the scum save, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think usually it just deletes your rover in my experience. So we'll see. So I got my stream save ready to go. Why is it not there? Okay, here it is. 8:51. Just my local time. Okay, there we go. We got it. Alright, so we have our backup save. Now, let's see. This song is great and all, but what can I actually play doing this? Let's see here. I'm just looking through the list of fast music I would use for Spelunky. Oh man. I don't want to. I was about to use like Can You Feel the Sunshine again, but we already had that one. We don't need to play that one again. Halo music. No, I want to play something. I want to play something fast and ridiculous. Oh, here we go. I'm actually going to look for an extended version of this one. Alright, here we go. Let's go meet the Space Kraken. Off to the South Pole. And beyond. Alright, so that's the gateway at the bottom of the planet right there. So what this means is we're not going to pass by any other planets, we're going to stay within Calidor's influence. Which, now that I think about it, is kind of lame. You know what, never mind, let's do a flyby on our way out. We're going north. I changed my mind. Change of plans, we're going off the north end. We might as well see how close we can skim Silva and Visania on the way up. Visania is basically the planet we don't speak of, because I think I've been to Visania like 2 times for all of these streams combined, because it's just a useless planet that nobody wants to go to. So let's make this a little bit more fun on our way out. We'll do a flyby of the space elevator, and then we'll go meet the Space Kraken. So I've been talking about the space elevator this whole stream. You haven't seen me ride it, but you're about to see a close-up of what it actually is. It is a rail built between Calidor and Silva. It's that thin white line that you see off in the distance there. Recall failed. Thank you, game. So let's go in a little bit. Let's go a little closer. And you're seeing the Calidor half right now, but if I get closer to Silva, the game's camera is going to flip on me, and you'll see the Silva portion of the space elevator instead. So there we go. There's the Silva half. And let's see. We don't want to hit Silva, so let's keep going to the north. It looks really chunky because that's just like the level of detail. That's just the way that this game does that. But yeah, that straight line right there that you see is a rail. The thick part is where I have terrain underneath the rails, and then there's no terrain under the interplanetary space. That's where I spent like hours tediously using an exploit to build rails in midair in order to create a space elevator between the 2 planets. Alright, so onward. Past Visania. Hopefully we don't actually hit the planet. We're trying not to do that. That's perfect. Alright, we're gonna miss. So yeah, here's Visania at the northern end of the star system. Goodbye, Visania. Nobody likes you. Your terrain is terrible. Kind of ugly. Off we go. Alright, so I don't know how far out I'm going to actually be able to fly before the space kraken kills me. I feel like this, I've done this a couple times before off stream for various reasons, and I feel like it has taken like maybe a few minutes tops to get there. We're accelerating constantly right now. I think there is a limit to how fast I can move in this game before the drag starts to stop me. Hopefully, we'll see like some crust accumulate on the way over there before the rover just gets deleted. I'm trying to give myself the best chance I can here, but it's going straight off the North Pole. This should pretty much mean that I stay aligned on 2 of the axes, and then one axis is specifically going to get really high. I think the Z-axis is the one that extends in this direction. I'm not sure what we're in the sphere of influence of, by the way. I think we might be in the satellite. I'm not sure why the game actually swapped us to that, because we're hella far away from the satellite right now, but whatever, let's just stay the course, go in a straight line and see what happens. I'm looking for the satellite right now. I don't even see it. I think it would be... Oh, there it is. Yep, we're in the sphere of influence of the satellite. It's not really a sphere, it's an area of influence. If for some reason the game swapped us to that. Oh well, let's just keep going. As long as we move away from that, we're not at risk of running into another planet. I'm surprised that the rover is controlling as well as it is right now. So how you doing, chat? So beautiful. Where's Glacia? Oh, I wonder if we can hit Glacia. Like, that's the fake one. We'll just pass through that. I wonder if I can hit that. I'm probably moving too fast to change course, but I wonder if I can actually hit that before I get killed. I'm gonna have to intercept it. Let's try to rendezvous with the fake Glacia. Nope, Rover's kicking in the other direction. I don't know if we're gonna make it. No, we're missing it. It's moving way too fast. Like, it's deceptive how fast these planets are moving, but that thing you see over there is actually like the real size of Glacia. If I go over to that, that's full size. Like, the full planet is there, just in extremely low resolution. You're having a great time? I'm happy to hear that. But, like, that thing is hauling ass, is pretty much what I'm saying. Like, if you think of, like, how long it takes that thing to move one diameter in distance, Glacia is hauling ass right now. Like, I cannot keep up with it. So, I was not going to be able to hit it. It basically needs to hit me if I'm going to do that. Hello, Captain. You seem to be having a good time with your emotes. Let's see, is there anything else I could talk about here? I mean, not much, except the fact that I think this game uses 32-bit floats. So any Astroneer veterans who might remember the sticky terrain, which, I mean, it's not a veteran thing, they literally fixed that, I think, a year ago, or when the snail update came out. If you remember the sticky terrain issue that happened on certain planets, it's because the planets didn't used to be in, like, the 3D, like, cross formation that I showed you all. They were in a straight line, running from north to south. And some of the planets, recall failed, some of the planets were further away from the origin than others, and the further you were from the origin, the crustier the physics simulation got, and the more likely you were... Oh, there we go! The space kraken took us. So the further from the origin you were, the more likely you were to basically get stuck on terrain due to physics engine jank, as you can see here. And they fixed that by moving the planets into the new cross orientation that I've been showing constantly in that diagram. But anyways, I wasn't expecting that to happen while I was talking about the old planet arrangement. But the point is, floating point precision is still an issue. But in this case, I think I flew out to what is essentially... If I had to guess what happened here, chat, I flew out to far enough that the rover had a calculation that resolved to either infinity or not a number. I don't really know which one it was. Oh my god, I'm just holding W, by the way, and I'm spinning like this. Like, this is me holding W. Anyways, I feel like I probably flew out to a point that count as infinity or not a number. And when either of those numbers show up in a calculation when you're doing arithmetic on a computer, it basically fucks everything up, is what happens. So I have more or less just destroyed the rover because something happened that the rover could not handle correctly. I don't know if the rover... Oh, well, that got deleted. I don't know if the rover got deleted or if it got teleported to the origin or what exactly happened. I could check the origin, I guess. And by the way, I'm holding W to move out in this direction and nothing is happening. I think you could maybe go farther. I don't really know what happened at this point. But the Space Kraken took my rover away. I could keep going. I think this could eventually crash the game or kill my character, or maybe I'll just stop moving. I really have no idea, but the speed I'm moving at here is so hopelessly negligible that it would quite possibly take me hours, if not real life days, to move the distance back to this planet, or back to the sun, where the satellite is, right there. Is that when they started having a north and south pole? They always had what was essentially a north and south pole, but I don't remember the exact updates, like when they came out. The only timestamp I can give you, Razor, is the snail update is when they moved the planets. There was an update before that where they actually swapped the north and south poles on the compass, but the planets were still in the polar arrangement. But it was the snail update is the one that moved them into the new plus arrangement that I've been showing on that diagram that I made, which reduced it almost eliminated the sticky feet glitch because it basically put all the planets closer to the origin, so you didn't have as many floating point precision problems while walking around in the terrain. Like, that was the fix that they did, which is good. And it also makes it, incidentally, a lot easier to fly between planets, so really everybody won because of that change. I honestly don't even know what direction I'm moving, and I'm holding W right now, but I have no idea if I'm moving at all. What if I tried this in creative mode? Creative mode does not let you fly beyond a certain height. So pretty much this is identical to how I would be in creative mode. And the situation I'm in right now is the the power snail is powering this oxygenator. The oxygen snail, essentially, is what this is. Has, I think, about 40 minutes left of food. Something like that. So pretty much I have 40 minutes to live before I get killed by the void of space because I would eventually suffocate and die. I think in theory you could live forever up here. If I brought an RTG and an oxygenator, I could live up here forever, just stranded in the void of space. I may be able to go back to the planet, go back to my home. The recall failed. But it would take so long. Like, I don't know how far out I am, so we're not going to do that. It doesn't look like we're going to crash or anything else is going to happen, so I think we're going to wrap up the stream with this fitting image right here. This is how Cosine plays Astroneer. We don't play this game the way that we're supposed to. We do dumb shit around here. We do wacky science. I'm not touching the camera. It's doing this on its own. Because, of course, I was trying to capture a moment here so that I could, like, start up a raid and end the stream, and the camera's like, hey, you know what, fam? Instead of looking at the solar system, why don't we rotate you this direction? Why don't you just look over here? That'd be cool, right? No. Go fuck yourself, camera. Let's go find who we're gonna raid. Let's go ahead and end the stream.